Chapter 15. Roxana. I've never paid much attention to photo shoots, not even the ones for the brands I liked. I suppose, to me, the reason for buying something was never that someone else liked it. I just bought whatever I thought looked nice. "We need more flames," the man in the black, thick, horn-rimmed glasses says. "Way more flames." More flames? Has he lost his mind? There are a dozen torches, all of them fueled by something large, because they've been blazing for a while. I think they might be used for actual heating in outdoor venues, because they're pumping off a lot of heat already. As a Dragona, I don't mind fire. I really don't. My father burns stuff regularly. All my brothers do, too. It's a given. Recently, I discovered that I'm mostly impermeable to heat. Mom says she's not, but maybe that trait skips a generation. Even so, I hate being hot. And right now, it's even worse thanks to my stupid itching scales. I scratch at my shoulder again, the one that bothers me the most, and the man with glasses scowls at me. "No more scratching, I said that." He uses the same voice with me that he does on the runners who are now dragging some kind of portable fireplace 10 feet away. "If you keep turning up the heat, you're going to have to let me scratch," I say. "All the fire's making my scales itch." His brow furrows. "Makeup, get over here. Fix where she's all red." Then he rounds on a very short woman next to him. "Find out if we can add flames post-production." "Do you want her holding this bag or this one?" The woman from Louis Vuitton holds up two large bags. One's golden and one's bright red. "I think the red will set off her scales better." "The gold matches," he says. "Use that." She turns toward me, rolling her eyes, and hands me the over-the-shoulder bag in gleaming gold. When I take it, I can't help looking more closely. Wait. I drop my voice when she turns back. What on earth is this? I know it's not dragon, but they are scales. "Dyed pangolin scales," she says. "We tested a dozen different options, but those were the closest to the actual dragon hide we had, without being so prohibitively expensive that no one but the Soul family could afford them." She winks at me. Oh, good. I need to break up with Lionel double quick. Maybe once we're officially not dating, people will stop using him as some kind of barometer for what rich and famous means. Hey, what's a pangolin? Is it like a big, scaly, gross lizard? A girl can hope. "Pull it up on your phone." She stomps off. Before the glasses guy can start yelling again, I whip out my phone and search for pangolin. It is not a gross lizard. It's a very cute, strange-looking little anteater thing. And now I feel terrible. I stroke the bag softly. "I'm sorry, little man. I wish they hadn't murdered you and turned you into a bag." Someone next to me laughs. When I turn, it's a girl who looks maybe 20, and she's videotaping me. "You're funny." I frown. "Hey, no videotaping me without consent. Do you know what I'm being paid for this one shoot?" She squeaks and runs away. There are gremlins everywhere. "All right, Miss Golden Scales. Time to earn your fee." Glasses gestures at my shoulders. "Let's get going." I groan, but I don't have much choice. We need money, and I have absolutely no other way to get it, except for groveling to my parents. But even then, I'm not sure they'd shell anything out. They're not well pleased that I still haven't come back home. I slip off the scarlet robe they gave me, tossing it at the woman who's waiting to take it. Now I'm left standing here in what amounts to a gold string bikini. My eye makeup, which is entirely outrageous, is also in various shades of gold. Everything's just going to blend together. My scales, my makeup, the stupid swimsuit I'm posing in, and the dumb old golden anteater bag. I force a smile anyway, And then I try not to sweat while not one, but two different people with cameras flash, flash, flash away for 20 minutes. I have to change clothes 3 times, and they stick me with bags in various sizes and colors, ranging from red to emerald green to black. But finally, they release me. "I think that's all we need," Glasses says. "I appreciate your cooperation." I'm currently wearing a red-gold swimsuit with 5-inch black stilettos. I'd definitely say I cooperated fully. "Where can I change back into my clothing?" He looks at me for a moment, and then with a sigh, he points. "That trailer." I said I wanted to change, but really, the moment I'm finally alone, I strip the stupid swimsuit off and I start scratching. It's glorious. After all the itching, to finally be able to do something about it is heavenly. Of course, by the time I manage to stop, I'm bleeding in 3 places. My shirt covers one of them, my pants the other, but when I walk out, I realize the bloody gash on my shoulder is visible. "Oh no!" The woman who gave me the bags practically sprints across the distance between us. "You're bleeding!" Her hand flies up to cover her face. "What happened?" "Nothing," I say. "Nothing at all." I tug my sleeve down to mop up the blood and force a smile. I should be great at that after this stupid, interminably long shoot. "I'm really just fine. I'd better get going." "Wait!" She turns sideways and gestures. "As part of the contract terms, you're entitled to pick any of the bags you like best to keep." Keep? A tiny anteater murder bag? I try not to, but I wind up scrunching my nose. "I'm good." "You're what?" She repeats herself. "Are you declining? But you can keep whichever one you want, any color or size, not limited to the ones we photographed." The thing is, I'm not really sure they're my style. "We literally designed them with you in mind," she says, "and they're retailing at $80,000. "You know what?" I point at the red one. "I'll take that one." "Good call." She hands it to me. "The gold was a little too much." I'm staring at the sad bag and wondering how much I could get for it on eBay when the woman asks, "Is it true?" She drops her voice. "Did you really get bonded by a werewolf?" It's only then that I take a good whiff and realize she's a wolf. I'm not sure what to say, but I decide that the truth is the truth. Not only that, but I think I'm falling for the alpha. I wink at her. She practically passes out, stumbling back into the table full of bags and knocking the terrible overpriced monstrosities onto the ground. I've barely sat in the cab when I text Clark. "Finishing my shoot and really need something for my itching scales. Any luck?" "Sure. I'll bring it by now." Thank goodness. If I'm itching this badly when I go to dinner with my parents tonight, I'm doomed. I'm a grown woman to almost every culture, but Mom and Dad still treat me like an errant toddler. They'll never let me leave without being seen by a dozen healing mages. The last thing I need is to give them any ammunition to try and keep me home. The stupid photo shoot was all the way out in Brooklyn, so blessedly, by the time I walk in the door, Clark's already there. Last time, I tried using a mixture of... I don't even wait for his explanation. I snatched the little pink bottle out of his hands and popped the top off. It's the same bottle as before, but hopefully it's a different recipe. "Pretty bottle," I say. A light and airy smell floods the room. That's new. "What is it?" I carefully pour a little into my hand and then set the bottle down. "Is this fine? I can put this much on?" "You shouldn't need anywhere near that much," Clark says. You have no idea how many places I'm itching. I dab some on my shoulder, and unlike the last time, one drop of this feels like I'm somehow immersed in a cool spring on a summer's day. The relief is immediate. What on earth is this? I collapse onto the sofa and sigh, yanking my shirt up and smearing it all over my belly. "You have scales there?" Clark's staring rather rudely, but I itch too badly to be picky. The front door flings open and Xander comes flying through. "Are you all right? You didn't stop in to say hello." "Why should she stop at your apartment to say hello?" Clark arches one eyebrow. "Is that a thing she usually does?" Xander swallows, his eyes seeking mine out. "I told him I would," I say. "I have a dinner with my parents later, so I wanted to make sure we have our story ready." "Your story?" Clark sits on the chair across from me. "What story?" "You know, about how I wound up bonding New York's Dragona princess, and how totally not a big deal it is." He sits on the sofa next to me, a little closer than he probably should. "You two look pretty in sync." Clark frowns. "Spending a lot of time together?" "Somehow, I started kind of linking with her," Xander says. "We've been working on fixing it." Clark nods slowly. "Ah, got it." I'm still frantically slathering everywhere I itch, which is basically every inch of my body. "Why are you itching so much?" Xander asks. "Should I be worried?" "Well, as her treating mage, I'm worried," Clark says. "I made sure the charmed potion has no toxic elements, but it's not like she should really bathe in it. It wasn't inexpensive or simple to make." "Why does it smell so good?" I ask. "Its main ingredient is a lotus blossom," Clark says. "It's supposed to have some remarkable soothing properties, and that appears to be correct." "I think it got so bad because it was so hot," I say. "And I think it's the heat that causes it. First the fireball, and now this." "At the risk of sounding simple, maybe you should avoid heat," Clark says. "I'm worried that when I see my parents, they're going to demand some kind of demonstration. The pack I fireballed is asking for compensation, and of course my mom's delighted about the whole thing. Female Dragona aren't really known for being powerful, so this is kind of a game changer." "Right." Clark's frowning. "So the itching started after the first fireball?" I nod. "And the heat at the photo shoot today made it worse?" "It definitely made it worse." "And you said you itch in the morning a lot. Do you sleep under a lot of blankets?" "I guess," I say. "I do get hot at night. I hadn't even thought of that. So maybe I should sleep with less clothing and blankets." Xander's eyes widen, and I know he's suppressing a wink. "More than a wink." "She could maybe have some kind of virus." Clark frowns. "Viruses are not hot." "Maybe expelling the fireball activated it or something." Clark isn't paying attention to us at all, which is nice because Xander's fingers are brushing against mine, and now that's all I can think about. "What about the bond?" Clark turns toward Xander. "Can you feel any of the itchiness?" Xander's hand springs away from mine, and he props his head on it. He looks very strange and very guilty. "I feel her emotions when she's upset about it, but not the itching itself." "You're useless," Clark says. That was kind of rude. "There's not really anything he can do." "You're right." Clark stands. "What you need is the help of a skilled mage." He huffs. "You're lucky you know one." "Actually, maybe you should ask Lionel for help with this before you dump him." Xander smirking. "You're dumping Lionel?" Clark asks. "For certain? You've decided?" I stand. "I have. The last date was bad, and I do feel something around him, but it's not good. I think it's just nervous, and that's not something I want to pursue. I want someone I can feel safe around." I can't help glancing at Xander. "Someone who can protect you when you're sick or dealing with something." Clark sniffs. "That makes sense." I wonder whether he's referring to himself, but I can't help thinking about how Xander leapt to my defense back when we thought he was fraying. He's always been willing to wolf out to keep me safe. "Yes," I say. "That's exactly what I want." Clark's smiling when he leaves. I'll make more of the potion, he says. Looks like you'll need it, and I can add a cooling charm, too. But the most important thing I'll do is some research on Dragona females to see when and why they get heat rashes. Thanks, I say. After he's gone, I expect Xander to pounce on me. I haven't seen him in hours, between my dumb shoot and his meeting with Isaac. He doesn't stand up, though. He stays on the sofa, staring at his hands. Something's clearly wrong. Did the meeting go badly? I kind of hate to ask, but it's better to know. Isaac got the role, he says, still not looking up. He's pretty excited about it. Oh, I say, that's great. Xander finally stands and turns to head for the door. Well, I better get back to... I grab his wrist and yank him toward me. He's not expecting it, but he's agile. He pivots and holds his ground. I'm the one who falls, right against his powerful chest. Oh! Our faces are inches apart. But for some reason, he's just staring at me, not kissing me. What's wrong? I sound irritatingly breathy, like a damsel in distress. Nothing. He offers me a forced half smile and steadies me with one hand. Then he steps back. Xander Binigus. He's already turned away again, but he stops. What? You will tell me exactly what went wrong in the past 2 minutes right now, or we'll find out exactly how badly fireballs make my itching. When he turns back around, he looks utterly miserable. We all know you're too good for me. Everyone knows it. What? But for some reason, hearing you say it, he sighs. It felt lousy. Say what? I have no idea what he's... Then I realize, when I said I wanted someone I could feel safe around, I was kind of agreeing with Clark. Xander would have taken it that way anyway. I snag his wrist this time, and I drag him to the sofa. I shove him down, and I sit on his lap, using my left hand under his chin to make sure he's looking at me. Xander Binigus, don't you ever let me catch you or anyone else saying you're not good enough for me. I'm a mongrel, he says. You're a princess. It's worse than that cartoon about the thief who steals a lamp. I liked Aladdin, I say, but you're nothing like him. You'd never steal anything, for one. And for another, you do not have a pet monkey. I'm smiling, but he's still not. Look, before he can say another stupid thing, I kiss him. He may be acting idiotic, but his body reacts just like it always does. He curls around me, every part of him orienting on me, like he would do anything, give anything. Kissing him is the safest place I've ever been. Once he's entirely breathless, I pull back, which is actually harder than I planned. And for a second thing, you should know that when I said I want someone who makes me feel safe, I didn't mean Clark. I snort. I meant you, idiot. I can't even keep myself safe, he says. But whenever danger threatens, you leap to my defense. I didn't when Rhaegar was threatening to force you to marry him. He hangs his head. I almost turned you in. I sigh. That's true. See? His stunning golden eyes are stricken. And I plan to hold that over you forever. But if you had been on that roof, you'd know that Clark didn't save me either. He was actually saved by a pigeon, and then by me. In that order. I laugh at the memory. I had to save myself on that roof, and one thing you've always been great at is letting me do what I want. What? Most men try to barge their way in and save the woman. You'll do that when the situation calls for it. But whenever I ask you to step back, or to wait in the lobby or give me space, you listen. And you back me up when I do things like murdering 7 of your kind. Those wolves were attacking you unprovoked. You were going to send me back to the car and die defending me. I brush one hand down the side of his face. I know you'll do anything I need. As I say the words, I realize they're true. I really like you, Sander Benegas. I like you in a way I've never liked anyone in my entire life. When we kiss again, it's not chaste. Not chaste at all. The alarm on my phone reminding me to leave for the Dagobah Tower ticks me off, but I'm glad I said it. Otherwise, I might have totally missed dinner. I wouldn't put it past my mother to show up on my doorstep just to yell if I skipped out tonight. Nothing good would come from that. You have to go? Xander asks. I sigh, dragging one finger down his neck and into the tiny, curved indentation where his collarbones meet. Why don't you come with me? I glance up casually, like his response doesn't matter. It's probably a bad idea to take him. Dad has a terrible temper, and it's going to be bad enough telling them that I'm breaking up with Lionel, whom I supposedly canceled my wedding to Rhaegar to be with, and that's probably why I want him there. It's a monumentally stupid idea. Terrible, really. Having the werewolf who bonded me present so that Mom and Dad are even more likely to find out what's going on is catastrophically stupid. But I'm scared to go, and I feel better when he's around. You do? My eyes snap toward his. You heard that? My thoughts? I'm trying not to listen in on your thoughts. I know it bugs you when I do, but it's hard. His eyes are intense, bright, gorgeous. It doesn't bug me anymore, I admit. It just upset me that day because it was new, and also, I don't really want to admit this. I didn't want you there when I was with Lionel, because I liked you more. I was comparing you in my brain, and I was worried you'd hear it. Really? He shifts so he's even closer, my body touching his almost from our shoulders to our feet. You know, my dad said that usually alphas only struggle with this when they've found their mate. The word rings like a gong in my head. Mate. But I'm Dragona, I say. I can't possibly be your mate. You're a werewolf. We don't fit. He's so close that the breath from his words fans across my face, but I don't mind. I like having him this close. We can't fit. Have you ever really fit anywhere? I ask. I don't feel like I have. The first time I felt that way was with you, he admits. For me too. Fine. He stands up and offers me his hand. Then let's go together. I'll be your friend. We can tell them I came along to make sure no one bothered you. You'll be my bodyguard? That's what I was the first time we met, he says. Do you remember? The awkward wolf who told me about the fire escape. It's because of you that I ran. I had no idea how I'd get down until you told me about the ladder. It never occurred to me that you might use it. He grins. But I'm glad you did. So am I. 16. Roxana. I wasn't injured much as a child. There just wasn't much chance for me to be injured. I was basically wrapped in bubble wrap and kept in a cabinet. I was trotted out to play from time to time, but always alone. I was periodically taken to things like the opera or a sporting event, but only with my parents and a guard of at least a dozen Dragona. I tried to join the dance team at school once, and within 2 days, Mom had decided it was too great a security risk. There was no way to make sure that every single person who danced with me and every single person involved in both the training and the performances would be safe. It's probably not surprising that I very rarely got hurt. The first time I recall being hurt, it was my own fault entirely. Our chef had the night off, and Mom made balut, which is a fertilized duck egg that's been allowed to develop almost all the way, and then been boiled. She ate them right out of the shell like it was some kind of treat. This reminds me so much of the street food I grew up with, she sighed. These are just perfect, too. You're right. Dad slurped little bird babies down just fine, too. Not overly soft and still a little chewy. When I started crying, Mom got annoyed. If you don't eat this, you don't eat at all. She held the line, convinced that she'd turn me into a balut lover with a firm edict and patience. But I was stubborn, even then. I hated fighting, but I didn't want to back down either. When Mom finally got up to show Dad something, I seized my chance. I sprinted to the pantry, my belly complaining loudly. Luckily, no one was close enough to hear it. Mom had saved 2 of the disgusting little chewy bird embryos, and I was determined never to eat them. I was scared she'd come back, irritated that I wasn't at the table, and force me to take a few bites. That made me rush. So when I found a can of peaches, it felt like fate. I scrambled around until I found what I thought was a can opener, and after several tries, it worked. Unfortunately, once the can top had been cut all the way around, I had to somehow pry it upward. On my second try, I finally slid my finger under the edge enough to lift it up, but I also sliced my finger pretty badly. When Mom walked in, she was so distressed about the blood pouring out of my finger that she forgot all about the balut. I didn't get my peaches, but I didn't have to eat the little duck babies either. Mom rinsed the cut and wound a Band-Aid tightly around my finger. A few days later, she wanted to take it off, but I was worried. When she first started pulling, it hurt. The bandage had stuck tightly to my skin. Mom, leave it alone. You can't keep it on. We need to see how that cut looks. Before I could stop her, Mom yanked the Band-Aid off. I swore then and there that I'd never do that again. No bandage should be ripped off. People should be allowed to take their time. There's no need to rush, especially when you want something to heal. Nothing since has changed my mind. Mom and Dad can meet Xander, and I can tell them that the thing with Lionel was just for publicity. We can talk about ways to officially break up. They'll be pleased that I'm done with my relationship with the inappropriate mage. And then slowly, ever so slowly, I can introduce them to Xander. Once they get to know him, once they see how funny, valiant, and brave he is, then I can tell them that I like him. Somehow, over the next year or so, I'll convince them that he's the guy for me. We've just reached the base of the Dagobah Tower when it hits me. My anxiety about confronting my parents, that, and also nervous shaking that almost consumes my entire body. Oh, by Gabe, I'm not looking forward to this. I lean over my knees and drop my head in my hands. I want to turn around and head back to Minerva's. It's going to be fine, Xander says. They're your parents. They just want to see you and verify that you're fine. They want what's best for you. Yes, but their version of what's best and mine are not the same. They never have been. That's why I'm here. Xander slides his fingers through mine. Remember when you strolled into the Manhattan Pack with me, determined to keep them from putting me down? I did do that. I smile. Now it's my turn to do the same. I can't help myself from asking. But I saved you with the threat that if they harmed me, my dad would destroy them. I grit my teeth and hiss. Do you think my dad will be scared of yours? Let's just go, Xander says. He's barely let go of my hand before we're pushing through the front doors. Dragona guards fall in on either side of us. One is a brown dragon when he shifts, and the other's blue. "Eamon," I say. "Marshall." I nod at them. They both drop into deep bows.
"Your Majesty."
"Stop that," I say. Eamon frowns as he straightens.
"Stop what?"
"Don't call me that," I hiss. "It sounds ridiculous."
"You've never minded before," Marshall says. "Not for the past 28.
"All right." I wave my hand at them. "Tell them we're coming."
"We're to escort you up there,"
Eamon says.
"along with your date."
"Oh, he's not my date," I say. "Xander's
He didn't mean the wolf."
Lionel steps around Eamon and smiles.
"Good to see you, darling."
He moves one pace closer and drops a kiss on my cheek. I can feel rather than see Xander bristle. And I know that if he were in his wolf form, he'd be growling. "What in the Daimoni's den are you doing here?" I ask. "I thought I was pretty clear the last time we spoke."
"Unless you want me to tell your parents about your real relationship with that wolf, you'll march me upstairs and keep pretending,"
Lionel says. "My real—" I splutter. What exactly does he know? "You're threatening me? Why?" Lionel reaches for my hand. I step back. "What's your end game?"
"I'm like goat cheese," Lionel says. "I'm a strong flavor, and it takes a while for people to realize how great I am. I'm just bargaining for a little more time to win you over."
Someone who blackmails me into spending more time with them is not someone I will ever want. I turn toward Eamon. He will not be coming upstairs.
"But he has an invite," Eamon says, "from your—"
"My father has no idea the things—"
"Not your father," Marshall says. "The invite was from your mother."
I sigh. If it's an invite from Mother, I've already lost. I grab Xander's arm and slide mine through it, hooking mine around his elbow. "Let's go."
"You think the wolf can keep me away?"
How did I ever find Lionel's cocky grin endearing? "I had very questionable taste," I whisper. "I'm sorry."
"He's rich," Xander says. "I don't blame you for giving him the chance. Your life with him would be much easier than your life with me."
"I'm not interested in easy," I say.
"What?"
Lionel gestures for me to follow him into the elevator. "Nothing. I was talking to the person I invited to come with me."
"If you think anyone will accept that you're dating a wolf, you're mistaken."
Lionel's indolent smile bothers me more by the moment.
People will struggle enough just to believe he managed to bond you, but no one would ever believe you were dating.
"And why is that, exactly?" I scoot closer to Xander, my hip touching his. "What would make you a catch when someone who's not pushy, demanding, and impossible to ever satisfy is somehow unbelievable?"
"I am pushy," he says, "but—"
I'm not done. He's so obnoxious that I want to scream. Xander's kind, he's caring, and he's powerful in an understated way. He defends people who need it, and he listens.
"Wait," Lionel says. "Are you trying to say that—"
His eyes widen. "Yes!" I shout, just as the elevator stops moving. With as sheltered as I've been, I had no idea what love felt like. I had no idea what a relationship really was, or how to pick someone who was good for me. That's the only reason I ever pretended to be your girlfriend. Lionel looks like I just shoved a banana cream pie in his face. Xander and I started out as friends, but the more time I spent with him, the more I liked him. And now, comparing what I feel for him to what I feel for you, it's crystal clear.
I adore him, and I detest you. You love a wolf? Mother standing by the elevator, a bouquet of flowers drooping in her hand almost to the ground. A werewolf? Oh, I say. Hey, Mom. Good to see you. I release Xander's arm and start to move. I didn't say love. Xander's not following me off the elevator. I'm stuck reaching back and circling his wrist with my hand. Let's go, dummy. That wolf? Mom still looks like she's in shock. I yank Xander off just before the doors close in front of a very shocked Lionel. Good riddance. The penthouse looks good, I say, as if a single thing has changed. I breeze past her and stop in the large round entryway, right next to the massive 13th century jade vase that's full of a different bouquet of flowers every morning. Why are you holding flowers? It's polite, she says. I thought I was meeting my daughter's boyfriend. You got Xander flowers? I can't totally suppress my smile. Mom chucks them at the floor, and chunks of lilies go flying. Of course not. She jabs a finger toward where Lionel was recently standing. I got the son of the leader of all the mages flowers. Her brow rises. Not some mangy wolf. He's not mangy. I realize that I'm baring my teeth at my mom, and I try to reel it back a notch. I just used that very word myself, Xander says, clearly trying to diffuse the situation. Mom, let's go eat dinner. We can talk in there. She folds her arms under her chest and sticks out her bottom lip. Then she shakes her head tightly. Trust me, once you get to know them, Xander's way better than Lionel. Lionel's soul came to visit us yesterday, Mom says. He told us that he understood the importance of dragon eggs to our people. He said he knew that you could live a long and full life. He offered me 2 options. She arches one eyebrow. I don't care what he did, I say. I don't like him. Is anyone listening to me? I didn't think I'd raised a capricious child. Mom shakes her head. You didn't even ask what his options were. I don't care, I huff. You aren't even listening to me. Really, neither of you is listening to the other, Xander says. You're a little like 2 ships passing in the night. It's a strange study in mother-daughter. Shut up, Mom says, at the very second I say the same thing. Our eyes lock. I can't help my smile. He does that sometimes, but after you're around him more, you find the pedantic rambling endearing. Trust me. Lionel reminded me that he won't live anywhere near as long as you. He's like a youthful fantasy, a childhood romance. He told me he'd be fine with you making dragon eggs during your marriage at set intervals, or you could spend his lifetime with him, knowing you'd have hundreds of years that would follow his death, when you could remarry and produce plenty of dragon eggs for the Dragona. Mom bit her lip. It was pretty romantic, how willing he was to bargain just to be with the woman he loves. The doors ding and then open again. He doesn't love me, I say. Lionel wants to own me. There's a big difference. That's not true. This time, Lionel steps off the elevator. I own plenty of things, and you're the only one who talks back. I'd say if this was about ownership, you'd be the last person I'd pursue. I swear I'm going to punch him. Mom, hear my words. He's pushy, he's manipulative, and I don't like him. Dad finally says something, and I realize he was beside Mother all along. Your mother may not be listening to you, but I am. He grabs Lionel's sleeve and shoves him back into the elevator. Lionel's eyes widen. Wait, I haven't even told you all the bad things about Xander yet. What? The doors are closing, but he manages to shout. He got expelled from college for cheating. He put his own mother in the hospital. Right before the doors close again, he says, he gets fleas and has to use dog shampoo. Okay, the flea thing's just a werewolf challenge we all face, Xander says. It's not just me, it's all werewolves. You put your own mother in the hospital? Mom asks. And you cheated in college? I decide to rip the Band-Aid off. I do like Xander, I finally say. But also, he's my alpha. He's the first werewolf in recorded history to bond non-wolves. As werewolves go, he's pretty badass. With as much as you like power, even you should be able to appreciate that.
17. Xander. We haven't even left the entry hall, but I feel justified in my belief that this is already the worst dinner ever. I should be paying attention, preparing to deal with whatever objections Roxana's parents have, but all I can think about are the things Lionel said. The friend I was accused of helping cheat in college was Clark. He had, in fact, been cheating, but I didn't need a degree, not to join a pack, so I took the fall for him. And the only one who knew about my mother going to the hospital, other than my mother herself, was Clark. He was there when Mom startled me mid-change, and I mauled her. It had been a complete accident, and she knew that. She was out the next day with a bandage on her upper arm and a healthier belief in the rules I'd set for knocking before entering my room when I closed the door. The flea thing, well, anyone could have told Lionel about that, or he could have been guessing. But the other two had to have come from Clark. But why would Clark tell Lionel about those? Why would he want to make me look bad? Why would my own best friend betray me? But I'm the only one hung up on the things Lionel said. The wolf bonded you? Roxana's father may be small, but he's still utterly terrifying. I've seen him shift into his dragon form, and human sizes can clearly be deceiving. How could he possibly do that? You're not a wolf. It's a long story, Roxana says. I'll give you two options. You can get the short version right now, and then Xander and I will leave. When she arches her eyebrow, she looks just like her mother. At least I know she'll age well. Or you can invite us into the house like civilized people, and we can tell you all about it while we eat. By all means, let's go inside. Her mother gracefully gestures for us to head straight through the entry hall and toward the brightest place ahead, the dining room. I made your favorite. Adobo? Roxana asks. Pork or chicken? I file that information away for the future. Neither, her mother says. Balut. Her smile's triumphant. You must be kidding, Roxana scowls. Mother? Oh, I'm sure your boyfriend won't mind, her father says. They say wolves will drink from the toilet. Some of them will, I admit. I can vouch for that. But most of us have too keen a sense of smell to go anywhere near the toilet, even in canid form. A dog that speaks, her mother says. How delightful. Mom. Roxana's positively fuming when we finally follow her parents into the dining room. I have no idea what balut is, but it seemed to mean something to the two of them. I doubt it's something good. I decide it's probably the least sensitive topic we'll address tonight. Tell me about this balut, I say. Is it an inside joke of some kind? No, Roxana's mother says. Balut's just a food that our people, Filipinos, love. I was a little too focused on other things after Roxana was born, like keeping her safe, and I failed to make balut often enough. She didn't develop a taste for it. What is it? Now I'm getting a little nervous. I brace myself for something truly strange, like grilled gremlins or ground-up baby seals. Is it cooked, at least? Oh, it's cooked, her father says. It did take me a few dozen times eating it before I liked it. If Roxana would just listen to us, trust us, she'd realize that we want what's best for her, with Balut and with life. But you don't always know what's best for me because it's my life. And if I don't want to eat little boiled baby ducks, I shouldn't have to. Oh no. Baby ducks? It's as bad as I feared. They eat baby animals? I try not to shudder. Is it on the bone still? I try to ask without any sort of judgment. Is it time-intensive to eat? Just come sit, Roxana says. It'll make more sense when you can see it. She points at a chair, and I trot over to her side. But the platter in front of our plate is piled high with eggs. There are also large platters piled artfully with mounds of white rice, and tureens filled with some kind of soup. It's watery, with chunks of what I'm guessing are chicken, smallish onions, and tiny tomatoes. I don't see any baby birds, I say. What am I missing? When we sit, Roxana gestures at the eggs. That's the balut. The baby ducks are a week from hatching when they boil them. Then you peel them out of the shell and eat them. Bones, brains, feet, and beak. All of it. She grimaces. Sounds great, right? She's being dramatic, her mother says. Who knew she had such a flair for that? Apparently wolves bring it out in her. Her father's not looking nearly as upset. Weren't you with her when she massacred those wolves? He lifts his eyebrows. Didn't that upset you? Seeing as they were about to kill us both, I was happy about it, I say. You couldn't have protected her against 7 little wolves. Her father looks very unimpressed. What kind of alpha are you? I wasn't an alpha then, I say. In fact, we thought I was fraying. What? He stands. One of the most dangerous things, Roxana hisses, pointing at her father with her lips. Sit down before I throw a duck fetus at you. He rolls his eyes. He wasn't fraying, Roxana says. He'd been lied to by the Manhattan Pack's alpha for years. They knew he didn't realize he was an alpha, and they lied because Lo Ren Fang saw him as a threat. The most powerful werewolf in New York, maybe most of America, saw Xander Benegas, lone wolf, as a threat. She pauses. A flair for the dramatic, her mother had said. She might have been right. Mom, Dad, you've always valued excellence. Trust me when I say that I've found it in a place no one was looking, with a group of friends that everyone has undervalued. Tell us about the fireball, her mother says. How did you do it? And can you do it again? I've tried, Roxana says. No luck yet. She leans forward, scooping up some of the soup and putting it in my bowl. Then she dishes up hers. Thank you for having Sinigang, too. Her voice softens. I was angry, and I was scared, and I couldn't stand the idea of Xander being harmed to try and protect me from some crazy wolves. You created the fireball to protect him? Her father's expression has softened. I think so, Roxana says. Because, Dad, I care about him. I think he makes me stronger. I'm becoming better because I'm with him. Isn't that what you want for me? The rest of the meal isn't so bad. Roxana refuses to eat the balut, but I don't hate it. It's sort of like eating a tennis ball with a lot more flavor. To be honest, though, I don't hate tennis balls, even without the flavor. There's something about chewing on them that really brings a sense of accomplishment. Or maybe the repetitive motion's just soothing. Either way, I managed to eat a dozen balut, and that seems to impress Roxana's mother. Tell me, Mrs. Golden Scales says, what's your plan? She's not attacking, she's not ranting. She's honestly calmed down faster than my own mother probably would. Plan? Surely Lo Ren Fang isn't going to just Except that you're staying in New York. He's bonded a whole wolf pack, and they found work here, Roxana says. So he's petitioning the Wolf Council to split the New York region. The council's mostly for show, her father says. They'll wait to rule until you've worked it out yourself. I do have a plan, I say. Along with the help of my friends, we're buying the building we live in. We're putting down roots here, and if Low Ren pushes, we'll be ready to deal with that. You're not afraid of him? Roxana's mother's not challenging me. She looks genuinely curious. I shrug. I was. For years, he was the alpha of the pack I wanted to join. I begged him to admit me. He made me show up and be beaten over and over and over. I had submitted to him as my alpha, and he still forced me to lose. They're hard memories to examine. But I didn't know who I was. It's sort of like the story about the eagle. What story? Roxana asks. You haven't heard it? I look at her parents, but they look baffled too. Well, don't think I'm claiming this story. I'm not sure where I heard it first, but there's this legend that there's an eagle who's raised from hatch with a flock of chickens. They never fly, so neither does he. Instead, like the chickens, like his family, he scratches around in the dirt. I like this story, Mrs. Golden Scales says. I too believe that choosing the right people to associate with is vitally important. I spent my entire life trying to get every wolf I met to accept me, I say. None of them ever did. But my roommate, a vampire, my best friend from college who's a mage, his sister who's a witch, and her friend, a demon spawn who just wanted to be good, they kind of became my family. Roxana's mother wipes her mouth with a napkin and smiles. They kept you from flying, then? I shook my head. On the contrary, while my own kind were tying me down in the dirt, they showed me how to fly. And those same people inspired me to use a fireball, Roxana says. I know you hate them, Mom. I know you don't like Xander either, Dad. But for the first time, I feel like no one's telling me to be a chicken. We've always wanted what's best for you. Her mother looks hurt. I actually feel sorry for her. But maybe I can't live my best life all cooped up, even if you caged me to keep me safe. Roxana's not yelling, and for the first time, her parents appear to actually be listening. After we've eaten, Roxana's mother pulls out some kind of cinnamon cake, and I finally just blurt out what I've been thinking. You don't seem that upset anymore. Her mother's gaze finally stops on mine for a moment. Then it quickly shifts to her husband. I think we should release Roxana's trust fund. I think she's old enough to use it however she'd like. Her father blinks a time or two, and then he waves his hand. It's not very large. It's always been hers. She can do what she wants with it. How large is it? Roxana asks. What are you saying? Why would you do that? I ask. We tried cutting her off. Roxana's mother arches one eyebrow. That didn't work. She grunts. We tried threats. We tried ignoring her. She scowls. Now I'm hearing that she faked a relationship, that she accepted a tasteless photo shoot, and that she's been bonded by a wolf. How is Louis Vuitton tasteless? Roxana asks. You're ridiculous. Just listen, her mother says. But Lionel made a good point. You will outlive the mage, the wolf, and any vampire you might choose to date as well. If we give you the trust money, at least you won't need to do embarrassing photo shoots anymore, and no relationships you form will be for lack of money. How much is in my trust? Roxana asks. It can't be more than 10 or 12 million, Mrs. Golden Scales says. Not enough to get you in trouble, but enough to keep you out of it. I hope. I can't believe the progress we made in just one night. When she leans over to hand me a piece of cake, Roxana whispers, I guess we can make that down payment now. You were glorious, I tell her. Absolutely amazing, convincing them to like me, convincing them to let you fly. It was your story. She's staring at me so intently that a shiver runs down my spine. "Easy, dog," Mr. Goldenscales says. "Dog?" Roxana stands up. "I appreciate you giving me the trust fund, but I think it's time for us to go." Her eyes are flashing. "Maybe next time you'll have better manners." We walk to the elevator, and Roxana presses the button 3 times. It's not gonna make it come faster, but I'm smiling. She looks like a stubborn little girl when she does things like that. I imagine she was an adorable little girl. "A Dragona can dream," she says. Her parents have followed us over, and I can't help hoping they won't ride down with us. I've endured enough awkward interactions for one night. "If you think we're giving you the trust fund because we approve of this bizarre attachment," her mother says, "then you're mistaken." Roxana drops my hand and spins around to face them again. "Mom, seriously?" "Yes, it's not that we approve," her dad says. "I want to be clear on that." "Then why would you give me my money?" Roxana asks. "What other reason could you have?" Her father shrugs. "We're pretty sure the wolf will die soon, and we want to make sure you know we're here for you when that happens." "Yes, do try to stay out of the fighting, fireball or not," her mother says. "Let him die, but don't risk yourself in his fights." Luckily, the elevator arrives then, and Roxana practically leaps inside. "So we didn't make quite as much progress as we hoped," she says after the doors close. "But at least now we can pay for the building." She's right about that. At this point, I'm all about the wins, even the tiny ones. And this one feels pretty large.
18. Minerva. Most girls I knew did things with their mothers. One of my friends, Kate, made cookies. Sometimes they'd also make cakes, and with the help of a little magic, the cakes they made were often epic. I remember that one of them had tiny dogs all over it, frolicking, barking, and playing. Another of my friends, Alice, often went hiking with her mother. They chose fun locations where they could harvest fresh potion ingredients, and then they'd mix concoctions together. Actually, Alice wasn't great at laboratory-based work, but she'd help harvest, and she'd watch her mother make things. My mom wasn't really into quality time with her daughter. In fact, she pretty much did her best to never spend time with me. It's hard, as a kid, not to take it personally. A decade and a half ago, I gave her coupons for her birthday. They said things like, 1 back massage and watch any movie you want. She smiled and thanked me when she got them, but she never redeemed them. I upped my game. My mother loved Celine Dion. She was demon spawn, of course, but exceptions had to be made in the face of epic talent. Mom listened to her all the time, and she belted out Celine's songs in the privacy of her shower. Mom was always the first person I knew to talk about any new releases. When I found out she was coming to perform in New York, I decided we had to have a mother-daughter date. I found a part-time job at a fish and chips place near home, and it was disgusting. Smelt were popular for fish and chips baskets, but since they're tiny boogers, they were a real pain to clean. First, I had to cut their heads off. Then I had to slice their bellies, and finally, I'd have to scoop the disgusting, squishy yellow goo out and clean them. Each fish and chips basket had like 4 to 10 of those little fish in it, and I prepped each of them for hours each afternoon for weeks and weeks. But it was worth it. I used that money to buy 2 tickets to Celine Dion. Mom was over the moon when she unwrapped the gift. I opened my mouth to tell her that I had paid for them myself. But before I could speak, she whipped out her phone and started punching in numbers. I thought she was calling Dad. She'd want to make sure he could get off that afternoon so we wouldn't be late. Maybe she'd even want to get dinner beforehand. I'd be happy to eat literally anything as long as it wasn't fish and chips. But she didn't call Dad. She called her best friend, Karen. "You're never going to believe what I just got my hands on." Karen did struggle to believe my mom had tickets, especially as close to the stage as they were, and she was very excited to go with Mom. They both reasoned that, even though Celine was demon spawn, a voice like hers was a miracle. That made supporting her okay. All their friends were terribly jealous. I quit my job that afternoon. And I also stopped trying to find ways for Mom and me to bond. Clearly, she didn't even like me. What kind of mother doesn't like her own daughter? One with a terrible screw-up for a child, that's who. I couldn't even blame her. I was a total dud. When I get home early in the morning after my shift, I shower and flop into bed. It takes me a while to drop off to sleep because I keep thinking that my mom isn't even my mother. Not really. I have another mother. One I know nothing about. And with Dad gone, the only person I can ask about my mother is my mom. The woman who never liked me. The woman who never wanted to see me or spend time with me. The woman who has always found fault with everything I say and do. Not that that's been hard to do. But this matters so much more than a Celine Dion concert. Before I can second-guess myself, I whip out my phone and text Mom. "Need to grab some stuff from my room. Can I come by around 3? That's about the earliest I could get there, if I sleep just a few hours and head out. She doesn't text back right away. Why would she? She knows I work nights and that I'm probably waiting around for her to answer. It would be a missed opportunity to torture me in a small way if she replied immediately. I repent of my uncharitable thoughts almost right away, which is good because she finally texts back. "Of course. All your stuff is in boxes in the garage." Of course it is. Dad's gone, and she cleared out all his stuff, leaving herself an office and a storage room. But she would also need to clear everything out of my room, because that's just who she is. "No problem. See you then." I wait for a response for a bit, and then, not getting one, I drift off to sleep. When I wake up, some of my bubbling fervor for answers is gone. I hear a strange sort of banging outside, and I drag myself out of bed, into decent pants, and to the front door, finally. "Hello?" I'm still wiping my bleary eyes, but when I see who's on my doorstep, I stumble backward. "Can I help you?" "We can't find Mr. Benegas," a little girl says. "We can feel that he's not close," a tall man behind her amends. "And we're wondering whether you know where he went." No." I shake my head. He doesn't normally check in with me. If he's not at the Gloffy shop downstairs, I'm not sure where he went. He is unemployed, after all. "There are some people here saying they're supposed to be treating the whole building for pests in anticipation of the sale." The tall man's hands trembling. "We cleared our stuff out, but they definitely realized that we were kind of bunking down there." That's not great. "You didn't tell them you're related to Xander at all, right?" He shakes his head. "Not at all. The last thing we wanted to do was get him in trouble." "You have a new job to report to?" I take in the 6 people in front of me. 2 are children. Not very clean children, but I can hardly blame them since their current residence has no shower. And 4 adults in what appear to be shiny new prison shirts. "We do," the tall man says. "But we were hoping we might be able to store some things in Xander's apartment." He peers around me. "Or yours?" He inhales. "We don't want to be a pain, but..." I swing the door wide open. Please do. Fill the room up if you have to. We're part of the same pack now. All their faces freeze. And then, as if they were waiting to see whether I was making a joke, they smile. The little girl takes my hand.
You're so pretty.
Well, I can't help smiling back. Thank you. What's your name?
Agatha,
She says.
can I possibly use your toilet?
Use the bathroom, I say. Shower, go pee, brush your teeth, whatever. Within 20 minutes, there are dozens of wolves coming in and out of my apartment, and the family room looks like the inside of a hoarder's garage. But I can't blame them. We don't want their presence to disrupt the sale. If there's even going to be a sale. I need to call Xander. We have to come up with a great deal of money in a very short time, and I'm still not sure how we'll possibly be able to do it. Clark and I have pulled out all that we could, and even if Roxana's paid quickly for her shoot, we're still going to be very, very short. We may all need to pool our money and find a building we can rent in Jersey or something. I try to keep from shuddering. I have to go out, I say. Giggles flutters down from the top of the fridge to sit on my shoulder, staring at them intently, her head cocked sideways.
I like Xander, but this is a lot of dogs.
Now that I've said something, they're all staring at me intently. Thanks to Giggles' comment, they look like dogs to me, all waiting on direction from their owner. You're welcome to stay here while I'm gone, I say. You can keep the kids here, watch television, eat some snacks. I point at the pantry. There are even cookies in the freezer. The kids immediately start whispering. Wolves do like cookies, right?
We do,
Agatha says.
but we're not really wolves. We're just regular people who can turn into wolves.
Which I know, obviously. I've seen Xander eat cookies. It's not like I think they're really dogs. Giggles is messing with my brain. I'm so sorry. I know all that. There are a lot of you, and I don't know you very well yet. What if they're thieves? What if they steal everything I have and...
Don't worry about us damaging your place,
Agatha says.
We all have the same boss.
Boss? I have no idea who their prison boss is or what it has to do with me. If we repaid your kindness with a mess, I'm sure he'd be really angry, the tall man says. I think he's Agatha's dad, maybe. Trust me when I say that no one wants an angry alpha. Oh, Xander. Duh. Well, if Xander thinks I'm going to call him my boss, he's got another think coming. I'm smiling, but every single one of them looks terribly distressed. Don't worry, I say. I love Xander, but I also think of our relationship as more friends and neighbors than employer-employee. They're mostly frowning as I duck into my room to grab my bag. I know you don't really do this, I whisper, but any chance you'd stay here and
Keep an eye on them?
Giggles is giving me the stink eye.
Where exactly are you going?
Just to see my mom, I say. Then I'll come right back.
If you don't, I'll come find you.
I know, I say, and I won't fault you for that. But surely you can see why I'd want you to stick around here.
Keep them from pooping on your stuff.
I laugh. Exactly. I call for a cab because with the wolf delay, it's the only way to make it out to Scarsdale on time. All right, well, make yourselves at home, and I'll be back in a bit. Not a single one of them has so much as sat down when I finally close the door, so I hope they loosen up a bit after I'm gone. As I'm climbing in the cab, it finally occurs to me that Agatha literally answered my concern about them stealing with a reassuring statement that they'd never do that. Could she hear my thoughts? Because if so, that's whack. I can't hear theirs, but I plan to ask as soon as I get back home. On the way to Mom's, I think about ways to try and broach the topic of my birth mother. I could mention that I know I'm not half human. On that topic, I'd actually like to know why she lied to me about that. Wouldn't it have been easier when I asked whether I was adopted to tell me if I was Dad's sister's kid? I mean, how hard is that? It's one line. You're actually your father's blood niece, but of course we love you like you're ours. I could write such a lovely script for my mother. I wish I could, sometimes. Having a puppet mom would be awesome. I'd get the mother I always wanted. And that's when I admit to myself, I'm desperate to meet my real mother. I really want her to like me. I've always wanted to be liked. More than anything else. More than I wanted to be a guardian. More than I wanted to cast good spells. More than I wanted Dad to be proud of me. I want people to like me. And I wanted the people I liked to like me most of all. Maybe it's because of Mom. Maybe having the person who's supposed to love you the most not even like you breaks something in a person's brain. But whatever the reason, I'm still desperate to have a mother who actually wants to spend time with me. A mother who's proud of me. So, of course, I'm terribly afraid Mom will refuse. It would be a very Melina-Lucent thing for her to do. She'll tell me it's for my own good. She'll insist that she's doing me a favor. And she'll keep me from ever finding the one person who might not be embarrassed of me. I'm agitated and jumpy when I finally pull up in front of the tasteful white house I grew up in.
We're here.
The cabbie shifts one bloodshot eye.
Time to pay.
I pay him and climb out, but my anxiety spikes when he peels out and disappears. Your cab left? Mom's already opened the door, and her head's following the yellow car's disappearance around the corner. How will you get your things back home? I'll call another one, I say. Or I'll get an Uber. It's fine, Mom. She purses her lips, but doesn't argue. I jog up the 3 steps to the porch and walk through the doorway she's already evacuated. Hey, so I'm actually going to be cleaning the bathroom upstairs, she says. Otherwise, I'd be happy to help you go through your things. But, you know, a big house like this doesn't clean itself. I almost never see her. And I took a cab all the way out here, and she's going to be busy cleaning an upstairs bathroom that literally no one ever uses? This is exactly the kind of thing I knew she'd do. On the way out, I came up with a dozen different ways to slowly edge my way toward my question. But now that I'm here, now that she's already distancing herself, I just can't. I blurted out gracelessly, like usual. Before you leave to go scrub a toilet, can you just tell me? She turns back, frowning. Tell you what? I said the boxes are in the garage. They're marked clearly with your name. Who's my real mother? I focus on my anger so I don't start to cry. You know, the one who might actually like me? Her entire face falls like I've struck her. Minerva-Lucent! Stop! I shake my head. I can't deal with it. Not today. For once, let's not pretend. Let's just be honest. Is it Dad's sister? Mom chokes, and then she looks around the room like there might be an assassin in black hiding to leap out and murder us. Minerva-Lucent, you're being ridiculous. But the reason... Mom sprints across the room and slams her hand down over my mouth, looking around with wide and panicked eyes. She shakes her head violently and then releases me. I do need to clean that bathroom, she says loudly. But I just realized that I need some Clorox to do it. Why don't you come with me to the store? What's wrong with her? Moments later, she's dragged me into the car, driven 4 blocks to the closest market, an overpriced tiny one, and she's pushing a cart around with a very fake smile on her face. I finally grab the end of the cart and shove. "Stop this now!" She pulls until I release the cart, steers it into the corner, glances around not once, but twice, and then crouches over the cart. "Mom, no one's following us." That's what I needed to verify. "You're freaking me out now." "I should be." Her eyes are flashing. "I had to lie before, but I did it for your own good." Huh? "Your aunt is your mother, Zintral. And if you had any idea the lengths to which your father went to try and spare you from the same fate she endures—" She shivers. "Stop being an idiot and leave it alone." "Leave what alone?" I ask. "The chief wants me to take over for him and—" Mom grabs my hand and squeezes, her eyes lighting up in a way I've literally only ever seen them do for Clark. "That's wonderful, darling. The best news I've heard this year." I yank my hand away, but it's hard. "Mom, there's no way I'll get appointed. The vampires hate me. The Dragona would roast me if they could, and I won't even go into the wolves or the demon spawn because they're literally trying to kill my friends." "Oh." She deflates, crouching over the cart again. "Listen, though. I know it's been frustrating for you, but even if the chief thing doesn't work out, you mustn't look into anything with your aunt. Do you hear me? You have parents, Melina, Blitz, and Holden Lucent, and we love you even though you're half human." She's saying things slowly and nodding, like I'm actually a half-wit. "But you know that's not true," I say. "I'm sick to death of all the lies." She clenches her hands around the shopping cart and lowers her voice yet again. She's speaking so softly that I can barely make out what she's saying, and I'm now leaning close enough that I'm inches away. "Your father gave up everything so that you could live a decent life. If you don't stop digging right now, you're going to wind up being locked up forever, you big idiot." That, at least, sounds more like the mother I know. Maybe she wasn't taken by body snatchers and replaced with a cyborg. "That's my decision to make." She slaps me. The sound of her palm cracking against my cheek is so loud that an employee dashes back to ask whether we're all right. So much for whispering to keep from drawing attention. "I'm fine," I say. "That sound was just me dropping—" I look around for something and grab a box. A huge box of tampons. The poor man practically chokes and then he sprints away. My story made no sense, but tampons are like kryptonite to most men. Works every time. "It's not your decision," my mom says, "because you don't understand enough to make it. If I tell you, then you'll be in more danger. For once in your stupid life, can't you just trust me?" "Trust the mother who doesn't even like me?" I snort. "No, Mom, I can't do that. Pardon me if I don't want you making decisions for my life anymore." She looks deeply hurt, as if she's been this Earth Mother type, as if she hugged me and kissed me and put healing charms on my skinned knees, as if she even thanked me for the Celine Dion tickets I gave her, instead of always trying to hide my inadequacies from everyone she knew while simultaneously ignoring me. "At least I know Zintral's my mom," I say. "My friend found her already, so I don't really need you now." "You—" Mom shoves the cart away and lunges for me. "You can't talk to her. You can never meet her. Do you hear me?" She's not whispering now. She's practically trying to claw at me, her eyes alarmingly wide, her voice hysterical. My mom's gone insane. By the angel, chill! She won't release my wrist, though. "I spent every night rocking you after we adopted you," she whispers. I loved you more than any mother ever loved a daughter. I guess it took a while for you to realize I was a dud, I say. She shakes her head, staring me right in the eyes. No, it took a while for me to realize that you could be taken away from me at any moment, and there wouldn't be a single thing I could do about it. That surprises me. Is she saying she didn't spend time with me because she was worried it would hurt if she lost me? That's some crap right there. Just tell me this. Why would Dad bribe his friend with $1 million wand and then make him swear never to give it to me? Especially when it's a wand that could have fixed my fumbly spell work. If I thought she looked stricken before, it's only because I hadn't yet seen this. All the blood drains from her face, and she finally releases my hand. "Tell me you haven't touched that angel-cursed wand!" she screeches. "Tell me!" Mom, you have got to calm down. More employees are gathering around us, and I'm actually getting a little nervous. For all her spy moves earlier, I doubt she could have drawn more attention to us if she tried. She finally looks around, realizes what's happening, and paints a terribly fake smile on her face. "Sorry," she waves. "Just found out a dear friend of mine is in the hospital." Everyone milling around just accepts that, like it's common for people to start shrieking in public if someone they know becomes ill. Then we drive home. Mom's quiet the entire way, which is really only a minute, with her hands at 10 and 2 gripping the wheel. Once we reach the house, she glances all around again, like we're checking for tails, and then points. "Let's weed some flower beds." Her flower beds are pristine, and it's late fall, but I don't argue. "You just pulled your file at work," she whispers, bending over a wilted brown rhododendron and somehow, miraculously, finding a weed to pull. "And your friends are all making the Paranormal News Network every single day. The last thing we need to do is have them link the files your dad buried about Zintril and what family she came from. Is Grandma in danger?" I hate that thought. She's literally the nicest little lady I've ever met in my life. Unlike my mother, she never acted nasty with me. She cheered the loudest for every tiny win. Mom freezes, a worm dangling from the roots of the plant in her hand, wriggling like mad. "Your grandmother isn't really your grandmother. It was your grandfather who had the affair." "Wait, Grandpa?" I never even met my grandfather, and he got an angel pregnant? "Hush." Mom shakes her head. "There's a reason you don't know any of this. You shouldn't know any of it. And you have to promise me that under no circumstances will you ever use that wand." "This one?" I pull it out of the lining in my jacket and wave it at her. She lunges at me, and I'm stuck running away from my own mother. I zip around the backyard, but she's surprisingly fast. When I barely turn in time to avoid losing the wand and dart into the front yard, I'm nearly plowed over by a car. A very nice, vintage Porsche. Whoever's driving it parks and cuts the engine, and as I stand, huffing, a car between us, my brother steps out of the driver's side. "You have Dad's Porsche?" Clark freezes.
Yeah. Mom told me not to tell you. She just felt bad when they couldn't find the wand Dad promised to leave me, so..."
His eyes focus in on what I'm holding, and his jaw drops.
"Wait, you have the wand?"
Mom walks in front of the car, her arms spread out. This has gotten way out of hand.
19. Clark. When I turned 8 years old, I had just been given my first wand, and I was allowed to cast basic spells under supervision of an adult. It was an exciting day. Of course, once the adults weren't watching, all the 8-year-olds talked about was what spells they'd tried without supervision. We were supposed to surrender our wands when instruction ended, but most of us had an extra at home, or we knew how to sneak ours home. I did both. One of the times I snuck out my wand, my best friend Philip suggested that we practice some things on the walk home. Of course, one of the first spells we tried was redid. Philip tried it first, and he managed to get a fallen leaf to smoke. I went next, and other than a small wisp of smoke, nothing. You have to think really hard about what you want to burn, he said sagely. After all, he had singed the leaf. All right, I said, all right. Only no matter how many times I tried, and no matter how hard I focused on one single leaf, I never succeeded. By the time Philip peeled off at his house, 3 houses before me, he had given me a new nickname. Clark No Spark, he said, and then grinned like a lunatic. It was literally the worst nickname I could imagine. The possibility that with my father, the hotshot guardian, I might be low magic was terrifying, misery-inducing, impossible to contemplate. Which is why, the next day, I packed my own lunch for school and ran down to Philip's house early. I begged him not to tell anyone else. But it's true, he said. You tried and tried and... He shrugged. Nothing. The diabolical grin returned to his face. Clark No Spark. I felt like I might puke. And then I got angry. Not a little angry. Not like, why does he always get picked for Mage Ball first? Or like, why does Philip always get the newest robes or the lightning bolt cut in the side of his hair, while I seem to always get the discount robes and the boring old bushy haircut? No, I was stepped on an Alvin Brillantis hat-shaped Lego mad. This time, I would show him. I wouldn't just set the leaf on fire. I would set the neat pile of leaves in his front yard on fire. I whipped out my illegally possessed wand, and I pointed it at the leaves, and I pulled on my anger and my jealousy and my fear, and I said, Ardeat! The pile of leaves remained entirely untouched. My former best friend Philip looked at the pile I was clearly trying to spell, and with his evil grin chanted, Clark No Spark! And then he laughed. He laughed so hard that his face turned red and his sides heaved. He laughed so hard that he had to put his bag down on the ground. That's when we realized, both of us hearing a strange crackling sound, that his house was on fire. Not like a few flames along the front porch or something. No, there was smoke billowing from the hole in the roof and flames were licking both sides of the house. It was literally a massive bonfire. His mother shot out of the front like a bat that didn't want to be bonded as a familiar, his little sister on her hip. Both of them had faces streaked in black soot, and the black cat that followed them looked fine, but probably only because it was already black. There were no casualties in that fire. No living things died. But the house was reduced to ash in less than an hour. Even when the fire mages arrived, there wasn't much they could do. All their photos, clothing, keepsakes, memories, furniture, and special belongings were all gone. Philip never told anyone that I cast that spell. To be honest, neither of us were 100% sure it was me. After all, I hadn't been able to singe a single leaf. But neither of us ever took our wands home without permission again, and Philip stopped talking to me at all. A few weeks later, when my mom dragged me to the apartment they were staying in to drop off a carload full of things we'd collected to help them start over, I found myself standing in front of Philip with no one else around. I cleared my throat. He wasn't even looking at me. He was staring at his shoes. I'm really sorry, I blurted, in case it was me. He nodded, but didn't look up. A moment later, his mother and mine breezed through the doorway back into the kitchen, talking about the things they would do at their new house. Luckily, insurance will cover enough to get us a nice new house. Philip's mom was smiling like she was truly happy. It'll be just as large, but not 20 years old. We don't have any of our stuff, Philip muttered. His mother dropped a hand on his shoulder. We'll buy new stuff. Plus, our friends are generously giving us lots of things, like the Lucents here. They're not our friends. Philip glared at me, spun around, and disappeared down the hall. I'm so sorry, his mother said. He's been strange since the fire. The loss of our stuff and that house hit him really hard. She leaned over, looking me right in the eye. Philip adores you. In fact, sometimes I think he's a little jealous. She winks. Not every little boy has a superhero for a father. Philip's dad is an actuary. If I didn't work too, we'd never have had the house we had to burn in the first place. Mom's laughter was pretty uncomfortable, but I appreciated that his mother was trying to make me feel better. That's the day I realized that what they teach in school, apologizing can fix anything, isn't actually true. There are lots of things that no apology will ever fix. Now that I've had time to think, I'm beginning to worry that telling Lionel every single bad thing I could think of about the person I actually like the most in this world was one of those mistakes. Kind of like betraying Roxana just to try and break her and Lionel up. Sure, she's not right for Lionel. He was being a jerk and she deserved to know. But I did it the way I did it, leaving photos in her room, because his dad offered to help me. I did it for myself, not to help Roxana. That's what makes it unforgivable. I need to go to their apartments, get down on my knees, and beg for them to forgive me. I need to pray that this isn't like it was with Philip. But when I get there, they're nowhere to be found. When I text Xander, he says they're on their way to the Dagobah Tower. He's going as moral support when Roxana faces her parents. Which leaves me to stew all night alone, basically. Around 10 o'clock, I give up on hoping they might text me. Lionel said he was going, and he'll have used all the information I gave him, and my best friend and the girl I love will cut me off. I'll deserve it. Only, just as I'm drifting off to sleep, my phone rings. I scramble up to sitting, and I swipe to talk to them. Hey, listen, No, you listen. I told them all the things you said about Xander, and I'm not even sure they cared. You must have been holding back. He put his mother in the hospital? She's a normie. Of course he did. He's a wolf. And he cheated on a test? I just looked it up, and you two went to a normie college. I can't believe that's all you gave me. That's all there is, I say. Xander's a really good guy. He's a loser who doesn't have a pack or a job, Lionel says. I needed more. I'm sure it's there, but you haven't done any digging. And I'm not going to, I say. I shouldn't have told you the stuff I did. Look, Roxana told me she doesn't think you two are right for each other, and I have to agree. You're powerful, sure, and you're not bad looking. Oh, you're gay? That makes so much sense. I'm not gay, I say. I just think you'd be the world's worst boyfriend, and Roxana deserves better. Stop. You and I both know there isn't better, Lionel says. I hang up. He calls me 3 times, but I turn off my phone. The next morning, I'm really dragging, so I decide to head over to Grand Central Gloffy in the hopes of catching one of them. It would be easier to come clean with just one at a time, so ideally if I could see Roxana first. But Roxana's not there. Just Bevan, and she looks exhausted. You okay? She's looking over a paper and she's talking to herself. If she were a wolf, I'd say she was mid-fray. What? Her head snaps up and she cuts off. No, Clark, I'm not okay. We're supposed to close on this stupid building soon, and I haven't found a bank that will give us a loan. And the one I have that will finance us wants to have almost $500,000 more than we have. And that's if Roxana gets her check in time, and if you and Minerva actually pull your retirement money out. She throws her hands up in the air and falls backwards against the sofa. Papers flutter to the ground around her. We're doomed. That's when it hits me. The best apologies, more than words, it's action. I've already initiated a transfer of my money, I say. But what if I can get the rest too? Her arms flap up and down a few times, and she moans. I heard from Minerva. You already tried. Your mom said no. She's right about that, but I didn't really try. Not all the way. The thing is, my mom told me that if I got a professor job, she'd loan me money. She said that she didn't pay for my college and she could help. That tells me she has it, and... Bevan straightens so fast that I stumble back and bump into the coffee table, falling backward on my butt with a loud wham. Whoa! You're clumsy, you big idiot. But if you could pull that off, I'd love you forever. How are you going to do it? My ears are ringing and my butt feels like someone just ran over it with a car. But it feels good to hear she loves me. I'm not sure, but... You don't even have a plan? Now she's wailing again. No, I do, I say. I was kidding. I'm going to lie to my poor widowed mother and tell her I got a professor position. Then I'll say that I need enough money to get an apartment closer to the university. That could get us what we need. You'd lie to your poor little old mother for me? Her eyes brighten. You're just the best, Clark. She clears her throat. Well, you're almost as good as Isaac and Xander anyway. But as good as Minerva and Roxana? I'll take it. She laughs. Not even close. Wait, so once I get enough money to buy the building, I'm still the person you like worst of all the friends? She pats my hand. You're catching on. But think about how much more I'll like you than I did. She looks like she's not kidding. At least she's the one I like least too. Such a spastic mess. Well, thanks, I guess. I don't sit. I better get my car and head for Mom's. Wait, you have a car? You can't tell Minerva. I grimace a little. My mom wanted to pay me back for not paying for college and the fact that I didn't get the wand Dad said he'd leave me, so she gave me my dad's car. The Porsche? I can't tell whether Bevan's oohing or smiling. Maybe it's both. Smooling. That's awesome! She stands. When can I borrow it? If I loan it to you, will you like me more than Xander and Isaac? Never better than Isaac, she says. But closer to how much I like Xander. I can't help my frown. I better go. Okay, but don't forget, when you're done, call me. She smiles. To tell me how well the lie worked, but also to set up a time for me to get the car. She wiggles. Vroom! She is such a weirdo. The drive out helps me, calming me down a little. Once I save the building, once they see how much I was willing to do to help everyone else, surely they'll accept my apology. It's not like I burned a building down this time, and I've gotten better at apologizing. But when I reach Mom's, she's not alone. In fact, I practically run Minerva over. They're clearly fighting, and even stranger, they do fight a lot. Minerva's glowing. She looks like those glow sticks you buy at concerts, only she's glowing more like a whitish-blue LED light. What the... When I climb out, she looks almost as surprised to see me. That's when I remember I'm in the Porsche. Whoops. You have Dad's Porsche? I'm guessing this isn't going to help Mom and Minerva resolve their fight. Yeah. Mom made me promise not to tell you. Shoot. I should not have blamed Mom. That'll just make things worse, even if Mom did make me promise. She just felt bad when they couldn't find the wand Dad promised to leave me, so... That's when I take a good look at what she's holding. It's something I've seen exactly one time. I bet I feel a little like Minerva just felt when she saw the Porsche, only maybe angrier. Wait, you have the wand? Mom walks in front of the car, her arms spread out. This has gotten way out of hand. I'll say, Minerva says. You've been lying to both of us for so long, you wouldn't know the truth if it slapped you in the face. Minerva glares. That's when I notice my sister's cheek is bright red. Surely Mom didn't.
There are two things I cannot allow,
Mom hisses.
You cannot have that wand, and you mustn't, not under any circumstances, try to go see your biological mother.
She's talking about your aunt, Minerva says to me casually. Just in case you weren't in on the monumental sham that is my life. I'm not. I had no idea.
He doesn't need to know,
Mom says.
In fact, you're endangering Clark right now, which I told your father would happen when he begged to adopt you in the first place.
Mom. I walk around the car toward her. You sound entirely insane right now. Of course Minerva deserves to know the truth about her birth mother. And if you were her, you'd be asking the same questions. Maybe if you'd been nicer to your own daughter, she wouldn't feel like she didn't have a real mother. Mom's mouth falls open.
Been nicer? My entire life has been about keeping her safe. My marriage suffered. Your life suffered. In fact, my life was wrecked and... Do you hear yourself?
I shake my head. Just stop.
No, you stop,
Mom says.
You both need to stop talking about this. Trust me, it's not safe to be out here yelling.
She looks around and then sighs, plastering one hand across her forehead.
I can't believe that even you won't listen to me.
Even him? Minerva looks as wounded as I've ever seen her. Because he's your real son, you mean?
No, because unlike you, he usually does listen.
But Minerva's done with Mom. She shoves the wand in her pocket and stomps off down the road, heading... I don't know where. Anywhere but here, I guess. I can't even blame her. My mom told me the wand was lost. Clearly a lie. She told me not to tell Minerva about the car. Suborning perjury. She's always treated my sister like she was a burden, and an embarrassing one at that. I tried not to see it because Mom was always such a great mother to me, but I have to admit it was there. Minerva screwed up a lot, and it bothered Mom, far more than it should have bothered someone's mother.
Clark.
Mom motions toward the flower beds.
Come help me pull weeds.
I can't. I open the car door, about to go after Minerva. You're unbelievable.
No, wait.
Her eyes plead with me.
5 minutes. Surely I've earned that much from you?
It'll take Minerva at least that long to get an Uber to come find her out here. Fine, but not 1 minute more. I stomp toward the stupid flower beds, and as I do, I remember how much time Mom and Dad spent out here. They were always out here in the mornings, crouched over the shrubs and flowers.
Your dad spelled these shrubs,
she whispers.
They keep any listening devices from working in a 10-foot radius.
Mom, you sound so crazy right now.
Your sister's not just angel spawn, she says. Angel spawn is when an angel and a human have a child.
I'm having trouble understanding her. Wait, you knew her mother was angel spawn? She hushes me.
Clark, listen. She can't know this because it impacts the spell's ability to work, but your dad spent every speck of magic he had. He called in every favor he'd earned in his career, and he managed to sneak Minerva away from his sister without anyone knowing Zintril was even pregnant. If anyone had known...
Mom shakes her head, paler than I've ever seen her. We saw Minerva's file. It's all redacted and strange.
Zintril took care of all that herself, so I'm not sure what it looks like. But here's the important part, Clark. If some of what Minerva did sets anything off, or if that spell starts to unravel...
Mom shudders, and then she begins to cry. Mom, what are you talking about?
Angels spawn are just like your friend Bevan. If they do any heroic acts, any truly miraculous things, they'll ascend. Just like demon spawn, they can upset the balance of the universe. But unlike demon spawn, if we try to destroy them, they shine brighter. It's dangerous to destroy one. They have to be contained, kept in a prison of light, basically forever.
That sounds horrible, I say. Mom nods. I met your aunt one time, she says. I know Minerva, and probably your father thought I hated her. They fault me for not being more supportive. But Clark, the idea that she exists basically stuck in an endless prison, it makes me so sad that I have trouble even functioning. Okay. I glance at my watch. Mom, just tell me the rest. I really need to talk to Minerva. I don't want her to get an Uber before I can go get her. She grabs my arm and squeezes so tightly that I'm worried she might cut off the circulation. Clark, Minerva's father's an angel. I shake my head. Now you're getting confused. Her mother's angel spawn, and her father's... I laugh. If Dad's sister's angel spawn, but still related to us, she came from a mage, which means she's like 3/4 angel. That would mean if Minerva's dad was an angel, she'd be like more than 3/4 angel. I'm ready to laugh, even though I feel like it's a very inappropriate joke. But then I realize Mom's crying again. I'm suddenly worried that what she said is somehow true. That can't be, I say. Minerva can barely cast a simple spell. They always misfire. She's a disaster. She can't be... I almost can't bring myself to say the word. Almost a full Akiro. I think about her, ranting about her pigeon not staying in its cage. Mom, she couldn't even bond a familiar. After trying over and over, she wound up with a pigeon. Do you know what makes the Akiro so special? Huh? Do you know why they live up on that super high mountain peak, almost never interacting with the rest of the world? Because they fly so they can? Most of what I know about the Akiro came from children's books in primary school. To truly study the Akiro, you have to become angel-blessed, an acolyte, and they're chosen once every 10 years. Not really. Have you ever seen one in real life? She shakes her head. No, and for good reason. The Akiro are so glorious, so brilliant and so bright, that being around them changes things. What does that mean? Your sister wasn't supposed to be able to bond a familiar, because a tangible bond to someone like her would permanently alter the being she was bonded to. The Akiro lift anything they're around. Exposure to them must be extremely limited because they change us, our entire world. Wait, you said she wasn't supposed to, but she did bond a pigeon. Yes, and I'm saying that it might not stay a pigeon. You need to kill that bird immediately while you still can. Mom, you sound really nuts right now. She pats my hand. I know, but everything I'm saying is still true. You can't tell her. You can't talk about any of this. You have to shut her down when she asks, because if she does a single truly miraculous thing, like changing a pigeon into a hawk, or saving someone who is doomed to die, with as much angel blood as she has, she could ascend immediately. She frowns. Just like a demon spawn descending, Clark. Something like that would break the world. I'm telling you, Mom, she can't really even cast. I know. Then what are we talking about? You must have some of this wrong. She can't cast spells because your father and her mother worked together to shackle Minerva so that she can't really use her magic, Mom whispers. She had to be caged, but your father didn't want her caged in the same way his sister was. It was too miserable to isolate her like that, too depressing. Instead, they cast the most awful, insidious, terribly parasitic spell on her. It sucks up all her goodness almost as fast as it can effervesce. Effervesce? It looked like... Mom shakes her head. Like a soul-sucking cloud of pure evil when it attached to her chest. She's crying again. And it cost your dad everything he loved to cast that spell the last time. So, wait. What's the feather in the wand? Is it really an Akiro feather? It's her father's feather, Mom says. You have to get it away from her immediately. She really does look unhinged, but I'm starting to understand why. Clark, she swallows. I think it's calling to her. It's not until I'm driving away that I think about something my mom said and begin to really panic. If she's worried about the bond between Minerva and Giggles, what would she say about the bond between Minerva and all the rest of us? We're all connected now through Xander. But then I force myself to stop panicking. Maybe somehow Dad got a hold of a real Akiro feather. And maybe his sister's truly angel spawn. But there's no way she had some kind of an affair with an Akiro and then got pregnant, right? It's insane. It's far more likely that this is some hallucination of my mother's. I call her health and wellness wizard and ask him to do a house call, and then I start driving around looking for Minerva. I really need to give her a ride home and explain. With as angry at me as Xander must be, I can't risk upsetting Minerva too.
20. Bevan. If I had to describe to someone what I thought a superhero might look like in real life, he or she would look nothing like Clark. I mean, he does have the glasses for the mild-mannered alter ego, at least, when he doesn't bother with contacts. And he does have the name. Close enough, anyway. But he just doesn't have an overpowering desire to get something done. He doesn't have the guts to stick his neck out. Although, he did step up to defend Roxana against Rhaegar. Right before he was almost squashed like a bug. I heard that Roxana saved his life, which makes sense. Of course, the dragon shifter who can't shift and has spent her whole life locked in a tower would save the mage who was trained for years from the scary, fire-breathing monster. My preconceptions notwithstanding, it was Clark who rode off in a 400-horsepower Porsche to do whatever it takes to get us the money we need. His mother may not be a fire-breathing dragon, but she's pretty scary, and he just stormed off to lie to her so we can buy this building and have one place in the world that we feel safe. I spend a ton of time watching my phone, waiting for him to call. Also waiting for the text saying my Chinese food is ready, but mostly waiting for his call. Which means that I'm staring at my phone when Roxana calls. Hello? I ask. You are not my Chinese food. I do have it, though, she says. I was in the stairwell when I ran into the guy. The elevators are taking forever, by the way. We may need to call someone after we buy this place. When did you meet the delivery guy? My voice may be a little shrill. I hope you're coming with that food quick. If I don't get some MSG up in here quick, I might go crazy. I drop my voice. I'm actually hiding in your room right now. Apparently there was some kind of rodent treatment or something in the empty apartments. You know, the ones they were squatting in. And we were worried they've figured out that there are vagrants here. Minerva invited them in, and now we're stuck drowning in like 100 wolves. Are there really 100? Roxana asks. Because I feel like there are maybe only 15 or 20. Who knows? My voice has almost gone dog whistle. With their wolfy hearing, the werewolves outside probably know exactly what I'm saying. But maybe that's good? Maybe they'll be inspired to get a hostel. They're wolves, and I don't know them, and they're all over the place, and I skipped breakfast, and I just want to eat my Chinese food in peace. I feel guilty as soon as I say the words. I'm a total sponger myself, living with Minerva after I lost my home. These wolves have no home, and they had no alpha, and they're handing all the money they have in this world over to Xander to help us buy the building. Oh, fine. There are probably only 20 of them, and a few of them are even little kids who are kind of nice, albeit emaciated and homely. Hey, Bevan? What? Knock, knock.
Oh my gosh, I say. I swear, if you tell me some dumb joke about how the witch and the vampire cast a spell on the bar or something, I will lose my mind. The door to Roxana's room where I'm hiding opens, and I leap to my feet, unintentionally chucking my phone at the person in the doorway. Unfortunately, it's Roxana, and my phone hits the brown sack she's holding, knocking it to the floor, scattering my orange chicken and stir-fried rice all over the wooden floor. Ugh, I say. I'm sorry. Not a good idea to surprise Bevan, Roxana says. Noted. She crouches down and starts picking up the food she can salvage. Sorry about your dinner. It's fine, I say. I actually ordered way more than I could possibly eat under normal circumstances. She frowns. Expecting someone else in my room? She blinks. Is it rude if I say that I hope not? I laugh. I'm a stress eater. Having hundreds of thousands at risk and not having the money we need. I close my eyes, inhale, and open them. It's going to be fine. Someone will come up with something. Clark just left to try and work his magic, but the earnest money alone was a lot, and if we can't come up with the rest, I'll lose it, so... Wait, can he make money with his magic? Roxana balls one hand in a fist. I knew it. I knew there had to be a way. No, dummy. He's talking to his mom again. This may be our last real chance of getting the money. She stands so fast that she knocks the box of orange chicken I just picked up over again. Mother feather, Roxana. What in the name of all that flies are you— Bevan, she claps. I was going to tell you first thing, but you threw the phone at me and I got distracted. I shoot to my feet. Did that worthless idiot call you first instead of me? I'm going to kill Clark. I told him to call me. I helped him come up with the idea. Roxana shrugs. Didn't hear from Clark, but my parents released my trust fund. I have the money now, however much you need. You're kidding. Not at all. I use swear words I'd forgotten that I knew in my glee, and then I dance round the room, making an even bigger mess with the Chinese food, and I don't even care. Roxana, I could kiss you right now. Please don't. I'm pretty sure that would be awkward for both of us. Oh, honey, I say, you poor thing. You have no idea. She freezes. Maybe I should tell you that I'm kind of with Xander. You're with him? I thought maybe there was attraction, but holy quill. Since when? It just barely happened. She's blushing. She's actually blushing. But I'm pretty excited. I sit down on the floor, too hungry to keep trying to clean things up before eating anything. I snag the poor orange chicken, which has now been knocked over twice. It's barely half full. Even so, I pop a bite into my mouth and close my eyes. Is that orange chicken? I nod. She pulls out chopsticks. Are you going to zap me if I try a few bites? I can't help smiling. Is that a risk you're willing to take? I didn't have breakfast either. She snags one piece, pops it in her mouth, and promptly pulls a face and spits it into her hand. Hey! She makes fake retching sounds. That is not orange chicken. I'm vegetarian, I say. Or did you forget? That's disgusting. What is it? It's orange tofu, I amend. It tastes almost exactly the same. She drops her chopsticks into the bag. Saying something does not make it true. You are so close-minded. If you weren't stunningly beautiful, I might like Clark more than you. She stares at me for a moment, and then we both start laughing. My phone rings, the ringtone I assigned to real friends.
The sound's so clangy and obnoxious that I'm almost guaranteed not to miss it. I crawl across the floor and stretch out, snagging my phone and crab-walking myself back into place in front of my Chinese food. No time to check caller ID, or it might go to voicemail. Hello? I'm holding the phone between my ear and my mouth, so the sound's a little muffled when my real estate agent says, "Did you get my email? The walkthrough's in..." There's some strange whooshing and then a windy sound, and then she says, "Sorry about that. I'm just grabbing a cab. It's in 20 minutes. Do you have a list of things you want me to look at, or are you coming yourself?" The walkthrough? I frown. What is that, exactly? Normally, I'm in for all the charity things I can possibly do, but with the building sale coming up, I'm a little crunched on time, and... You're kidding, right? Raven laughs. Bevan, a walkthrough's an important part of the purchase process, and for a building of this size, we do two. One now, just to make sure there aren't any surprises on the day of sale. Busted elevators, electronic problems, that sort of thing. It's not as extensive as an inspection, which you waived against my objection, but it's one of your biggest protections. Do I need a lot of protection? I ask. I have 2 mages as best friends. I'm sure they can magically repair any problems the building has. She's laughing again. As if mages can just fix electrical issues or foundation problems. You are so funny, Bev. I hate when people call me Bev. I'm not Beverly, and I'm not a middle school kid who's happy to have a nickname slapped on her. So, are you coming, then? Or will you send me a list? We'll waive that, too, I say. Stop, Raven says. You can't waive the walkthroughs. They're fast and painless, and if you don't want to come, I'll do it myself. Besides, it gives us a chance to verify that there are tenants in the occupied buildings. And after we're done, we can go to the seller's accounting office and look at the books. Oh, good. The books. I'm bored just saying the word. You should look at the books, Roxana says. That'll be our best snapshot of how much revenue we'll have coming in, and how much of a loss we may sustain before we get the rents back up again. I cover the mouthpiece of my phone. We have renters, remember? Our issue will be getting rid of the ones who haven't already left. Roxana frowns. Do all the wolves have to live in this same building? She's the one dating their pod person leader. She knows better than me, I'm sure. I think they want to. When Xander walked out to take the trash to the dumpster earlier, I saw a few of them sniffing his scent after he passed and closing their eyes with a smile. It creeped me out, honestly, but clearly just being near him makes them happy. What? Roxana reaches over and grabs a piece of tofu chicken, popping it in her mouth without thinking again. This time, though, she doesn't spit it out. She just stares into nothing, chewing. Bevan, are you there? Raven's tinny voice is chiming from my phone. Right, sorry, I say. How about this? I'm pressed for time today, so we can do a cursory walkthrough of most of the building and call it good, okay? If that's really what you want. Raven sounds irritated, but I'm paying her, so that's too bad. It is. All right, well, can you get there in 20 minutes? I think I can swing it, I say. See you soon. I take Roxana down with me, after she tells me she has nothing else going on. If you're investing too, you should at least take a look. The walkthrough's less catastrophic than I expected. I tell the wolves to barely crack the door if possible, and if my agent asks, they're supposed to insist they're having a party in the middle of the afternoon. When I circle back around half an hour later, they do just as I suggested. Raven makes a valiant effort to push past them, but they hold the line. It's fine, I say. I'm sure it's fine. No one answers the door at Xander's place, So the agent for the seller knocks, announces himself, and then whips out a key and opens it. "Coming inside," he says. And then we're walking through Xander's apartment without Xander. Honestly, it's a little strange. The last time I walked through the door, they were mostly packed and planning to leave. Now they're mostly unpacked again, and we're buying the building. Our lives have been turbulent over the past weeks. Ever since we met Roxana. Roxana pretends to inspect the place, tapping her lip. Interesting. "What is?" Raven asks. "Do you see a problem?" "I'd get rid of these guys as soon as you could," the seller's agent says, his lip curling. "They're total slobs." He's looking askance at a massive pile of laundry that probably piled up when they thought they were about to be homeless. Roxana points at a photo on the end table by the sofa. "The tenants here are very good-looking, though." She leans closer, especially the one with the golden eyes. Raven snatches the photo and peers at it. "Really?" She glances at Roxana. "You have one of the hottest men I've ever seen as your boyfriend, and you think these losers are cute?" Just then, the pile of laundry comes to life, lurching toward us with a terrible groan. "Losers." It takes me a split second to realize that, of course, the laundry's Isaac. He's totally dead to the world when the sun's up, and it's definitely still up. Clearly, he fell asleep in a strange place, but the seller's agent's a normie, and Isaac's a vampire, sleepy or not. The poor agent looks ready to soil his suit. "You know what?" I ask. "I've seen enough. Let's go." Luckily, vampires are incredibly somnolent during the day, so as soon as Isaac isn't actively hearing someone call him a loser, he slumps back to the floor and drops right back to sleep. I pat his head before I leave. "You aren't losers. That guy was a loser." He grunts. I'm smiling on my way out. Blessedly, the rest of the walkthrough's pretty boring. The wolves all got the messages we asked the ones in Minerva's apartment to send, and no one's where they shouldn't be. It might have been a bit of a shell and pea game, Roxana messaging them when to head down to the 3rd floor and when it's okay to head back up to the 4th. But as we're finishing, the accounting office calls. Raven's talking so quickly that I have trouble understanding her, but then she says, "I was told today. Were you lying then or now?" She sniffs. Then she grunts. Then she finally says, "Fine. My clients are busy, but I guess tomorrow we'll have to do." She hangs up, but she's not happy, clearly. The poor seller's agent, after being scared half to death by a vampire, is now getting a terrible tongue-lashing about reliability in business as they walk toward the building exit. "Wait," I say. "I thought there was a small shop next to Grand Central Gloffy." The seller's agent smacks his forehead. "Yes, but it's the one business with a private entrance. You can't access it from the stairwell." "Grand Central Gloffy has its own entrance," I say. "I don't understand." "All first-floor shops do. But usually the back of it would connect to the rest of the building, like Grand Central does." "I don't get it either," Roxana says. The seller's agent looks like he thinks we're idiots. "We walked through the back of Grand Central to come check out the rest of the building." He points. "Remember?" I nod. "The tiny office on the bottom right's called a pocket office, and it has an end-cap studio apartment directly over it that's only accessible from the shop itself. That means you're pretty much forced to rent it out in conjunction with the connecting shop. You can't rent that studio apartment separately." It sounds perfect. Almost like it was designed for me. "Can we take a look?" The agent pulls a key off the wheel. "We were able to terminate the agreement with the tenant. He was not keen on having his rent raised, so he moved along. He should be out by tomorrow, but you can take a look today if you'd like. I would, yes. Actually, the seller's agent drops his voice. Just keep that key. It's an extra, and since the lease just ended, it's fine. Don't mention it at close. He winks. I have to pick up my son, or my wife is going to kill me. I'll make sure you can see the books tomorrow. Raven gets a call, so she waves as she leaves. And suddenly, it's just me and Roxana. I've only seen the shop through a window, and it looked small and a little cramped, so I'm eager to check it out myself. I knock first, mimicking Raven and the other agent, but no one answers. The lights aren't on either. The key's a little sticky, but with a wiggle and a sharp twist, I get it open. We could have it rekeyed, Roxana says. She looks so proud that I'm guessing she just found out what rekeying is. I kind of like locks that have a little personality. Right, Roxana says. Sometimes I forget that you're weird. Don't worry, I'll always remind you. When I step through the doorway and look around, I'm surprised to find that the entire thing's utterly empty. No furniture, no decorations, not even a single sheet of paper. It's dirty, though. Dust bunnies roll right and left as I walk around the room, and my feet leave prints in the dust on the floor. I sneeze heartily, expelling all the stupid amounts of junk in the air violently. It could use a good cleaning, that's for sure. Mages may not be great at repairing the foundation, but they sure can help with cleaning. Roxana sniffs and shakes her head. You don't say, I grin. Once it's clean, and once I can add a counter and lots of shelves, I spin around, my arms outstretched. I think this will work. The studio upstairs is even better than I imagined it would be. One wall is exposed red brick, beautiful brick, with a lot of color variation. There are 2 nice long shelves mounted on it, and a bookcase on the far end. On the opposite wall, there's a full stove and oven, and the dishwasher, yes, there's a dishwasher, has 2 separate racks. The cabinets built in are solid wood, and they could use a buff and polish, but they're a lovely, almost vintage cut. The fridge may not be full size, but it's twice the size of the mini fridge in my last place. Whoever lived here before even left the most amazing, chunky lime green corduroy curtains that hang on either side of the large bay windows looking over the street. Speaking of the windows, they open onto a very small, very cute little balcony. It's only 3 feet wide, but it runs the length of the shop, and I can't believe I never noticed it before. This place is light, bright, and it's chock full of character. I couldn't have designed a nicer place if I'd tried. As we walk back down to the storefront below, I can't help comparing this to what I had. It's almost the same size, maybe a little smaller, but not much. But it's totally empty. It took me almost 6 months before I opened my first shop to assemble all my stock. I can't exactly pick up a catalog and place an order. And if I put all my money into buying this building, I won't even have money to buy secondhand magical things. What's wrong? Roxana asks. How much money do you think your trust fund has? Roxana shrugs. Why? If you could chip in $500,000, that would be great, I say. But $1 million would be even better, if you could swing it. How about 2? Roxana says. Then you can put in 2, Xander and his wolves can put in 2, and we'll all be even partners. It's like a weight has come off my chest. Really? Really? She kicks the floor and dust flies everywhere. A dust bunny rolls like a tiny tumbleweed, end over end, picking up more dust as it goes. You'll have plenty of costs turning this dump into a shop. You should have some startup capital. It's a real blessing, I say. Your trust fund, I mean. And my money from the fundraiser and my land sale. I know that. But it's still a little depressing. Roxana's shoulders slump. I know how you feel. Last night, I told my parents I was not dating Lionel, and I told them that I am dating Xander, alpha of a wolf pack I've joined. By all the angels and their feathered wings, how did that go? I can't even imagine telling them all that on the same night. Did I mention that Xander was with me when I did it? I wince. Did he get charbroiled? She shakes her head slowly. No, but it was a close call. I bet. I should be happy. I'm dating someone I really like for the first time in my life. I'm out here on my own, doing it. I'm not sure having a huge trust fund counts as being on your own. Wait, you told your parents all that and they still gave you a trust fund? I snort. I should call my mom up and tell her I've descended twice, but I only have one power. I wonder what she'd give me. Probably a spanking with a bat or a shovel. My mom's always been the only person in the world who supported my Herculean efforts to be good. She'll be devastated when she hears. Everyone else always just thought I was doomed from the start. My mom bet on the wrong horse, of course, but still, it felt nice to know someone thought the best of me. I'm so afraid to tell her I failed, that I haven't called her at all since I lied and descended. She doesn't even know my shop burned down. As a normie, she doesn't really get the typical news about stuff like that. They only gave me my trust because... Roxana steps forward and leans against the window, her forehead pressed against the middle pane. They think Xander's going to die soon. They figured I should have some kind of money so I can get a cab, buy clothing, or, pay for my boyfriend's funeral before I come back home. It's a golden leash to lead me back to them. That's a rude thing for them to tell you, I say. But, they might be right. We have a lot of people piling up who hate us. And it's all my fault. It all started when I climbed down that ladder on my wedding day. It's not, though, I say. You didn't make me half Daimoni. You didn't make Minerva who she is, or Xander. You didn't force any of us. We could have turned you in. You did it yourself when you realized it was hurting us. I've never had anyone who cared what I wanted to do. Well, you do now. I wrap an arm around her shoulders, and she leans against me quietly. If I haven't said it before, she whispers, thank you. I know it hasn't been easy, being my friend. I think once we get the wolf stuff and the demon council stuff worked out, I'll learn what it feels like to be free and safe. She smiles. I'm looking forward to it. Me too, I say. And for what it's worth, I'd do it all again. What? Lie to cover for you and descend? I haven't regretted it. Her eyes well with tears, but before she can say anything, her head whips toward the far side of the window. Bevan. Her eyes widen and she inhales softly. What? I turn, but before I can see what has her alarmed, she grabs my elbow and yanks me toward the back of the store. Did that agent guy say this opens on the alley? I frown. I don't think he said that, but I saw it. Great, she says. We need to go. Why? I turn back toward the front. I don't think I locked up yet. Don't bother, she says. That agent gave me the key, I say. But that doesn't mean I have no responsibility. Roxana claps a hand over my mouth just as I see what she saw. Wolves. Dozens and dozens of them are streaming past the front window. "We need to get to the back of Grand Central," Roxana whispers, "and get Gavin to evacuate everyone he can through to the alley. Right now. Lorenz brought his pack."
21. Xander. Every year for Mother's Day, I would agonize over what I could buy or make that would be the perfect gift from my mother. She hadn't wanted a kid in the first place, and she certainly hadn't wanted a son who turned into a dog, but she got stuck with me all the same. On the one day each year that everyone celebrated this chore my mom had been saddled with, I wanted to make sure she knew that I was grateful she had me. I was so grateful for her. One year, I carved her a little wolf. When she opened the clumsily wrapped carving, she stared at it for a moment. Maybe two. "What is this?" She couldn't tell. I'd even found a hunk of wood with light and dark swirls that I thought looked sort of like my coloring. Oh, she nodded. "I see it now. It's a doorstop shaped like a dog." She stood up and walked across the room. "For this one that keeps closing." She shoved it next to the door, and within 30 seconds, the door and the tiny wolf had slid slowly back toward closed. "Maybe we could put weights on the bottom of the little dog." "It's supposed to be me," I said. "It's a wolf." She frowned. "But we don't want people to know, right? Seems like making a wolf out of wood's a bad idea." She picked it up and looked at it. "Are you sure it's a wolf?" She turned her head. That year was a definite failure. The next year, I'd just been kicked out of school for the second time, and I really wanted to impress her with something good. For just one day, I wanted her to be happy that she'd had a child. I gathered cans from everywhere I could find them. Trash cans, ditches, stores. I'd hide them behind the house, and I'd leave for my new school early to drop them off. I got almost 10 cents a can when I cashed them in. It took months and months, and my hands were sticky and stinky from the stupid junk that spilled out of the cans all the time, but by the time Mother's Day rolled around, I had $46. It felt like a small fortune. Only when I walked to the store after school, I had no idea what to buy with it. The only stores that were close enough for me to walk to them were the 7-Eleven, a sports collectibles store, and a pharmacy. Since Mom didn't like sports, and since I doubted she'd be very impressed with a mega big gulp, I decided the pharmacy was my best bet. It had things that weren't medicine, and the checker was a really nice, really fancy-looking woman a few years younger than Mom. I asked for her help. After a lot of deliberation, I decided to buy a nice card, which cost $4.88, some lip gloss, which was $8.99, and then shampoo and conditioner that the checker said smelled amazing. This time, I knew Mom would be happy. Who didn't want to smell like peaches? The checker told me all human women liked smelling good, and if she looked at me a little oddly when I asked what human women liked, well, I was also a little boy. I had $3.50 left, so I bought a big gulp on my way home. Of course, that's when I realized I had no wrapping paper or a bag. It was fine. I cut up a big brown grocery sack, and I wrapped it as best I could. When Mother's Day came, Mom was even more confused than she was with the carved wolf. "You bought me shampoo?" She glanced up. "Does my hair look dirty to you?" I frowned. "No, not at all. But the lady at the store told me this one smells great." "Do I smell bad?" She was frowning so much by then that her forehead had wrinkles. "Is it a wolf thing?" I shook my head. "No, I had a human help me pick it. She said, and I don't wear pink lip gloss, X. I'm not 12. I didn't cry. I was really proud of the fact that I didn't cry. But when I found the lip gloss, shampoo, and conditioner that Mom left on my bathroom counter, I sure did. At least I was all alone, so I didn't make her feel bad. The card was in her trash can the next morning when I went around to gather it all up and put it on the curb. In spite of ongoing attempts, the next few years were actually worse. When Roxana told her parents about us last night, it felt significant. I had to leave early this morning to file a petition with the Wolf Council for them to split our area, but that went way faster than I expected. When I found myself with free time, I thought I'd grab some kind of gift for Roxana on the way home. A thank you for telling her parents. A thank you for wanting to date me. Only even with many more stores I can now walk to, I'm terrified that I'll get her something really stupid, something she'll hate. She's basically a princess. She can buy anything she wants, and her parents just gave her a trust fund worth millions without even thinking about it. I run my hands over row after row of t-shirts that say various things about New York City, and all I know is that everything I've considered has been a really dumb idea. An hour of shopping, and I still have no better ideas than peach shampoo. Until I see it. It's a plain gray t-shirt, and it says, "I have great taste in dogs, but bad taste in men." There's even a silhouette of a wolfy sort of dog in the center that the words curl around. Roxana doesn't have a dog, but now she has me. People make werewolf jokes all the time that compare us to dogs. I'm not sure why the double slam on me makes me smile so much, but it does. It's just a gray t-shirt, but she looks awesome in everything, so I'm hoping she'll think it's funny enough to wear. I grab it. I'm checking out when I notice another shirt. It's another gray t-shirt, the exact same shade of gray, that says, "Keep calm and hug your dog." It has the same wolf-dog silhouette. They almost match. I'll take that one too. On my way back to our building, I duck into an alley and yank off my boring brown polo shirt. I had to look presentable to visit the Wolf Council, and pull my new shirt on. I'm not sure how the wolves in my pack will react, but I think Roxana will get it. Isaac definitely will. That makes me think about Clark. He would have loved it. But now I'm not even sure I care what he thinks. I'm still trying to figure out what it meant that he told Lionel all those things about me. Why would he do it? Unless he knew about me and Roxana, and he was mad. The longer I stand in the alley thinking about the timing, the more certain I become. I'm not sure how he found out, but it had to be retaliatory. In some ways, I feel better. He did it because he was hurt. In a lot of ways, though, I feel worse. I've never really had any friends, so I'm probably the wrong person to say whether this is true, but I always hoped that my real friends would come talk to me if they were mad. I didn't think they'd use things they knew about my life to try and hurt me. It feels pretty lousy, almost like I've been betrayed. Roxana didn't seem to care about any of it. Her parents almost seemed to write Lionel's shouting off as some kind of insane rant. But Clark didn't know it would play out like that. For all he knew, it could have broken Roxana and me up, which was probably the point. I'm pretty bummed as I walk the last few blocks to the building we're about to buy. I think about stopping for Gloffy, but I'm too worried Clark will be there. I'm not ready to run into him, because I'm not ready to forgive him. Not yet, anyway. I jog up the stairs, and I'm almost to the top when my phone starts ringing. Hello? Xander? It's Bevan. Yeah? A whole lot of wolves incoming. Roxy and I are in the empty shop next to Grand Central Gloffy. You close? Almost to the door of our place, I say. Are you two safe? We're coming, Bevan says. No, don't. I can't help reaching out to Roxana. Please, please leave with Bevan. She can zap anyone who threatens you, but hopefully the wolves won't notice either of you. I'm racing toward my apartment door, but I'm also reaching out with my new alpha senses, which are quite unfocused as of yet, and broadcasting. Get the pups to safety. Low Ren's here. Before I've even touched the handle of my door, it's opening. Wolves are pouring out, some in wolf form, most in human. Many of the humans are leading children toward the back of the hall. There's a fire escape back there, I say. Be quiet and be quick. We're going up, Iris says. I've only talked to Iris once before now, right after I bonded Jewel. I spent a few minutes talking to them each in turn when I formally bonded them, but we're still basically strangers. It's quite strange that I can feel what's going on inside of her head. The calm I feel is even odder. Of course we're calm. When Iris smiles, her face lights up. The bizarre mullet she's got, bleached on top, actually almost works for her. Instead of backwoods, she almost looks punk rock. I could totally see her in cut-off jeans, Doc Martens, and a whole line of earrings down the right side. Heavy eyeliner. I love that idea, she says. When this is over, can you show me where I'd find clothes like that? Why aren't you all panicking? I look around, just now realizing that none of them seem terrified. Did you understand me? Lo Ren Fang, the Manhattan Pack Alpha, is here with a lot of other wolves. The little boy next to me smiles, but so is our alpha, so it's okay. He looks up at me with something very close to hero worship. That's why you need us close, in case you need extra magic. As if they've now told me all I need to know, they go right back to heading out and up toward the roof. Lo Ren, with his hundreds of wolves, is coming to kill us. I have maybe 40 fighters, probably also a vampire, possibly a witch who's not reliable, a demon spawn who can be defeated with a box of bounce sheets, and a wizard who's really mad at me and probably not keen to risk his life right now. Just then, Roxana and Bevan show up, moving the opposite direction of the wolves, who are dutifully evacuating upward. My sweet little wolves immediately part, letting them through. Your mate's pretty, a girl with bright red hair says. Even prettier than you. Wait, all the wolves already knew? Bevan frowns. I thought... Do they? Roxana doesn't look pleased. I can't believe you told them. He didn't tell us. The redhead beams. I can smell it. Roxana lifts her shirt and sniffs. I smell like Xander? The girl shakes her head. You smell like Alpha's mate. Her mother tugs on her hand, and she skips away. This whole day has been strange, I say. Where do we want to face them? Jewel's voice behind me helps me focus on what counts. Now that the small wolves have been removed, at least somewhat, it's time to deal with Lo Ren and his pack of aggressors. Other than that time he tried to run me off with just a handful of supporters, this is our first face-off. All the times I spent around him for years, I had yielded to him as my alpha. I'm half scared, half curious to see what will happen now that he's not got a metaphorical foot on my throat. I think, as much as it pains me, the safest place to confront him would be Grand Central Glothy, or maybe the street outside, if we can keep them back that far. The humans are evacuating the block, Jewel says. They said there's a terrorist threat. Gotta love what the magic from more than 100 werewolves worth of Glothy will push out there. Let's go then. Roxana darts past me and starts heading down the stairs. I shoot forward, Jewel and everyone else moving out of the way. I grab Roxana's shoulder. Wait! What? She doesn't look as panicked as I expected. Can you please head up to the roof with the others? I need someone who can keep them calm. She purses her lips. She knows I'm lying. Please? She looks past me to Jewel. What do mates usually do? Mates only come to a fight if it's a sure win. Jewel shrugs. But you're not really his mate yet, no matter how you smell. You're his girlfriend. But if I was? Roxana arches one perfect brow. What would a werewolf mate do? Wait on the roof? Lo Ren's pack is big, Jewel says. It would be less distracting and less nerve-wracking for Xander if he wasn't trying to split his focus between protecting you and the pack. He won't need to, Roxana says. I don't want him defending me. Roxana, I whisper, I know you think your dad and brothers will be enough to keep you safe, but I don't, she says. I think you'll be strong enough to keep me safe. I think this fight is a sure thing. She looks shockingly serious. I stood in the lobby, I remind her, when you said you didn't need me that night that Lionel called. She steps closer, right into my personal space, and she kisses me. I totally forget everything I was thinking. When she releases me, she stays close. Her whispers, just for me. Xander Benegas, we weren't dating when you did that, and I doubt you'd do it now. Her eyes are practically sparking. I'm not going to be caged, not by my parents and not by you. If there's a fight for our pack, I'm part of it. I'm in. There's fear in her eyes, but also resolve. I nod. We jog down the stairs together, and everyone else falls in behind us, including Bevan, who hasn't said a word. Shouldn't you go up to the roof? Roxana turns toward her. You're not trying to descend again, right? She tosses her head. Best way is to stay away from temptation. Plus, remember how you're kind of already magically constipated? Not a chance. I'm coming. Bevan shakes her head. I do have a question, though. She narrows her eyes and looks down. What on earth are you carrying? Is that weapons or something? She's looking at my bag, the one that says Paul's Boutique. Shoot, I say. I thrust it at Roxana. It's a gift for you. I'll go out and see where they are, Jewel says. Maybe we can convince them to stay in the street or even fall back. When she ducks out, Roxana opens the bag and pulls the shirt out. It's a small movement, but her lip twitches. She likes it. You got me a dog shirt. Only then do her eyes seem to notice what I'm wearing. By the angel, you got us matching dog shirts? Now she's smiling. No wonder you had no idea you're an alpha. You're so corny. Before I can stop her, she whips her shirt off, and for the first time, I see my girlfriend in nothing but a bra. A bright red bra, which frames up a really cool patch of shining golden scales and shows off a whole lot of beautifully tan skin. Of course, wolves all up and down the stairwell are seeing the same thing, and Bevan, but still, it's really, really hot. Based on all the slack-jawed expressions, I'm not the only one who thinks so. Mother feather, Isaac says from above us. What's going on down there? He pushes past the wolves, in canine and human form, and reaches Bevan, me, and the now dressed again, Roxana. He squints to read her shirt, and then his eyes widen. You got her that? He turns toward me. So the thing is, I say, Roxana and I are kind of dating. Isaac's mouth almost hits the floor. You're what? Did you hear that Loren's here? Bevan asks. Congratulations come later, if we even survive to make them. Pshaw, Isaac says. Loren's a butt-sniffing, flea-ridden, toilet-lapping Yorkie compared to my king right here. This guy's dating New York's Dragona princess. At least if I die today, I'll die a legend. I take Roxana's hand, and we push through the doorway. Loren's holding Jewel by the throat. I'm guessing he didn't want to take it outside. Jewel smiles. You filed a petition? Loren snarls. To bring the most disgraceful wolves I've ever seen to New York. Actually, they were already in New York, I say. I only lured them to the city. You're all a match made at the pound, Ryland says. Those wolves stink. They're perfect for the scariest wolf I've ever seen. She's standing beside Cliff, Loren's biggest shredder. They're both scowling, but unlike the others gathered, they're not in wolf form. Scarediest? Roxana laughs, the sound like a trilling bell. At least he's literate. Who are you? Rylan sniffs the air. You don't recognize the Dragona Princess of New York? Jewel asks. Roxana's right. You are an idiot. Loren snarls, tightening his hold on Jewel. Blood drips from her throat to the floor, so I send a pulse of energy toward her, healing the place he'd just punctured. Jewel winks at me. That was kind of fun. For the first time ever, I stood up to Rylan instead of dropping my head. It felt right. You came to talk, I say, or you'd be furry. What do you want? When Kamir called me this morning to tell me about your petition, Loren says, I told him it was a joke. I do like making jokes, I say, but I'm sorry to say you're wrong. We're deadly serious. What do you care, though? You never go below Midtown. You're delusional if you think we'll agree to let you bring all these mangy dogs onto our island, Rylan says. Kamir told me to kill you all, Loren says. I figured I'd let a few of the pathetic creatures you bonded join our pack, but now that I'm here, he looks around slowly, his lip curling. There's no one here I could possibly tolerate. Why didn't you already kill her, then? I toss my head at Jewel. Planning to beg me to leave New York City again? Beg? Loren snarls. Oh, I say, maybe I got it wrong. Didn't you get a video, Isaac? We can let his pack decide whether he was begging. The begging was when we threatened to tell everyone how small his wiener is, Roxana says. But most of the people in here have probably seen it. She turns toward Rylan and mock whispers. I'm so sorry. Jewel laughs. I love her. Shut up. Loren's hands start shifting, and claws sink into the soft skin of her neck instead of fingers. Let's do it this way, I say. Kamir wants me dead? Then you fight me. If you kill me, my wolves will move back to Waterbury. If you don't, I don't remind him that I offered the same thing last time, and he turned me down. With this many people around, maybe he'll actually feel compelled to say yes. As if that would ever happen, Cliff says. You mean your leader being brave enough to fight Xander to save your lives? Roxana asks. You're so ugly that I remember you were there last time Loren wouldn't fight him. You were stuck in Jell-O. Cliff's already not pretty face contorts. Shut up, bitch. Wait, you're calling me a female dog? Roxana asks. Because that's a compliment coming from you, right? She winks. If Cliff was just a little dumber, he'd lunge at her. If I fight you, Loren says, what happens if you win? You're considering it? Roxana frowns. Don't do it. She turns toward me. Please, if he will, I have to. Her eyes are large, frightened, but she knows how much this matters. If I can spare casualties on all sides, I have to try. She exhales and turns toward the window. Oh, please, Bevan says. There's no way Loren will fight you. She drops down into a wooden chair and glances at her nails. He's way too scared of you to ever agree. I'm not a wolf, so I can't smell much, but even I can smell his fear. Why are they standing around talking? Suddenly, I realize how strange it is. The Manhattan Pack came in force. They have twice as many shredders as I do, and he's holding my strongest, most dominant nurturer. For an alpha, Loren's a coward. He proved that last time when he refused to fight me. Or he's not a coward, but he is scared of me specifically. I'm just not sure why. They're distracting us, Bevan says. They're sending wolves to the roof. Could that be right? To slaughter children? Isaac asks. If so, they're disgusting. Loren's smiling. They should be there, or very close. Are you sure you aren't half demon? Bevan asks. Because if your pack follows an alpha who, with twice the numbers, can't face another alpha, they're as deplorable as you. Deplorable? Rylan snorts. You have to use very small words with them, Bev, Roxana laughs. They don't even know what deplorable means. She steps closer to Rylan. It means that your boyfriend has a tiny wiener, and he's a bloody, disgusting coward to go along with it. Rylan snaps. She lunges for Roxana, and in that moment, just as my heart stops, Roxana thrusts her hands forward, and a massive fireball rips out her hands, burning right through the wolves who leap in front of Rylan. Sylvie and 2 other wolves I don't know very well disappear in a ball of flames. All the hair on the side of Rylan's head is singed off, but she's alive. My wall! Gavin pops up from behind his counter, his eyes wide, his whole body trembling. Was that really a fireball? What are you doing in here? I wave him back. Get out while you can. But my wall! Gavin looks more concerned about the wall than his life. He's not the only one who's upset, though. Rylan's clutching her head and keening. I missed? Roxana growls. She was right there, and somehow I missed her. She cocks her head, my vicious little dragon smiling at Rylan's distress. I did make you way uglier, though. You're finally a match for your nasty mate. Loren's entire face was white, but thanks to Roxana's taunt, his expression contorts into pure, unadulterated rage. Coward or not, if you hurt a wolf's mate, they don't take it well. He's mid-shift when he rips Jules' throat out. She slumps to the floor, blood spurting all over the salt and pepper tiles Gavin always keeps so clean. I hurl energy in Jules' direction with no finesse, desperately hoping it'll be enough. But I can't focus on her. Loren's coming right at me. I shift, the shirt I just bought tearing with a loud crack as my bones remodel and fur sprouts. I drop to all fours, already snarling, but Loren's slightly larger form has already reached me. His teeth snap, but I'm good at twisting, so he only catches part of my shoulder, not even close to a killing blow. Although Loren's keeping me busy, twisting, biting, and snarling, from the corner of my eye, I can see that his other wolves are just as upset. Cliff's shifting, and he's lunging at me too, when one of my wolves, Isandre, leaps over Loren and me and plows into him, teeth bared. More of Loren's wolves are leaping through the gaping hole that so upset Gavin, but my new pack is rising to meet them, growls filling the room. They may not look very sophisticated or well-educated, and they may not fit the typical New York vibe with their overalls and tractor-decorated clothing, but they fight like stray dogs, vicious and desperate. It's turning into a bloody, terrible fight, and I'm worried about the pups and mothers on the roof. Loren's not fighting me alone, which means they could kill us all. My shredders are working to give me a fair fight, but as soon as my pack narrows the fight to just him and me, Loren summons another bunch of wolves through the hole. He's still stalling. He knows getting to the roof will end it. I'd rather die than go through the agony of losing every pup in our pack one by one. I don't doubt that Loren'll do it. He's an alpha through and through, and that means he'll do anything to win. Roxana's fighting a very angry and charred Rylan with Bevan's help. Every time the nearly black wolf gets close, her fangs bared, Bevan bumps her back with a zap. Roxana's pretty decent with the kicks and blows, but she has nothing to take on a wolf's fangs, other than huge fireballs that seem hard to control. I'm more confident that I can beat Loren, but he's not giving me the chance. He has the numbers to beat us down, one wave of wolves at a time. I wonder how long we'll be able to last before he finally kills us all. Or I surrender. I'm circling him again, thinking hard about any other options we might have, when someone changes the game. Instead of lunging at Roxana this time, for the 100th time, Rylan changes course and lunges for Bevan. I expect Bevan to knock her back. But something goes wrong. My crazy old friend throws her hands out, but Rylan just keeps coming, her snarling snout rocketing toward Bevan's throat. I freeze, and so does Lo-Ren, about 10 paces away. That's when Rylan's fur starts to change. Starting on her nose, it turns gray and then white. The color change rolls over her like someone splashed her with a bucket of paint. It's one of the strangest things I've ever seen. Bevan's back arches, and she howls. As her head falls backward, her arms spread wide, and those long, odd black nails sprout from her fingers and grow outward. At least her claws are retractable, but they freak me out every time they show up. She got her second demon power, finally. The white fur on Rylan must have something to do with that. As Rylan lands on the ground, she collapses, whimpering. She tries to rise, but she looks almost tired, like she's weary, like she's spent. Lo-Ren and I both creep forward slowly until I see what happened. Rylan's old. Somehow, Bevan aged her. We're not the only ones who aren't fighting. Almost all the wolves in Grand Central Glothy have frozen, watching. Before our eyes, Rylan shifts back to human. The hair on the left side of her head's still singed, blackened right up to the side of her head, but if it weren't for that, and her smell, I wouldn't know it was her. Actually, even her smell changed. She smells sort of mothball-y now. Her naked body, curled into a fetal position, is wrinkled, age-spotted, feeble. "What have you done?" When she turns her head upward, her mouth trembles. "What is this?" "Looks like Bevan's second demon power finally arrived," Roxana says. "And boy, it's a cool one." She throws up her hand for a high five. Bevan's less excited. "I aged her." "Think what you could do with wine," Roxana says. "We are so going to monetize this." Bevan rolls her eyes. But Lo-Ren's even less impressed with Roxana's excitement. "Rylan!" He's shifted too, and he's pulling someone's discarded pants on before going near his mate. They're way too big, but he's determined. I guess our taunts really got to him. When he finally does walk over to her, he doesn't crouch down beside her. He just stares, wide-eyed. "How could this happen?" "I'm glad you asked," Bevan says. "It's new to me, but I'm so happy to have so many wolves on which to practice it." She throws her hands out, aging the gray wolf beside her. "Since you were just attacking Jewel, who had barely recovered, I figure I know which side you're on." She smiles. "Grandma." Another wolf turns white and shifts into an old woman. Bevan's smile widens. "I think I'm actually stealing their life force when I do this. I'll already live 1,000 years, but I wonder how much longer I can go." She glances my way. "Who's next, boss? Lo-Ren? Or do we head up to the roof and age them all to death?" Lo-Ren doesn't wait for input. He tosses his head at Cliff. "Bring her." Then he jogs over several fallen wolves and out the hole in the wall. The rest of his pack follows, limping, loping, and bounding away from the carnage. "You were right," Jewel says to Bevan. "He is a coward." The second they're gone, Bevan slumps into an armchair. She's never looked better, healthier, but she looks defeated in spirit. "You all right?" Roxana crouches beside her. "There's no way I could have done that again," Bevan says. "But I bluffed well, right?" Roxana drags Bevan against her chest and hugs her tightly. "You did so well, Bev. So well." "Hey, I totally slammed a few of them into the wall," Isaac says. "And I got one with a chair. Did anyone see it?" Gavin's head pokes out from behind the bar again. "You broke those chairs?" He looks like he's aging without Bevan's help. "Calm down, fam. You'll pop an aneurysm. Isaac smiles. Did I mention I just landed a big role in a movie? He makes an air gun and blows it out. How about I do a free poster or something for your wall, endorsing this place as the best gloffy in New York? I really like those chairs. Gavin still looks forlorn. But it's not like I could ever really stay mad at you. He smiles. Next time, though, hide back here with me. Next time, I ask. Let's not talk about next time. I think they'll be back, Bevan says. Why do you think that? Roxana asks. I bet they call the Wolf Council and agree to split. But I think we should demand part of Central Park at least. Don't you? She looks so proud, so triumphant. They're not our only enemies, I say. And now that the wolves have dealt with Bevan, I sigh. I think she's right. If they're even a little smart, when they come back, they won't be alone.
22. Isaac. One of my earliest memories is Mom coming home with blood spatter all over her clothing, and Dad helping her take off her stained boots, pants, and jacket in the laundry room. She went to shower, and Dad set to work, cleaning. Bleach, Clorox wipes. Anything that couldn't be completely cleaned went into the burn pit. It felt normal. That's just what parents did. They went to work, they came home, they cleaned up, and then they helped make dinner for all the kids. The fact that my mom was an assassin didn't seem strange. Clean up the carnage, then make tacos. I suppose it shouldn't seem odd to me that last night the Manhattan Pack attacked us, and we defeated them, largely due to Bevan's terrifying new demon power, and then they left. We cleaned up. The only thing missing was the tacos. Now, this afternoon, we're preparing for my first meet and greet with my possible romantic comedy co-leads. No biggie. I'm telling you, Xander says, there's no way for us to practice without humans around. The vampire fear thing just doesn't work on supernaturals. After the fight finally ended last night, and after we did emergency cleanup, the hillbilly wolves were surprisingly good at replacing glass and tile, given that Xander said their compound wasn't well maintained. I told Bevan and Roxana my good news to brighten everyone up a little, and things sort of spread from there. 4 wolves volunteered to help me, but they were just as useless as Xander predicted they'd be. I did wonder whether it was a sort of wolf-fulfilling prophecy. The alpha predicted they wouldn't be afraid, so they weren't. Either way, even when I tried my hardest to scare them, it didn't work. In fact, the 8-year-old with the mullet laughed at me when I glared, saying I looked like I needed to toot. Which is how Xander and I wound up going together to my meet and greet. Donovan Summers is just as excited to see me as he was the last time, but he frowns when he sees Xander. Your manager must have lots of things to do, he says. He doesn't have to come with you every time. Isaac's my top priority, Xander lies. Right. But shouldn't you be looking over the contract or lining up endorsements for him? Donovan looks truly perplexed. Xander clearly has no idea what a manager's supposed to do, so when he whips out his phone, I realize he's making a note for himself. I can already imagine what it says. Look into what managers do for actors, line up endorsements, review contract. It makes me smile. Of course, Donovan was telling me about the 2 women I'm meeting today, so it wasn't the best time to be smiling. What's funny? Donovan asks. Do you think Elizabeth's a bad choice? I shake my head. Nothing like that, no, not at all. In fact, when I meet Elizabeth, it goes better than any coworker meeting I've ever had. She's easy to talk to, she's smiley, and she seems genuinely excited to work with me. It could just be that for the first time ever I'm not terrifying, but I swear We even have chemistry. Xander seems to be suppressing both my fear-inducing effect and my vampiric charm, so I'm actually just interacting. Her eyes don't glaze. She never shudders, and when I make a joke and she laughs, it feels and sounds genuine. "This is what it's like," I whisper, "for regular people?" Xander laughs. "Regular what?" Elizabeth asks. "Never mind," I say. "Let's talk about the other movies you've done, what you liked and what you didn't." "Actually, we have Robin coming in soon," Donovan says. "I'd love to get a few minutes of you two reading the roles before it's time to go." "Of course." Elizabeth pulls out the script. "Just let me know which scene. I've already read them all." While Donovan's flipping through the scenes, Elizabeth whispers, "I'm happy to chat with you later. Anytime you want." She slides a scrap of paper my way. "That's my personal cell." Of course, as soon as he stops perusing, the scene Donovan picks is the one where Trevor and Helene kiss. My heart starts racing before I even read the first line. I've literally never kissed someone who wasn't reacting to my charm. I could have kissed a supernatural, I suppose, but it's not common for vampires to mix with anyone but other vampires. Being an aspiring actor, most vampires aren't interested in me. Werewolves aren't interested in vampires ever, and most demon spawn also keep to themselves. No witch or wizard would ever date a vampire, so that's left me largely to date humans. They're easy to find, but I just keep thinking about my dad. Does he really love my mom, or was he just captured by her charm? I really don't want someone who was given no choice. But here, in this moment, yes, Elizabeth and I are acting. Yes, the entire thing is fake. It still feels like one of the realest moments I've had with any woman. The closer we get to the part of the scene where they kiss, the more nervous I feel. The fact that Trevor's been lying to Helene about his job, well, it feels terribly real to me. I'm sure my mom lied to my dad about what she did until he was past caring. "But it's too late," Elizabeth, as Helene says. "I couldn't possibly watch a midnight movie. We both have to work tomorrow." "We can skip work," I whisper. "They'll figure things out without us." "Maybe you really mean that, but this project matters to me. I've spent more than a month on this launch. I can't possibly miss it." I find myself smiling at her genuinely. She's really throwing everything into this. "Fine," I say. "You're right. It's just that whether this project launches well or not doesn't seem nearly as important as whether I can spend another few moments with you." I bite my lip and stare into her eyes, and then she leans closer. "Do you really mean that?" "It's time." "Of course I do. In fact, at every meeting, at every presentation over the past few weeks, I've been so distracted by your eyes, your hair, your smile, your mouth, that I've hardly been able to talk at all." She inhales then, tilting her head upward, and I take her jaw with my hand and shift it. Donovan claps. "Bravo! Very, very good." It's like my phone alarm going off at 4 p.m. Very, very unwelcome. "Robin's waiting just outside," Donovan says, "but we'll be in touch." Elizabeth stands, winks at me, and ducks out. "I thought that went really well," I say. "Honestly, I'm shocked," Donovan says. "I felt like that would be our worst match. She's so..." He sighs. "Does it sound bad for me to say vanilla?" I frown. "She was But then Robin's walking in, and I'm stuck smiling and introducing myself. I just loved how you played that serial killer. She tosses her hair. I mean, you were spine-tinglingly scary and somehow still hot. Just what I like to hear. I'm terrifying and yet still hot. Every vampire's M.O. Oh, great, I say. After that, she kind of checks out. Robin says the right things, but with a strange air of indifference that tells me she doesn't care enough to try. There are several awkward lulls in the conversation before Donovan says, "Why don't we have the two of you read a scene together?" "Sure," Robin says. "I'm not the best at cold reads, but that's fine." "I'm sorry," Donovan says. "My assistant was supposed to send you a copy of the screenplay last week." "Oh, he probably did." Robin laughs, and the sound grates on my nerves. "I'm just far too busy to read through things before I decide whether to take them." "But how do you know whether you want to take them?" Xander asks, "if you haven't read the script." Robin's head turns toward Xander slowly. "And who exactly are you?" "I'm Isaac's manager, Xander Benegas." Robin blinks. "Uh-huh." She turns back to Donovan. "What did you want me to read?" She holds out one bored hand. "How about this scene?" Blessedly, there's no kiss in this one he chooses. Robin really should have at least read a few pages first, because she's not a strong reader, fumbling over half the dialogue. When Xander's phone rings, interrupting one of her longer monologues, I almost sigh in relief. "Sorry." Xander points at the phone and mouths, "Bank." I nod. We've been worried about financing. Of course he has to take it. I wish I could follow him out of the boardroom to see what the bank has to say, but I'm sort of stuck. "Rude," Robin says. "It's a big deal we've been working on," I say. "He had to take it." "It's not even another client," Robin scoffs. "I'd fire him so fast." I just bet she would. Before I can come up with a reason not to, Robin plunges back into the part of the scene we were on, and I cringe a little. I was hoping we were done. If I have to keep listening to her blunder her way through this, I might start hissing and snorting out loud. Donovan chose kind of an important scene. It's when my family inadvertently outs Trevor as the son of the chairman, and Helene feels like an idiot for always commiserating with him about work, paying bills, and scraping by. That's when I realize it's my turn. "Of course I didn't think you were silly," I say. "I may not totally understand how it feels to rinse out a bread bag, let it dry, and then use it to store other things." I pause there. Is this really the best example? Do people really do this, even poor ones? But when I turn toward Donovan, he's scooching away from me. Shoot! One glance at Robin, and it's clear. She's also very, very nervous. She's moved her chair almost 2 feet away. "Xander," I yell, "where'd you go? I want your input on a line in this scene." He shoots back through the door, his expression sheepish. "Sorry, turns out she's fine, but she got called over to ask her mother for some help. And then she had to go right to work. Clark was stuck helping their mom instead." I want to ask whether Minerva got some answers from her mom about her birth mom, but this is not the time or place. Also, I'm about to lose my big break because Xander's not doing his job. I widen my eyes and toss my head at the 2 panicking humans right next to me. "Sorry." Xander slides his phone in his pocket and sits. his gaze slowly moving from Donovan to Robin. I know that was rude, but being a good manager means taking care of people, and that's the one thing I'm really good at. Donovan swallows, his Adam's apple bobbing. Right. I can almost see his blood pressure lowering. Yes, that is the most important thing about a manager. Someone who sees the person. He nods, exhaling loudly and dropping his elbows back on the table. I'm glad Isaac has you. Robin's frowning, the lines between her brows prominent. You'll want to book an appointment for Botox, Xander says. Yours has clearly worn off. Don't want to risk smile lines, or frown lines are even worse, I hear. I'm only 25, she says. But Botox is preventative, Xander says. Or that's what they tell me. If you wait, it might be too late. Robin hops to her feet, clearly much more afraid of wrinkles than she is of me. She's tapping on her phone as she blows through the door. She's a terrible fit, I say. I far preferred Elizabeth. Donovan shakes his head, like he's trying to wake up or clear the brain fog out. I'm okay with him being a little foggy, as long as he doesn't start to associate feelings of panic and anxiety with me. Better that he remembers something like fine lines and wrinkles as the culprit for his stress. I actually am late on my Botox appointment. Donovan's whipping out his phone. Same time tomorrow? He glances my way. I liked Elizabeth, but we should at least meet Tiana in April, right? Sure thing, I say, and once he's gone, I add, because I just love waking up at 3 in the afternoon. My yawn nearly cracks my jaw, but I manage to keep alert until we're out the door and in a cab. Forget Botox. These early afternoons are going to kill me. Not just you, Xander says. I can't keep following you around like I'm actually your manager. Speaking of that, I say, I've been thinking about this. You are organized, you're smart, and you need a job. I wave at 2 cabs, and they blow right past. No, he says. There's no way I want to be your chauffeur. A car would be nice, I won't lie, I laugh. But I'm not asking you to be my chauffeur. I said my manager. Are your ears working? Xander blinks. Are you serious? I know we were just saying that to explain why you're there, but think about it. Roxana has photo shoots. I have acting jobs now, thanks to your help. We do need someone to manage our schedules, and who better than the person in charge of our schedules? Our alpha, right? Plus, you'd be able to provide security and help make sure we're not taken advantage of. I guess. I'm thinking since my agent gets 15%, maybe you'd take... I cringe. 10? Done. Xander smiles. I saw that sample contract. 10% of this one movie would equal my annual salary for the past year. I can't help swearing under my breath. I should have said 5. Xander laughs, and it's a good sound to hear. He hasn't been happy very much lately, and Xander's usually a pretty happy guy. I've been thinking, I say. Uh-oh, he says. That must have hurt. Rude, I say. I want a clause in our contract that requires you to be polite to me. He rolls his eyes. I'm serious. I'm the talent. He pretends to walk away. I jog to catch up. But honestly, I've been thinking about you. I know you're stressed with the Manhattan Pack attack and Xander looks sick. The thing is, you should know that no one blames you for that. Talk to Gavin and get back to me, Xander says. and the husband and 2 wives of the 3 wolves who died. I shake my head. They aren't upset. Surely you can sense that. You're the good guy here. You're just trying to live your life, and Loren and Rylan were at fault, not you. I should have moved us when I could. Xander's not meeting my eye. Where? Out to Waterbury? He shrugs. That's the thing. Bullies are everywhere. If you did that, we'd just have new problems there. And my dreams are here. So are Minerva's and Clark's, Bevan's too. Do you think she could have a second-hand magic shop in a place that small? I know that people are dying because of what I decided. No, people are dying because of what Loren did, and because of what he and his mate decided. They're the bad guys. We can't live our lives at the behest of people who only care for themselves. That's a small world that I want no part of. We finally get a cab. I guess, he says as he's climbing inside. Do you blame Bevan? Xander turns toward me slowly. For what? I mean, she's got her own problems, and now they've become our problems. She descended defending Roxana, he says. All right, then do you blame Roxana? I hold his gaze. Of course not. Then you can't blame yourself either. Bevan wants to be good in a world that paints her as the villain. I want to be an actor. You just wanted a pack, and now you have one. A weird one, but a pack is a pack. And Minerva? What about her? Is it her fault that her parents aren't her parents? Xander slowly shakes his head. You need to stop dragging around all the evils in the world. You're strong, but no one's that strong. I'm worried, he finally admits. I'm worried that between my problems, Bevan's problems, and Minerva's problems, no one could ever be strong enough. I'm worried that we're all going to go down together. But think about the good stuff, I say. Like what? We're buying a building, I say. I mean, more you guys than me, since I'm not getting paid until after we sign the contracts. But Minerva's finally getting answers. Bevan's scary powerful, but still a good person. And best of all, I wait for a moment until I know he's really listening. What? You and Roxana, I say. The 2 of you are strange, yes. You're maybe the strangest couple I've ever seen. Thanks a lot. But also, somehow, you're right. Maybe mention that to Clark. I whistle then. I forgot about his crush. He hasn't, Xander says. That's the real reason he's gone, I think. He must have seen us or something because he went and told Lionel about us, and then he told him every bad thing he can think of about me. He didn't. Xander tells me about his dinner at Roxana's. Who else could have known that stuff? But at least you're such a goody two-shoes it didn't matter, I say. I mean, as bad things go, those are pretty weak. Xander doesn't look happier. You 2 have been friends for a long time, I say. What he did, it was pretty bad. You're his alpha and his good friend, and he sold you out. But do you think you can forgive him? I'm worried that's the wrong question, Xander says. I knew it would hurt him to find out about me and Roxana. Seriously, though, I think I should get credit for this, I say. I'm the one who pushed you to take that photo with her. Xander's half smile is real. You did, actually. Without that, who knows? Maybe she wouldn't have come down the fire escape. Maybe we'd never have met. Maybe she'd be in Russia with Rhaegar. I'd still be begging for scraps from Lo Ren. Bevan would never have descended, and you'd still be posing for hemorrhoid commercials. Hey, that was a one-time thing. Xander laughs. But truly, that one interaction kind of set us down this path. I think we'd have gotten here anyway, no matter how it went down, I say. I think we were all destined to be friends. Xander frowns. Lo Ren did say something about a prophecy or something when I ran into him that first time. I wondered about that too. Nonsense, probably. But the question I don't know the answer to, the one that's been bothering me, will Clark forgive me for taking his girl? The one he never held hands with, kissed, or even asked out? I snort. He's a real idiot if he doesn't. I really care about Clark, Xander says. You know I do. Yeah. But the thing that worries me is, if he can't forgive me, we're stuck, Xander sighs. Because I'm not taking it back. Roxana? He whistles. She's the real deal, and I do not plan to screw this up.
23. Minerva. I've never skipped a day of work in my entire life. It's always been the most important thing to me. I couldn't become a guardian without excelling. I couldn't make my dad proud without becoming guardian. And my partner Amber, she needed me too, so missing shifts was out of the question. But after leaving my mom's house, I'm planning to skip. I have to research the Angel Council and figure out how I can get in there to see my birth mother. She's the only one I'm sure can answer all the questions I have. I haven't been walking away from Mom's place for very long when Giggles wings her way over to me. She's settling in on my shoulder, but her claws are just a little grabbier than usual. Go easy, huh? It's been a rough day. I crane my head sideways to see her better. And how did you get all the way out here? Did you take the train? She coos. Okay, but really, I'm not a normal pigeon. You must have noticed. Are you holding out on me? Can you portal me back? You're far too big. Great. My pigeon can do things I can't, and I'm not even talking about flying. Look, my mom told me a lot of things, and most of them sound totally insane, but I need to look some things up, and the closest library... I realize that the closest library isn't in New York City. I'm less than a block from the Scarsdale Public Library right now. I hang a hard right and start to jog. I'm not sure what time this place closes, but I need to get in before it does. I'm wheezing a little when I reach the front. The woman who checks my ID frowns. I expect her to insist that I can't bring a bird in, but she looks right past Giggles. My Gloffy must have decided that pigeons in libraries aren't normal and covered for me. A pigeon familiar's not my only problem, apparently. The woman purses her lips and huffs. Your membership expired 6 years ago. But I still have the card, I say. You must admire that kind of dedication to reading, right? I'm still puffing a little, but she begrudgingly waves me through. Go renew your membership first, or you can't check anything out. The books I'll be looking at can't be checked out, but I don't bother telling her that. I sneak past the front desk by pointing at the bathroom, and then I hang a quick right toward the archives.
Miss,
An older man waves.
the only thing down there is microfiche and old dusty books.
I nod. No, I know. I just want to look through some microfiche.
We close in 26 minutes,
The man says. Of course, I say. I'll be quick. With a flick of my wand, I whisper, Oblivici vidisti me. The man blinks, frowns, and shuffles away. I breathe a sigh of relief as I duck past the microfiche to the door marked Special Collections. The normies think it's full of books so old and fragile they can't be touched often. I'm sure there are a few things like that in here, but by and large, the special collections around the world are actually the books detailing supernatural groups, history, and spellcraft. Anytime a supernatural dies the world over without heirs, their books come to the local library. A lot of them are stupid, and they're rarely organized well. But sometimes you find some gems or even handwritten accounts. I dig around through most everything, organizing as I go. I should probably worry about how I'll get out of here when I'm done, because there's no way I'll find my answer in the next 20 minutes. I do stop digging through books long enough to text Amber. Let the chief know I'm out sick. What are you really doing? Amber fires right back. I'll tell you tomorrow. The lying gets easier and easier. I'm sure I can think up a somewhat believable excuse by then. My mom calls me 3 times, and Clark calls me 6. Then he starts texting me, and it's annoying enough that I shut off my phone. How am I ever supposed to find answers when I'm constantly being badgered? Unfortunately, there's very, very little about Angel Spawn or the Angel Council. I finally found something, although it's a little hard to read. It was written in Latin quite a long time ago. But if my translation is right, it focuses on the purpose of the Angel Council. It's the most promising thing I've found, and I'm excited when I get some kind of summons from Xander. It's vague, but it feels urgent. I'm sure he came home and found the wolves running amok. Or maybe the building sales hit a snag. Or it could be about the Manhattan Pack. He made a petition today, I think. Either way, I'm always the one having to organize and clean things up. For once, they're going to have to figure it out without me. It makes me twitchy and guilty and a little panicky, but I ignore the summons and keep looking. The Angel Council allows petitions twice a month, and the next one's in 6 days. I need to be ready when it opens, and I'm not even sure what to look for yet. I just know that I have to meet my mom. Unfortunately, after 6 hours, I'm not closer to any real answers. Sometime between 4 and 5 a.m., working a night shift and waking up early catches up to me, and I fall asleep. When I wake up, Giggles is stretching in the small ray of light streaming through the back window. "About time, sleepyhead." "You should have woken me up." She struts toward me. "Not a chance. Your pack is fine, and you needed sleep." "My pack?" "I checked on them, back when you ignored them." "You didn't notice I left?" Her orange eyes narrow. "Typical." "What happened?" "Dogfight. Your friend with the red tail fixed it, and the other dogs went home." "Bevan? Is she okay?" "She has energy-stealing power now. Stronger." Her other demon power must have shown up finally. "We should get home." As I straighten, I realize that I drooled all over the book I fell asleep on. Whoops. I clean up as well as I can, and then Giggles and I try to sneak out. I startle a very old janitor, who thankfully doesn't see Giggles either, and then I duck out before she can call anyone over to see what I was doing in special collections this early in the morning. I've barely turned on my phone, half a block from the library, when Clark calls. "Hello?"
"Where on earth are you?" he asks. "The phone company says your signal just cut out, and I didn't want to report you to the Paranormal Affairs Department, well, for obvious reasons."
"Because I'd kill you?" I ask, "and then dump your ashes in a sewer treatment plant?" He laughs.
"Something like that."
I went to the library to see how much of what Mom told me was completely insane.
"What library are you at?"
he asks. I'll come get you. Actually, can you meet me somewhere? I ask. Where? The Angel Council meets in Fort Tryon, I say. At the Met Cloisters, right? I think Bevan said that's where she went, Clark says. But Mom said, Bevan says our aunt's there, and I think it's time we find out whether that's true. Will you go with me? They only take petitions on Wednesdays, Clark says. 1st and 3rd. I'm aware, I say. But I found out that normies trump all over the place Thursday through Tuesday, all day, every day. If we pretend you want to get in as normies? He laughs. It's not a terrible idea. Right? Should we tell the others? Giggles starts chittering. I think she wants me to, but the idea makes me uneasy. I think we should talk about this in person, Clark says. Tell me where you are. It takes him 40 minutes to reach me, even by car. That gives me time to grab a bagel and find a bathroom. I can't do much for my hair or rumpled clothing, but I splash water on my face at least. Once Clark picks me up, I have to suppress the urge to scream at him about the car. Dad's car! His pride and joy. He's had it this whole time and never told me about it. That hurts more than him getting the car, honestly. I didn't think Clark would keep something like that from me. But we have bigger things to deal with, and I have the wand Clark never got. Actually, he might be angry about that. Want to talk about the wand? Why'd you hide it? His voice is hurt. Probably feels a little like me about the car. I just got it a day ago. From the chief, of all people. I sigh. He did tell me about it almost a week ago, though. The chief? Clark turns entirely sideways in his seat. I grab the wheel. By the angel, pay attention to the road. You were safe. He's frowning, but he turns back while I explain. So you didn't have it all this time? He asks. And that's why you asked me about it? I nod before I realize he can't see me. Yeah, I just got it. Unlike this car. He shifts a little so I can't see his face, the coward. And, of course, Mom's being super cagey about why they didn't tell either of us about the wand, too. Of course she is, Clark says. Mom's cagier than I realized. I get that I embarrassed her, I say. And I know that she wasn't too keen on Dad taking on cleanup for his sister's mess. He drops a hand on mine. You aren't a mess. You're my sister. And I'm sorry I didn't tell you about the car. He turns to smile at me quickly. I just wanted to make those 3 things clear. It does ease something in my heart, hearing he still thinks of me as his sister. An apology. You could have told me about the car. I'd have understood. But you didn't get a college fund either. I knew when I took it that it wasn't fair. Clark sighs slowly. I think I didn't tell you because I'd have had to accept why I thought I deserved it. What? Now I'm confused. Dad loved you best. Mom loved me more, but it wasn't the same. I can't even argue with him about that. Mom never loved me much, but Dad loved me enough for 2 parents. And he did sort of overlook Clark. Maybe that's part of why Mom always favored him. Families are hard, even when you don't have adoptions and angel-related secrets. Right? Clark's hands shift on the wheel. But I also understand why you'd want to meet your biological mother. If I'm being honest, I'd like to meet her too. Mom sounds a little unhinged about all of it. Right? I shake my head. I swear, it's not a good time for any of this either. How's everyone else doing? Have you talked to them?
Wait, who?
You got the bat signal last night, I say, right?
Batsig, do you mean the panicked demand to come that Xander sent like he's our boss?
He cringes.
I ignored it. I know what he wants, and I guess I'm not ready to deal with it yet.
You know what he wants? What does that mean? Clark's shoulders slump.
It's between me and Xander.
He called all of us just to talk to you? My brother sighs.
I kind of made a deal with Lionel's soul.
He shakes his head.
I was really upset, okay?
When he turns toward me, he looks almost desperate.
You know how much I like Roxana.
I'm not following any of this. You made a deal with Lionel because you like Roxana?
I've liked her for a long time. In fact, I'd almost say I've liked her as long as I've known her.
Okay, but
I kind of made a deal with Lionel's dad first, Orion, to try and break Roxana and Lionel up.
They weren't even really together, I say. Why would you do that?
Still.
He shrugs.
I'm the one who put those photos of Lionel in her room. His dad gave them to me.
I slug him on the arm. You're an idiot!
I became an unemployed idiot because Orion was upset about Lionel meeting her through his job, through me. So I helped them and I got a new job.
I can hardly believe what he's telling me. You're telling me that Xander knows about all this and—
It gets worse.
Clark sounds glum.
Xander has known about that for a long time. But then—
When he tells me what he did to Xander, how he betrayed him to Lionel, I'm truly disappointed.
It's just that Lionel said he'd get me a new job, and I didn't want Roxana dating Lionel or Xander. And I know it was a terrible thing to do, but I was just so angry.
Stop the car. I lean against the window. I'm getting out.
Minerva, wait.
I shake my head. No, you should be driving straight back to talk to Xander and Roxana, and you should beg for their forgiveness. They're dating, and you should know how huge that is for either of them. As their friend, you should have been happy for them. Heaven knows, no one else in the world will be.
I know.
Clark leans against the steering wheel.
I do know.
I don't even know what to say to him. Get off here. I point. Drive straight home and beg on your knees. Do that or I'm getting out, and I'm not talking to you again until they forgive you.
But—
I shake my head. I mean it. The drive to our apartment building isn't long, but it feels long. Tremendously long. When we finally reach our block, Clark pulls into the garage 2 buildings down from us. The attendant waves. Wait, have you been parking it here right by me?
There's not a garage close to me that had room, he says. I only use it when I leave the city, so—
He trails off as he pulls into his spot. It's even marked Lucent. It rankles, realizing that my brother has been lying to me about not only this stupid car, but about everything. It kind of feels like I don't even know you. He nods, not arguing.
I know. I'm sorry.
Let's go.
Should we grab some Gloffy first?
He looks like he's trying to find a way to calm me down. I do need Gloffy, but I don't really have time to— That's when I see it. The hole in the front of the shop that has been a fixture here since I came to New York. What on earth happened? I jog until I'm standing in front of it. The giant hole was patched with wood sheets, but there are already men in front of it, holding a bunch of power tools.
Some kind of gas main blew,
the man says. Smells and looks like a normie. I guess they respond faster, especially on a building that was clearly ruined by supernatural infighting. If I knew what really happened, I'd probably want to stay far away. Although, as it is, I don't know what happened, and that makes me feel terribly guilty. I should have been here, but I was too focused on myself. Go, I say. Hurry! It takes almost half an hour for Roxana to fill us in on what happened. Xander and Isaac are at some kind of meeting for his movie, but apparently Gavin and most of the others are all right. We only lost 3 wolves, Roxana says, which is still really, really horrible, but I think Loren lost a dozen or so. She looks upset, but at least she doesn't appear to be mad at Clark. I meet his eye, widening mine. I hope he gets what I'm saying. Looks like Xander didn't tell her. That's good. It means he wants to forgive him.
Not to mention the other thing,
Clark says. Yeah, that aging trick that Bevan picked up is whack, Roxana says. I really hope she's able to control that one. She shudders. The last thing any of us wants is prematurely white hair and loads of wrinkles we didn't earn. The door to my room opens and Bevan staggers out, rubbing her eyes. Sorry, guys. After my new parlor trick, I couldn't sleep a wink all night. I finally drifted off for a quick nap. Roxana glances at her watch. You were only in there for an hour. You can't sleep more? Bevan shrugs. I tried, believe me. Wait, isn't it almost time for your gala? Roxana's eyes widen. When's Ricky supposed to be coming to get you? I almost forgot about the Guardian fundraiser. I'm supposed to be schmoozing everyone, and I spent 0 seconds preparing for how. I slap my head. I should just cancel. I think it's doomed to failure. I don't know, Roxana says. My parents are still mad I walked out on the wedding, but they must have softened some because they released her trust fund. Bevan's bouncing. The building sale's a done deal. She wired money over this morning. I can hardly believe it. Her parents aren't furious anymore? Why not? Roxana shrugs. They're pretty excited about the fireballs I can make, and... She frowns. Right, you missed the last ones. But I think I killed more wolves than anyone. As if she's just realizing how that sounds, she grimaces. They were trying to kill us. It was even cooler than my trick, Bevan says. And Gavin pulled his CCTV footage and we sent it to Roxana's parents, who are really excited. They might actually approve you with a little persuasion. Gaining new powers is better than marrying a Russian thug? I ask. Who knew? If I had known, I'd have been researching Dragona powers long before, Roxana says. Clark starts toward the door.
I'm going to wait for Xander across the hall. We have some stuff to talk about.
See that you do find him, I say. He ducks out. I shower and use a drying charm on my hair. Roxana and Bevan have only just started working on getting me ready when there's a knock at the door. Ricky's here. Ugh. I'm not even close to ready. I catch Roxana's eye. Can you chat with him for a minute? You sure you want her to do it? Bevan raises one eyebrow. It's either the world's prettiest woman or the demon-spawn friend Ricky doesn't exactly approve of. Neither of them are great options, but that's my life. I suppose he'll have to get used to it. Fine, you go. Bevan takes the nail file she was using on her long black talons along with her. I suppose she's trying to tame her new demon mark, but I doubt she'll succeed. That's kind of the point with demon marks. They aren't manageable. Okay, Roxana says. Now, put this on. The dress she hands me is never going to work. Not on me. Thanks, but that's a pass. Roxana scowls and shakes her head. It's Dior. You don't pass on Dior. Put it on. I've seen you wear that one, and believe me, my top and your top aren't interchangeable. She throws it at my head. Don't rip it, or you owe me $3,000. She pivots on her heel and leaves, like that's that. Without someone to help me dress, and worried that she's flirting with Ricky, I yank the slinky black dress over my head and brace myself to look in the mirror. I have boring brown hair. I have the figure of a toothpick, and I have horse teeth. It's fine. I'm honestly fine with how mousy I look. Did I used to wish that I had the sort of looks that would beckon to hot men from across the room? Yes. Did I spend almost all my extra money on beauty charms until the age of 16? Maybe. But I'm an adult now, and I've fully embraced my appearance. The woman staring back at me from the mirror looks not like me. It's almost disturbing, really. My boring brown hair has become strangely shimmery, and somehow there are even richly darker strands among the plain old brown. There are also golden, almost luminescent strands. It looks like I just went to the most expensive magical salon in Manhattan and emptied out my savings. My skin's glowing, and the dress, a dress that perfectly fit Roxana, hugs my almost non-existent curves in a way that almost makes them look generous. Roxana! My voice, on the other hand, is just as shrill as it ever was. That's almost a relief. Can you come back for a second? Coming. Roxana's mellifluous voice is, of course, exactly the same. What? She pokes her head through the door. See? I told you it would be fine. There's something wrong with me, I say. I know. Roxana steps inside, after turning back and waving through the door. When your friend helps you look amazing, you say thank you instead of scowling. But... She steps closer still. This dress was spelled by one of the top mages in the fashion industry. It shifts to fit its wearer perfectly. It does what? It hardly seems fair that the world's prettiest person has this kind of thing. It's like giving a plane to a bird. It doesn't need one. Actually, I want one, Giggles says. I'm adding that to my Christmas list. Wait, you have a Christmas list? I'm gaping. Giggles snorts, turns around, and lies down on the floor of her cage. It is, of course, pristine. My bird poops everywhere but her own cage. Only idiots poop where they live. As if you're ever in there. That dress does not go with a pigeon, Roxana says. Maybe Giggles can stay and hang with me tonight. She holds out her hand. Shockingly, Giggles glances between us as if she's weighing her options. Then she, very clearly, coos. But what I hear in my head is, popcorn? I open my mouth to explain what she wants, but Roxana just answers, of course. My jaw drops. Wait, did you hear her? Roxana blinks. Of course, she's been talking to me for a while. I'm assuming it's because of the link to Xander. I'm starting to hear all kinds of people. She purses her lips. But you're not a wolf. This is not normal. Not at all. My friend shrugs. I mean, what's normal, really? The sounds that are barely audible through the crack in the door finally register. Bevan's saying, ideas for how to deal with demon talons? They pop up at the most irritating times, and I've tried painting them, but that was a bust. No matter what kind of file I use, they won't get shorter or smoother. Poor Ricky's being interrogated on demon mark mitigation. I slide some black pumps on and push past Roxana. I don't want to make you late, I say.
Don't worry about that.
Ricky smiles. They won't start without me.
Why?
Roxana asks. Isn't it a big fundraiser? She snorts, which is not a sound I expected to hear her make. I hope Xander's not rubbing off on her. Do they wait for every single guardian?
No, but I'm actually the keynote speaker this year,
Ricky says. You didn't mention that, I say. He shrugs.
They wanted someone with a doctorate in complex restraining spells.
Wait, I say. You have a doctorate?
My dad sort of wrote the book, or at least the first seminal book on them. It's in my blood.
I can feel it. Fate pulsing behind my ears. What time's your keynote? I ask. He frowns.
Why do you ask?
I have a spell I'd like you to take a look at if you have time. I was hoping you might be able to make sense of it.
I have maybe 15 minutes before I'll be nervous,
he says. We'll give you two a little space. Bevan drags Roxana out the front door. And of course, it's only then that I think to ask where all the wolves disappeared to. When I was here last, there was a mountain of their stuff and at least 24 of them running around. Now? Nothing. Not even a furball. I'll have to ask later. Neither Clark nor I could make heads nor tails of the spell in my file, the one Bevan stole from the Angel Council. Maybe Ricky can tell me what it is and, more importantly, what it's supposed to do. And how it might be related to me. Okay, so this might seem kind of strange, but the thing is, the rest of the file I'm working on is classified. Ricky laughs and holds out his hand.
If you had any idea how often I heard that, you would know I'm used to it. The vast majority of the spells I'm called to look at were performed illegally, and I'm never given much detail. Don't worry.
I'm a little nervous handing over the spell. For some reason, my mom's wacky warnings keep ringing in my ears. But I know she's being crazy, and clearly she's not going to tell me anything useful. That leaves me following every lead I have, no matter how strange. Here. Ricky flips through the pages quickly, almost too quickly. I know that one's confusing. I point. Clark and I did realize, though, that this one is a binding spell of some kind.
Yes, it certainly is.
My boyfriend reaches up toward the end of my nose, and then he says, boop, and keeps on flipping. It's the first truly irritating thing he's done. He must really know his stuff, or he wouldn't be so patronizing. He glances at his watch, and then he sets down the stack of papers.
Well, this spell was certainly interesting, but also ultimately totally useless.
Why? I want to snatch the pages back. It makes me nervous somehow that someone else is holding my spell.
It has the most diabolical mechanism of attachment I've ever seen. It literally functions like...
He pauses, tapping his lip.
Think of it like a magical vacuum. Once it's latched on, it would be impossible to remove, at least until the subject was dead. It would just sit there on whoever it was cast upon, sucking and slurping and generally wreaking havoc until every scrap of their magic was exhausted.
I don't understand.
Every containment spell functions to either contain or drain, right?
He watches me.
Basic restraining spell theory.
Okay.
And this one, well, it's set to full throttle drain.
Would it be effective on, say, a nearly descended demon spawn?
Oh, feather, yes it would,
he says.
The problem is the casting cost on this one.
He whistles.
I don't know a mage in the world who could cast it without guttering.
Guttering. Draining your personal magic so low that you die. You mean that...
It's elegant,
he says.
It would probably contain a level 6 demon spawn. But if anyone managed to cast it, and that's a big if, they'd die within moments. Seconds, probably. Even with a well or a link.
Let's say someone did cast it, I say, thinking about what my mom said, that my dad had given up everything he had to help me. What kind of being could you cast it on and not kill? He laughs.
Are you really asking?
I shrug. Just an academic question.
An Akiro, maybe? A Daimoni? I can't think of anyone else.
Clark breezes through the door a moment later.
Xander's mad, sure, but he felt guilty too, so he said it's fine. He's going to forgive me.
He's beaming. Oh, I can barely deal with Clark's stuff right now. I'm so deep in the middle of mine. That's good news, I guess.
You showed Ricky the spell? Why?
He has a doctorate in restraining spells, I say. Cool, right?
I'm just surprised you told him that was cast on you. I thought you guys had only been on a few dates.
Ricky's normally tan and healthy face pales.
Who said this spell was cast on you? It was in her file at the Angel Council headquarters with a spelled key, Clark says. We aren't sure it was cast on her, but it seems likely, right? Look, her name's printed at the bottom of each page. Well, her initials anyway.
Sometimes I really want to punch my brother. I hadn't told him any of that, I say. I kept the details vague.
But this spell couldn't have been cast on her, Ricky says. The only person on Earth that might survive something like this would be...
I wait for him to follow the breadcrumb trail.
We think Minerva might be angel spawn, Clark says, turning toward me. I'm so sorry, Minerva. I thought you'd told him.
I sigh. Well, I guess he knows now.
Do you really think you could be angel spawn?
Ricky looks like I popped him between the eyes.
And what?
I shrug.
You think maybe they cast that giant sucking spell on you so you can walk around as...
His jaw drops.
As a fumbly half-human.
I shrug. No way to know for sure, but we think... maybe. 24. Minerva.
There is one way to know,
Ricky says. One way to... I can hardly believe what he's saying. I thought the only way I'd ever know for sure whether my mom was telling the truth was to, well, talk to my birth mother. How?
Yes, how?
Clark asks.
Because our mom says that our dad put a spell on her to keep her safe. Could it have been that spell? It would have killed him to cast it, Ricky says. Anyone who casts the spell I saw, they'd die for sure. But would this spell keep her safe? Clark asks. If it's true, if she's part, if she's angel spawn?
Ricky winces.
I'm not sure. The spell I saw, if it was actually placed on her, even if she was angel spawn, I can't see how it wouldn't kill her.
Clark gasps.
Here's the thing,
Ricky says.
I want you to think about the most basic restraining spell.
He points at Clark.
I'll demonstrate. We learned this in Containment 101.
He whips out his wand.
Siphon potestas.
My big brother wheezes, his eyes bulging, and he grabs at his neck. He begins coughing. He pales, and he falls back onto the sofa.
If I didn't release the spell, he'd eventually pass out, Ricky says. Once he was unconscious, it would stop siphoning unless I kept feeding power into it. It's keyed to his strength, so the more he tries to fight it, the more he defends against it, the stronger the spell becomes. But it's pulling that power to run from me, the caster.
Clark's still dragging in heavy, labored breaths.
A little warning next time.
Ricky smiles.
Where's the fun in that?
How's the one you saw written down any different than the spell you just cast? I ask.
That's the wrong question.
He shakes his head.
The theoretical spell's inverted, for one, so the power that feeds the spell...
He sighs.
It's the power being stolen from the person the spell was cast on. It's in a never-ending feedback loop. But that means the spell would quickly exhaust the person it's feeding on and kill them, too.
I blink.
But that makes no sense, Clark says. Where would the energy it's pulling even go?
Ricky's face brightens.
That's the most brilliant part. See, the spell inverts, so the power a spell like that needs to keep going is actually coming from the person it's robbing magic from. It would circulate round and round, siphoning off power forever, if the recipient of the spell had limitless power. Not that anyone does, but let's say you cast it on someone like an Akiro.
The spell would get stronger with time? I ask. If it kept going?
Ding ding,
Ricky says.
And the only way that could work is if the creature that was spelled also gets stronger almost constantly, Clark says. Otherwise it would sputter out on its own. Along with the host's life.
Ricky's expression is grim.
I just can't imagine this being cast on anyone. It would mean almost immediate death for the caster and the recipient. But, as a theoretical construct...
He shrugs.
This could get the author a PhD. I'd love to meet whoever thought it up.
But you said you could tell if it was cast on me, I say. Right?
I mean, sure,
Ricky says.
The whole thing's woven, right? While most of it's inverted, there would be at least one thread that couldn't be tucked. It would allow some magic to escape in small, tenuous filaments, erratic and inconsistent.
Magic that would be irregular and hard to control? I hate how flat my voice is, but here we are. Ricky shrugs. How exactly would you find that one thread? I ask. He steps closer to me, his fingers tipping my chin up just a little until I'm looking into his eyes.
Minerva, this spell can't be real. You're not angel spawn. If this was real...
He sighs.
Living with a spell like this would be like walking around with a 2,000-pound gorilla jumping on your chest. It would be oppressive. It would be demoralizing. It would be like a bottomless pit of evil feeding on you all the time, always hungry. I know you. It can't be true, okay?
But if it was?
A talented spellcaster could find that string,
he says. How talented are you? I can't stop looking at him, even though I'm afraid.
I'd be able to find it, if it was real.
How long would it take you to look?
A while,
he says.
I couldn't do it tonight. I'm too tired, and we have to leave right now. But I'll try if you ask me to.
Can I think about it? I swallow. About whether I even want to know?
Of course,
Ricky says.
You absolutely can.
Clark looks nervous as we walk out the door, and he should. I'm about to traipse into a fundraising gala to try and win over a lot of people who hate me. Traditionally, I've not been amazing at this sort of thing. The night starts well, aside from the miserable mess about the spell. Ricky doesn't mention any of the insanity from my apartment. Not in the cab, not when we enter the gala, and not when he leaves me at the table to give his keynote. As he stands at the front of the room, I'm proud. I came in on this man's arm. He's gorgeous. He's brilliant. He's talented. He's powerful. He's a force for good. His speech focuses on the way proper spell work keeps the world safe. But he also talks about how good spells keep the individuals who have gone too far safe from themselves. He spends quite a bit of time on our responsibility to the humans who were born with Daimoni blood. If Bevan could have been here to listen, she'd be impressed by how open-minded and altruistic he is, I'm sure. He closes out his speech with a line I'll never forget.
The job we have as guardians, it's not for the faint of heart. I think most people know that much. We risk our lives every day. Normies will never know we're doing it, and that's the way we want it. We're not here on the front lines for accolades. We're not here for a reward. We're here to save humanity itself. My personal goal when I work to keep Earth safe every night is to help demon spawn everywhere remember that they're as human as we are. We all have work to do to keep the evil within us contained. But their job is just a little harder. They deserve our support. Thank you.
Everyone cheers when he sits. I might cheer the loudest, though. That was amazing, I say. I was so impressed. On his arm, I half wonder whether I might convince some of the people who hate me that I'm not a bad choice. We've barely stood up from the keynote, but I'm optimistic for the first time in a while.
Ah, Minerva, I thought I saw you.
Chief Lumos waves us over.
I've got the Sublime Chancellor here, and I wanted to make sure you met him.
Ricky's smiling as we approach.
What a great talk, son,
the Sublime Chancellor says.
Very introspective for a guardian. I always thought of you as blunt tools, but you seem much more insightful than I realized. Sorry for making assumptions. We all do that now and again,
Ricky says.
In fact, I hear you met my girlfriend under less than favorable circumstances a while back.
The Chancellor frowns.
You're... Oh, the PA officer whom Chief Lumos was just raving about?
Ricky nods.
Minerva Lucent. And you said I met her...
It's obvious the moment he recognizes me. His eyes narrow. His mouth flattens into a line.
You boiled my son like a lobster. Come now,
Chief Lumos says.
We had other officers on the scene within 90 seconds, and he was just fine less than an hour later. Also, I hear he was in a hot tub with not one, but 4 completely baked humans,
Ricky says.
I'm sure Minerva here was embarrassed that her spell went a little awry, but hers wasn't the only mistake made that night. It might not have even been the largest. You know.
The Sublime Chancellor waves me closer and he drops to a whisper.
He used to party at least once a week, but ever since that night...
He slaps his knee.
He hasn't gone out even once. You're saying she did you a favor?
Chief Lumos arches one eyebrow.
I suppose she did.
The Sublime Chancellor grins.
All right, Potts,
the chief says.
Let's talk about this more next week over a round of golf. I'll tell you about some of the other miraculous ways Minerva Lucent has turned things around at the precinct. And once you hear my reasons for recommending her as my replacement, I'm sure we'll convince you. I still can't believe you're retiring.
The old vampire slaps the chief's back. I can't think of him as the Chancellor anymore. Not now that I know his name is Potts.
It's not my call,
Chief Lumos says.
The wife demands it. Good for you. The older I get, the less time I want to spend with my wife.
They're both laughing as they walk away.
10 minutes in and you've already mended one bridge,
Ricky says.
Where should we go next? Wolves? Dragona?
I scan the room, but literal seconds later, I see something strange. Lo-Rin Fang I recognize. I've met him twice thanks to Xander, and he has a uniquely beautiful face. His mate is just as lovely, but in a very different way. Only she's not here. He's with his grandmother? His great-grandmother? The woman whose arm he's holding looks utterly wizened. That's when it hits me. Bevan said she aged his mate. I thought she meant maybe a few wrinkles here or there, some gray hair. In my wildest dreams, I never contemplated this. The woman on Lo Renfang's arm looks minutes from keeling over.
Wolves?
Ricky asks, following my line of vision.
All right.
He waves at Lo Ren before I can yank his wrist down. Lo Ren narrows his eyes, but he's definitely looking, which means it's too late to avoid talking to them. Ricky's dragging me over there when someone else says my name. Minerva Lucent. The steely voice reminds me of every female villain in basically every Disney cartoon, but especially the movie Maleficent. I turn very, very slowly. Mrs. Goldenscales. I bow slightly. So nice to see you again. Her face is as unlined as her daughter's, but I know she's centuries old. So many things about life are just patently unfair. I wish I could say the same. I'm sorry, I say. I should have called you when Roxana showed up, but I wasn't sure what to do. She was so... I swallow. My daughter insists you were helping her, she says. But that help made our life miserable. And if you thought she needed help to stay away from us, what does that say about your view of our parenting? My hand's trembling. Roxana's mother is Depends diaper level terrifying. No, it's not like that at all. The thing is, you and your husband are just the best. It was Rhaegar whom Roxana was trying to escape. The man we engaged her to? Mrs. Goldenscales raises her eyebrows. The man we selected for her. No, I force a laugh. I mean, it's not like she told you she didn't like him. That's on her. Actually, she did. Mrs. Goldenscales crosses her arms. I can't feel my feet, I hiss softly, hoping maybe Ricky can save me. My gallant boyfriend tries.
I think Minerva means to say that
I'd actually like to hear what she has to say directly from Minerva. Mrs. Goldenscales scowls at Ricky. Unless you're the chief's suggested replacement? She lifts her eyebrows again, and I swear, raising a sword in my direction would be less terrifying.
Minerva Lucent?
Lo Renfang has heard just about enough, apparently. He prowls his way across the floor to join the little circle forming around me and Roxana's mother.
You're part of Xander's abomination of a pack.
Well, I swallow again. The thing is...
Wait,
another voice says.
Xander Binagus?
This time it's a mage. I don't know him, but I recognize the bulge in his robe. Only idiotic wizards store their wands down there. As if any girl wouldn't realize it was his wand, not his wand. I was talking to her first, Mrs. Goldenscales says. The rest of you can wait your turn.
What made you think you could be bonded by a werewolf?
Someone asks. Should the city worry that if you're bonded to an alpha wolf, he'll be making the real decisions for the Paranormal Affairs Department?
How could you align with a demon spawn in good conscience?
Someone else asks.
Is it true your demon spawn friend can steal the life force of any supernatural?
The questions come so fast and so furious that I can't even tell who's asking them anymore. Are you really planning to stay here and challenge the Fang Wolves? A short woman at the front asks. Don't you care how many people die for you?
What about the Demon Council?
A man asks.
Don't you think they have an obligation to keep their newly descended demon spawn in line? Why are you supporting an insurrection? Why do you want to be chief?
Another man asks.
Is it so that all your friends won't be prosecuted for their misdeeds?
Is it true your boyfriend's a vampire who pretends to be an actor so he can drink the blood of untold numbers of extras and moviegoers? Stop, I say. My boyfriend's right here. He just gave the keynote. He's a guardian, a mage, not a vampire. That shuts them up. I do have a best friend who's demon spawn, and she's one of the best people I've ever met. Another friend of mine's a vampire. He's an actor, but not so he can drink as much blood as possible. He's an actor because he wants to make people smile. It's hard for a vampire, making people smile in spite of the innate fear they feel around him. Like my demon spawn friend, my vampire buddy's a good person. The murmurs have restarted, but I'm not about to let them grow again. It's like cancer, this gossip. I look around the room, daring them to challenge me. You just listened to an inspiring keynote about battling the evil in all of us, and you thought to yourselves that Ricky was talking about someone else, not you. I pause and look around again. But you're wrong. He was talking about you. We all have evil inside us, and unless we're constantly fighting it back, it's winning.
You're bonded to a werewolf, Lo Ren Fang says. How's that for evil? You're not even a shifter.
I'm not, I agree. But there weren't werewolves here at all until the Akiro came. There weren't vampires or dragon shifters or mages. All of these things were new on Earth at one time, just like this pack is new now. If we hate everything new, if we decry anything different, what kind of world will we have? I pause for a beat. A boring one, that's what. Or a safe one, a gravelly woman's voice says. Because your so-called demon spawn friend, the one with the big heart, she did this to me. The people step aside as a very old woman hobbles toward me. It must be Rylan, Lo Ren Fang's mate. You were trying to kill her at the time, I say, along with my friend Roxana. Hag Rylan lifts her chin. The Dragona should die. She's lying with a werewolf. It's filthier than bonding non-wolves to a pack. I'm not sure any lying has happened yet, I say. They barely started dating, and if you knew how awkward Xander was... I shake my head. Doesn't matter. The point is that...
You're saying that my daughter's the abomination? I nearly burned that wolf to cinders when he walked into my home.
Mr. Golden Scales is such a small, nondescript-looking man that I almost always forget to notice him, at least until he talks. His voice booms like thunder on a drum. Yes, how dare you say my daughter's not good enough for a werewolf, Mrs. Golden Scales says. And then you casually admit you were trying to kill her, like that wasn't an act of war? It looks like the Dragona King of New York City is about to shift right here.
I'm sorry,
Ricky says at my side.
I'm really sorry.
I shake my head. The whole thing's a mess, but it's not your fault. I knew it might go like this. I'm just sorry I dragged you into it.
No, not that.
He tosses his head toward the corner of the room.
I'm sorry about that.
At least a dozen armed militia mages are marching this way. It's probably for the best that he called in the cavalry. It looks like the Dragona and the werewolves are about to kill one another. Smart move, calling them. It's sad, but this is what our communities are like. They fight constantly. I mean, I'm sorry I caused the fight, but better safe than dead. Ricky looks terribly sad. What am I missing? The militia mages are slowly working their way toward us, stunning, zapping, and generally terrorizing all the many, many agitated supernaturals, separating them from where we're standing.
They're not here to mediate fights,
Ricky says.
They're here...
For what? Ricky looks wrecked. His eyes are full of regret. His wide, broad shoulders are slumped. And his mouth, it's twisted painfully.
Minerva, I'm so sorry, but an angel spawn ascending is just as dangerous as a demon spawn descending. If there's any chance that what you suspect is true...
He gulps.
I had to report it. I'm sure it's not the case. I'm sure you're just you. But they have to run some tests just to make sure.
Of course. This is just how my life goes. The militia mages, the trained magic seals coming at us like a freight train, they're coming for me. I should have known. As they get closer, I realize that I know one of them. At the very front, with a massive, glittering golden sun embroidered on the chest of his robes, Lionel Souls holding a shimmering, shining wand. It's brighter than any I've ever seen. Except the one I have hidden away in my pocket. Now that I've thought about it, I can feel Dad's old wand pulsing. I reach down and pull it from the hidden corner of my borrowed dress. And now that I'm holding it, my entire arm starts to glow like a lantern. I hear you're coming for me. Part of me wants to go with them. They'll have answers. They'll be able to tell me, like Ricky didn't, what I really am, and maybe even where I came from. Or what's wrong with me. The militia mages, led by Lionel, freeze. Their eyes widen and their wands droop at the end. The thing is, I'm not interested in going anywhere with you. When I look around, I notice that Lo Ren Fang and his mate are gone. In fact, they've been gone for several minutes now. I'm not sure where they went, but it's a weird time for them to disappear. There's a strange sort of popping sound, and Giggles bursts into view in a flash of bright light near my shoulder. She's larger and, almost unbelievably, even fatter than usual, and her beady orange eyes are gleaming. Your friends need you. Xander won't call because you didn't come last time. I'm a little busy here, I say. You asked for a ride last time, Giggles said, and I realized I can probably give you one, but only if I'm a little bigger. So... She spreads her wings and flaps, and people on either side go flying.
What is that?
Someone asks.
It's her pigeon familiar,
Lionel says.
But why is it so large? She bonded a pigeon?
The militia mage behind him's frowning.
Why would anyone do that?
Giggles coos, and then she hisses, and then she dives toward me. But one of the militia mages is faster. He whips his wand at her and chants, Perdere! It's a vicious spell. An exploding damage spell meant to maim or destroy. Fury rises up inside of me, and I move without thinking, throwing a counterspell to defend my little feathered rat. She may stink, and she may poop too much and in all the wrong places, and she may be uncomfortably large, but she's my feathered rat, and I love her. Invertere! I shout. My spell hits too late. His strike already hit Giggles. Feathers spray outward, and she falls backward, careening toward the ground. But then my casting clicks into place, and some portion of the damage inverts, flying outward from Giggles and back at the caster. He explodes on the spot. Nothing but pink mist. My jaw isn't the only one dangling open.
What did you just do?
Ricky asks. He started it. I sound like a small child. I mean, I just inverted his spell.
You can't invert spells,
Lionel says.
Magic doesn't work that way.
Mine does. I look right at Ricky. Someone told me just tonight that you could invert a spell. Theoretically, anyway. One thing you can't do, however, is undo a betrayal. Once you've picked the wrong side, you're kind of stuck there. I feel a tingling in my hands and feet then, and I know. Xander needs me. My pack needs me. For better or for worse, I am whoever and whatever I am. The Illuminae may want to investigate me, but they won't do it under dodgy circumstances or illegal methods. If you want to take me in, I spit at Lionel, get a warrant and present it to my boss. Don't show up at a party and attack my sweet little innocent familiar. I bend over, gather Giggles up in my arms, and chant, Nullus locus et sicut domus. For a split second, nothing happens, like always. Then light begins to gather from all corners of the room, rushing toward me like dogs chasing a ball. I press Giggles' limp body against my chest, and then there's a much bigger popping sound, and I know I'm taking us both home.
25. Roxana. I once stabbed someone with a plastic knife. My 7th birthday was right around the corner when Mom and Dad decided we should take a family trip. They talked about a lot of possible locations before settling on Bermuda. It was a quick flight, via Dragon Wing, but the real draw was that Bermuda allegedly had pink sand beaches. Mom wanted to see them. She also wanted us to spend more time as a family, and that meant bringing all my brothers, too. In the end, 17 of my brothers decided to come, and that meant that Mom didn't need to bring a single guard. Who would attack 18 of the largest and most powerful Dragona males in North America on holiday in Bermuda? No one. That's who. It was a flight of nearly 4 hours. Normally, Dad would carry Mom and me, but this time, I had 17 other options. I wound up selecting the same brother I virtually always chose when given the opportunity. It wasn't the brother closest to my age, Sebastian. He liked to poke me until I squealed. Not physically, of course. Mom would have shut that down immediately. But he'd badger me, tease me, and generally give me a hard time about everything. I didn't choose my oldest brother either, Mateo. He was so bossy and so officious that I wanted to spit in his eye within minutes of most interactions. The other 14 brothers who came along ranged from considerate to overprotective, but most of them were just fine. But one brother in particular always made me laugh. Most Dragona males spent a lot of time in their dragon forms. It felt safer, less vulnerable, and frankly, they just liked it. Luca, though, spent a lot of time as a human, at least when I was young. He used to hide behind things and jump out and scare me. For someone who was coddled in every way, it was terribly exciting. He would spray me with water when I wasn't paying attention, and he'd bring me small things he saw that I might like. He was, essentially, the perfect brother for a small Dragona female, in practically every way. Sadly, that also made him the perfect fiancé to another Dragona, and on my 14th birthday, he was shoved to the altar by Mom. But on that trip, he was my ride. I looked forward to lots of fun flights over perfect beaches, water fights, swimming, and quite a few delicious snacks. Luca actually paid attention to what I liked, which meant he was great at figuring out what things I might like to eat, even in strange places. I think because Luca was coming, Mom wasn't paying much attention to where I was or what I was doing, which made it a real vacation for her. On our 3rd day, Dad had been called away to talk to Mateo about some world domination problem, and I was left entirely with Luca, which was just fine by me. We enrolled for a cupcake decoration class, and I was looking forward to it. The sample cupcakes showed a lion, an elephant, a seal, and a bear, and I wanted to make one of each. Only, when it came time for our class, Luca wasn't anywhere to be found.
Sebastian came instead. He wasn't in human form either. He came as a great, hulking golden beast, which meant he couldn't come anywhere near the normie cupcake decorating hut. When I saw him, hunched back by the copse of palm trees, I started to cry. I was old enough to understand that normies couldn't see him, so I swallowed my frustration and trotted over to see what was going on.
Luca had to go with Dad, so I'll watch you from here.
I don't want to do it alone. I was turning 7 in 4 days, and I was scared to be in a decorating class with half a dozen normies alone.
Sebastian rolled his eyes.
Stop being such a baby. You're the one who wanted to do that dumb thing, so go do it.
Which is how I got stuck in that stupid class alone, and feeling like a baby.
I should have known that Sebastian would rather have died than to try to pipe frosting out of a small tube in the shape of a lion's mane. I felt childish and scared. That's my excuse. The little boy next to me, Remy, stole my yellow frosting and squeezed it into several ugly little poop-shaped piles.
Cupcakes are dumb,
he said. It sounded an awful lot like what Sebastian had just told me, which just made me feel dumber.
But I wanted the yellow, I said. I need it for my lion.
Lions are as dumb as you.
He stuck out his tongue. But that was fine. I reached for the gray. I could do my seal next, only he got there first. When he turned the gray frosting into a bunch of smaller blobs, laughing, I balled my hands into fists. I wanted to make a seal.
Seals are dumber than you.
He wasn't very original, but 2 other kids in the class sitting on the other side of the table laughed. None of the adults were even paying attention. Dumber than a seal, dumber than a lion, a big, fat baby who no one wanted to deal with. That's exactly how I felt. So when the kid yoinked the brown frosting too, which maybe he should have started with since he was making everything into poop, and I couldn't even decorate the bear head, I was livid. I knew what he would say, that I was dumber than a bear. I braced myself for it. Why did you take the brown? I asked. I wanted to make the bear.
Because,
the little boy said,
you're like a big, stinky pile of poop, so I had to use the brown to make you.
I was fuming by then, and I'd had more than enough. I picked up the white plastic knife next to me, the one they gave us to smooth out the seal's body and the lion's face, and I jabbed it into his shoulder. That's the first time I learned that fits of violent rage are not widely considered to be acceptable among normies. It was quite a mess for my mom and dad to clean up. Even though a plastic knife wielded by a 6-year-old did almost no damage, I managed to slice his arm a bit, and I'm sure they had to pay out a substantial settlement. After that, I never left Dagobah Tower without a physical bodyguard next to me, be it one of my brothers or another New York Dragona at my side at all times. Which is why I'm so utterly useless at fighting. I've never ever needed to raise so much as a finger. All my stabbing fury situations were immediately stolen by the very violent, very capable Dragona males who stood perpetually at my side. I can't do it, I say. I mean, I know I have made fireballs, but unless someone is right in front of me threatening, I can't make one.
I'm not asking you to, Xander says. I just want you to think back to that moment you did.
Wait, which one? I ask. The first one, or when I missed Ryland's ugly mug?
Either one, really, he says, but Ryland might be more fresh.
Okay.
Try to remember what exactly you were thinking and feeling when you created that fireball.
I wasn't thinking, I say. In fact, I wasn't thinking either time. I was reacting.
To what?
Xander's smiling now. Fear, I guess. I felt threatened both times, and I just had to do something.
Xander throws a knife at my face, and I blast it with a tiny fireball, which melts the knife and blows on past, incinerating the tree behind him. Holy wings of fire, I say. How did you know that would work? Xander shrugged. We tried 100 things that didn't. What would you have done if it didn't work? I can still see that knife hurtling toward me. Find a new girlfriend who wasn't horribly disfigured? Xander winces. I have half a mind to throw a fireball at him. Are you kidding? You better be kidding. Xander steps closer and pulls another knife from his pocket. He hands it to me. I step back. No thanks, not great with knives. He shoves it into my hand, pressing down forcibly. Check this one out. When I do, I realize that it's plastic. High-end plastic, but plastic all the same. When I press on the blade, it collapses. That was a toy? Now I'm more upset. You'd have gotten a black eye, or maybe a broken nose, but Clark could fix both of those. Are we talking to him now? I can't help compressing my lips. I've been acting around everyone else like nothing happened. But with Xander, I don't have to pretend. Xander shrugs. I am. You can decide for yourself, but here's the thing. He sighs. He's liked you a lot for a long time, and I knew that when I started thinking about you. His face flushes. I'll just say that I didn't think about you like a good friend of someone who liked you should be thinking about you. That makes me smile. Your guilt means he gets a free pass for being a daimoni poop? Who taught you to swear? Xander's eyes are dancing. I'm going to guess it was your grandmother. Nice try, I say. Never met her. She had my mom so late in her life that she only lived a few hundred years after. Xander shakes his head. Wolves live a long time, 200 years in many cases, but nothing like you scaly monstrosities. Your sweet talk always makes me swoon. I've arched one eyebrow, but could we focus on? I've now made 3 fireballs, but now that I know your knives are fake, what did you think? You can do it whenever you're really scared. When you feel backed into a corner, you explode. Which means you have some kind of aversion to it that's keeping you from doing it whenever you want. Once we figure out what that is, you'll be ready to flame anyone and everyone at a moment's notice. And that's when the itching hits. My hands clench, and my toes curl as a wave of intense itching hits me from all my scaly places. It happened the day before, too, but the adrenaline from the fight delayed it some. That's a good reason to forgive Clark, right there, Xander says, since he's the only one who seems to know how to make your Dragona cortisone cream. He pulls out his phone, and I can feel through the bond that he's texting him to ask for more. I'm starting to understand more and more about the bond, just like I'm figuring out how to use my previously non-existent powers, one small bit at a time. Why do fireballs make me itch? I ask. It's so irritating. Can you imagine if I'm in the middle of a real fight and I'm blasting the bad guys, and then I have to say, can you hold on for a minute? I have some scratching to do. It didn't happen last time, he says. I'm not too worried about it. But it did, I say. It was only delayed a few moments, but luckily that was enough. What if it gets worse with every fireball? Let's worry about our current issues before we start obsessing over future ones. He hands me the ointment, and I slather it on the places I can reach before handing it back. He's always understood me through the bond, probably a wolf thing, but he knows right away what I want, positioning himself right behind me before lifting my shirt just far enough to reach the scales on my back. You know that it's only my back, I say. People can see it. My bare back won't kill anyone. Speak for yourself, he mutters. Moments later, a jogger stops and heads our way. Do you need help with anything? He asks brightly. I noticed that guy was using some kind of ointment. There's a pharmacy right around the corner. I can grab whatever you need.
Buzz off, loser, Xander says. I'm literally right here helping her.
Yeah, my boyfriend has it under control, thanks, I say.
The men working on the retaining wall for the flower beds circle around seconds later, offering to do the same. We're fine, Xander snaps. The window washer from across the street, 2 delivery guys, and a lady who was walking her 2 bulldogs stop next.
All right, I say. You were right. Sorry for being so annoying.
Xander shrugs. Just the price you pay to be you.
And the price you pay to be my boyfriend.
That word always makes him smile, and that makes me grin back. We spend another hour in the park, and Xander springs a few irritating things on me, like firecrackers, a fake gun, and a very large bug. But I managed to figure out how to make fireballs on command, instead of as a reaction. I also set fire to a bush, incinerate 2 planter boxes, and melt a bench into slag. The city should bill us or something, I say. Now that you have your trust fund, don't be so eager to blow it all in one afternoon. Xander's smiling, though. It might not have been a conventional date, but it was a productive afternoon, and we spent it together. He also managed to find the same place he bought our shirts before, and he buys another one.
Maybe get 2, I whisper. The second one's half off and werewolf problems.
He's laughing, but he buys a second. I slide my fingers into his, and we walk down the street, almost like a normal couple, if we can pretend we didn't just destroy a fairly substantial corner of Central Park while training me. Don't worry, Xander says. Since Clark's feeling guilty, he'll be happy to come repair whatever he can with his magic, and I don't have to feel bad about asking him to do it.
Did you talk to the Wolf Council again this morning? I ask.
He sighs, but I can sense that's a yes.
What did they say?
They said that the longer we survive inside the Manhattan area, the stronger our claim, which basically supports what Loren said. Making a claim was useless. They're going to let us battle it out.
I sigh.
They also mentioned that to have a real claim, I need to own property inside the staked geographical area. I may have lied and said that I already do.
Well, let's make it true, I say.
My trust funds are verified at the escrow office. I bet if we call my dad, we can move the close forward. Move it up how?
My dad's a major stakeholder in PNC. I bite my lip. Or did I not mention that?
Xander shakes his head and chuckles. Well, now that we're doing $2 million each, that's easier. I just got verification the Wolf Pack's money is in my account, but I think it takes time to clear.
Let's simplify it.
Bevan and I can pay the down payment, and then you can repay me later if you want. I honestly feel a little bad taking all those wolves' life savings.
Xander frowns.
But what if the money doesn't post, or what if... Then I'll own a building with Bevan, so what? You can still pay rent, and I'll get to say things like, if your rent is even 1 day late, you dirty dog. I can't help bouncing a little bit. Or wait, maybe I get some overalls and carry a plunger, and I can grumble and wave it at people. Where are you getting your information on landlords? I laugh. Television. Apparently bad television.
You'd be the hottest landlord I've ever seen, he whispers, his eyes intent on mine. My heart races a little, and I curl my hands around the collar of his black leather jacket, pulling him closer. Show me. His half growl before he kisses me should bother me. I hated how Rhaegar pushed people around, most notably me. But I love it when Xander acts possessive, growling or scowling at other guys. It makes me like him more, not less. Maybe it's because I know he'd never actually force me into doing anything. I feel safe around him, not bludgeoned or forced or changed. He likes me exactly as I am, flaws, shortcomings, and beauty all together. He knows about the nuisances of being with me, and he snarls about them sometimes, but then he smiles and tells me I'm beautiful. when he wraps his arms around me, and when he presses his lips against mine. I can almost pretend that we really are safe. We're all going to be all right. No matter what groups want to kill us, no matter what horrible councils or miserable leaders want us dead. Of course, it's easier to kiss my hot, hilarious, powerful alpha werewolf boyfriend when the phone in his pocket isn't ringing nonstop. I finally pull away. Who on earth is that? Xander looks mad enough that he might go furry when he yanks the phone from his pocket. It's Bevan. He swears. Hello? Hey, Z. I'm at the escrow office right now, and they've discovered that there are squatters living in the building we're thinking of buying. They said that we'll need to notify the bank and take measures to ensure they're gone before we can close. If we don't, we run the risk of having to deal with them ourselves, and that can be a long and miserable process. Thankfully, Xander keeps his volume so high that I can hear what she's saying too, because he looks worried. Bevan, can you ask them if we could move the close up now that we have the down payment sorted? What? Bevan asks. I'm not sure. I take the phone and explain. 10 minutes later, after a call from my dad, who's more than willing to help once I send him a video showing him how great I've gotten with fireballs, we have a signing set for 1 hour from now. What's more, he got them to release the hold on Xander's funds, so we can all go in for $2 million each, like we wanted. Who knew your dad could make things so easy? Xander snaps. It's like, he laughs. Well, I guess it's like magic. He was actually kind of proud of me for buying a building. I think he thought I'd blow my trust fund on a whole building's worth of clothes, shoes, and jewelry. I heard when he said that, even when this thing with the werewolf ends, real estate's always a good investment. You should turn the volume on your phone down, I say. Sorry. It's fine. That didn't sting nearly as much as when he said, since you own the building, you'll be able to kick him out. Clean break. I can't help my chuckle. My dad's a pragmatist, but we didn't do that. He listened when I told him to get your money released from the hold. He sure was shocked I had $2 million, Xander says. He was. I can't help my smile. And he should have been. It's not even mine. Xander shakes his head. I know the Waterbury pack is a little rough, but having a pack at all? I press my head against his hard, wide chest, and I wrap my arms around his torso. You are a wonderful alpha, Xander, and I'm not the only one who thinks so. He stands like that for longer than I thought he would. Maybe that means he needed to hear it. Then we walk to the bank, wearing our matching dog shirts, and we sign a lot of paperwork. 2 hours later, Bevan, Xander, and I own a building. Does anyone feel a little bad for leaving the other three out? Bevan's worrying her lower lip with her teeth. I mean, Minerva and Clark were going to raid their retirement funds, which sounded bad, but they were ready to do it. And Isaac's so proud that he's about to get a big paycheck. Xander shrugs. Like you said earlier, if they want to be part owners, they can pay us back later. But it's our names on the paperwork, I say. Hopefully that's okay because we need to convince the Wolf Council that we're here to stay. We will. Bevan takes the folder and stands up. We're a lot tougher than they thought. On our way back to our building, I can't help worrying a little. What's our plan, though? I mean, the wolves and the demon spawn are still mad at us, right? I think Lo Ren brought maybe a third of his wolves last time, Bevan says. What happens when he comes with all of them? They've held back because they think I can lay waste to lots of them with my new power, but I can't. So, then what? Roxana can't take them all out with fireballs. I'm actually worried about something else. Xander kicks a smashed can, and it skitters along the pavement before clattering into the edge of a building. What? Bevan and I ask at the same time, both of us turning toward him. What happens when Lo Ren realizes that he's not our only enemy? The demon spawn and the werewolves don't talk, I say. I know you were worried, but if they were going to work together, I think they already would have. But what if they did? Bevan asks. The other demon spawn would be able to tell them that while my power is terrible, there's never been a demon spawn who could use something like that against multiple opponents at once. I blink. Are you suggesting that? I think they're going to attack us together. That's the only way to address Bevan and my new pack. The line of Xander's mouth, my sweet, happy jokester, is as flat as I've ever seen it. We're all worrying as we walk up the stairwell, but Xander manages to broadcast the good news to the other wolves right away. You can all come to talk to me about signing leases. We have 7 open units now. Everyone else will need to find different accommodations or wait to see whether we can free up the other units. We could expedite the departure of the existing tenants. A voice that sounds decidedly like Jewel says. That feels rude, I say. Wait, Xander says. Did you hear that? I frown. Should I not have? Hear what? Bevan asks. See? He's smiling. She didn't, but you're starting to pick up on some of the wolf chatter. No fair, Bevan says. I'm bonded too. I wonder why I'm hearing it now, I say. Did you two? Bevan lifts her eyebrows. Not yet, Xander says, at the same time as I say, none of your business. I mean, it kind of is my business. Bevan's eyebrows bob. Since I'm part of your pack, and you may be my new alpha's mate. Now she's really smirking. Hey, I'm really frowning now. What's she talking about? Xander's face turns bright red. Wolves become official mates only after consummation, Bevan says, or that's what I heard. Thankfully, the ringing of my phone saves me from further discussion on that. Hello? I point at the phone and start walking toward my apartment, which is now actually kind of mine for the first time. I may not have my name on the lease, but I do own the building. It feels nice. Roxana. It's Lionel. I definitely should have checked my caller ID before hitting talk. Oh, not happy to hear from me? I shrug. Listen, we need to talk. So do it, I say. Talk. That mess at your parents'. He sighs. I'm sorry about that. I never apologize, but I feel like I should. So there it is. I'm really sorry. And believe me, I understand the desire to rebel better than anyone. I swear I do. So the wolf. Lionel, you and I are not a good fit. We don't know that, he says. In fact, that night I was going to tell your parents that I'd be fine with you, doing your filial duty and having some eggs while we were together. That wouldn't even bother me. Well, I mean, it would. It really would. But I'd be able to get past it. Do you think your wolf could? Lionel, I say, I'm hanging up. And then I do. He calls back 3 times, but I don't answer again. I'm finally standing in my own apartment, and it looks like an anthill. What are all of you doing? Wolves are streaming in and out carrying boxes, bags, and small pieces of furniture. We're so sorry to have imposed, a man with longish hair says. Thanks for letting us store things here. You're going to your new apartments? I ask. The Alpha's assigning us places to live, a little boy with dark hair and eyes says. I want one with the window seat. The man tousles his hair. But we'll take any one we're given and say thank you. Although they're not wealthy or very sophisticated, the wolves are efficient and polite. Within half an hour, they've brought in all kinds of things, and no one's standing on the street or milling around in the halls. In fact, a woman with short hair shows up with disinfectant spray, and starts mopping the hallway floors. "We're sorry for the inconvenience," she's smiling as she ducks through the door. Where was all this frenzied cleaning back at their pack compound? Or are they just energized now because they have an alpha? Bevan's gone, so I can't ask her. I'm not sure where she went in all the chaos, and Xander's drowning in wolves and paperwork. I'm organizing my closet, which I've been needing to do since my mom started sending me clothing, when Minerva finally comes home again. "There you are," I say. "Are you all right?" She's pale, and she looks tired. Really, really tired. "In the last day, you've missed a lot." It takes a while, but I get her caught up on the wolf attack, the building purchase, and my new fireball powers. Bevan wakes up somewhere along the way. Apparently, she was up all night and didn't sleep at all before the building closed, so she nodded off for a nap in Minerva's room. It's good she got at least an hour of sleep this afternoon. We spend the next hour in a frenzy, getting Minerva cleaned up and ready to meet Ricky. But when he arrives, she's still a twirly mess. I can't tell whether she's guilty about missing the whole battle, nervous about Ricky, or worried about her birth parent situation. Either way, it looks like she and Ricky could use a little space, especially when she decides to show him the spell from her file. Bevan and I duck out, but Bevan's as curious as I am. While we head down toward Grand Central for some gloffy, she asks, "Do you think she'll tell him that she thinks she's angel spawn?" I shrug. "Who knows? I'd be nervous to do it," Bevan says. "I wish I could pretend I wasn't demon spawn." Being part Akiro's probably a little different. Both of us stand in the stairwell for a moment, a little jealous. How would it feel to be part angel? I wonder whether Bevan's thinking the same thing as we jog down the stairs. When we reach Grand Central Gloffy, I'm absolutely floored. The shop looks like it was never touched. "How'd you fix this so fast?" Gavin practically jogs to our side. "What can I get you?" I frown. "Gavin, that hole's just gone?" I think back to when we walked up not that long ago. It was covered with boards, and men were out there clearing debris. It was a disaster a few hours ago. "You didn't know?" He blinks. "Your boyfriend came by with the team. They cleaned it up and magicked the repairs." "My boyfriend." My eyes widen. "Do you mean Lionel? But you know I'm dating Xander." "Dragona royalty are different." Gavin shrugs. "Your personal life's your business, but..." He pretends to zip his mouth closed. "If anyone asks, I'm just happy you're happy." "I'm not dating Lionel Soul," I say. "If he comes by again, if Simba the Lion King comes by wanting to repair damage to my shop, I'll let him," Gavin says. "And then I'll say thank you. If that upsets you, well, that's between you and Lionel Soul." He turns towards Bevan. "Gloffy?" "Yes," Bevan says. "I'll have a glacciato, dragona, a muffin, and whatever kind of sandwich you have." "You know that's from glafor berries fed by your friend here?" Bevan smiles. "Of course I do. Why do you think I like it so much?" "Aw," I say. "Thanks." Bevan smiles. "It's on the house, right? To thank Roxana for the repair?" "Of course," Gavin says. "And I heard you two bought something today." I roll my eyes. "A good word with your other boyfriend would be appreciated," Gavin says. "I hear he's handling negotiation on all the leases." "Poor Xander," Bevan says, the second Gavin's gone. "Do you feel a little guilty making him do all the paperwork and arguing?" I shake my head. "Not in the slightest. If you left it to me, they'd be signing leases in crayon." I can't help my laughter. I'm fit for nothing but bankrolling things like this. "There's time to turn you into a real person yet, Roxana Golden Scales." "That's what I'm afraid of," I say. "I'm actually pretty proud of how far you've come." Bevan's eyes lift, and her head turns. I follow her line of sight to see what she's watching, and I notice Minerva stroll past us, and down the street, arm in arm with her hunk. She polished up pretty well. My magic Dior works wonders, I say. When did you say I could borrow it? Anytime. I can't help my smile. I always wanted this. Friends who borrowed my stuff, people to chat with, makeovers, boyfriends, all of it. When Gavin brings Bevan's glacciato, he also brings me a glispresso, a glaffuccino, and a pumpkin spice muffin. I know you said you didn't want anything, but I also heard you haven't settled on a favorite glaffy yet. Thank you. It's nice to have friends. They're werewolf-flavored, for obvious reasons. At least he knows which one is my real boyfriend. I've just taken my first sip when someone calls Bevan's name. We both turn, but Bevan's face falls. Everything okay? I have no idea who the woman is. Bevan shakes her head. What do you want, Soki? Wait, that's your sister? I'm surprised because she looks nothing like Bevan. She has olive skin to Bevan's fair skin. Her hair's ebony instead of blonde. Only their eyes are almost the same shade of blue, but not quite. Soki's are icier, crazier too, by a wide margin. The red horns poking up through the hair on her forehead are small, but they're the exact same color as Bevan's tail. They shine in just the same way, too. She won't be here long, Bevan says. You're right, Soki says. I won't. She takes 2 more steps and crouches in front of Bevan, staring intently at her nails. Black. What do you want? You should be thanking me, sister. Her words are the barest whisper. I came here to plead with you one last time. Bevan's jaw is set. Again, I'll say no. Soki sighs. It's a big mistake. They're done waiting. Because they heard I finally got my second power. That's a higher level power, Soki hisses. Can you really steal people's life force? I can age them, Bevan says. Soki pops to her feet with a hiss. Same thing. She's stealing people's life force? That's why they age? I bet you couldn't sleep at all after you did it. Soki clenches her fist, and tiny flames dance up her arm. I hate that all I got were these dumb flames, and you got... Flames were your first power, Bevan says. This was my second. And you were wrong about it not coming because of my bond to the werewolf. It did show up, just later. Soki narrows her eyes. The stronger the power, the longer it takes to appear. Did you come by to yell at me? Soki shakes her head, her hair shimmering in the incandescent lighting. I came against my better judgment to... She clears her throat and drops to a whisper again. To warn you. About what? I ask. Shut up, dragon whore, Soki says. I'm here to warn my sister. You can burn for all I care. Burn? I snort. Unlikely. The Demon Council wants your powers, or they want you dead, Soki says. And they're not waiting anymore. You're their top priority, and they're willing to do whatever it takes to get what they want. It sounds like she's saying they're coming for us. Are they? Soki flings her hand at me, and my head slams into the back of the sofa. I'm not talking to you. Bevan stands. Don't hurt my friends. Her eyes are pretty intense. Or I'll hurt you double. That's a promise. I won't be able to help when they come, Soki says. I'll have to follow them. Which is precisely why I never will. Taking orders from the devil? Pass. They're coming soon, Bev. I really wish you'd reconsider. But I think you're about out of time, she says. And then she walks out the door.
26. Minerva. My most prized possession for the majority of my life was an Akiro feather. but I never could remember where it came from. I remember getting lost at an early age, and I remember walking around for hours, and I vaguely recall falling asleep. When I woke up, I was on my own front porch. I had a feather clutched in my hand when I woke, but I never knew where it came from. Dad said it was very valuable, and he bought me a special safe to keep it in. I used to pretend that an Akiro had saved me that night. I made up all sorts of stories, and in each one, I was special, important, precious. That was a feeling I never had in any other aspect of my life. But I always felt like the existence of that feather meant that I was destined for greatness. It's one of the reasons I felt so sure that trading it for the fire lizard to make my lifelong dream more likely would work. It couldn't have been for nothing, right? After light floods the room, and after the popping sound, my whole world goes white. I finally remember. That night, I didn't get lost. I wasn't simply tired or crabby. I had been just fine when Mom and Dad took Clark and me to the carnival. I wanted popcorn, and Dad bought it for me. I wanted cotton candy, and Mom had caved on that one, too. I had begged to ride on a carousel, and they agreed to that, too. I loved the carousel so much that I begged to do it again. Dad had gone to buy another ticket when Clark started jumping up and down. "I have to pee!" He was whining, clearly distressed, and Mom knew he wouldn't make it until Dad came back. "I don't want to go in there." I scrunched up my face. "The toilets sound like monsters roaring." Mom groaned. "It's fine. Just come." I shook my head and set my jaw. "I hate them." "Fine. Then you wait here," she said, pointing at the concrete border around the planter near the bathroom. "I'll be just a few feet inside helping your brother go to the bathroom. Call out if you need me." Only I couldn't make a peep. The man who came for me clapped his hand over my mouth. When he dragged me off, I screamed as much as I could. But no one could hear me, not even my mother, who was quite close. There was another man waiting just over a fence, and they both wore dark, heavy boots that clunked and black hats that partially covered their faces. Once we cleared the edge of the carnival, the first man cast a silence spell on me. They spoke quickly in a language I didn't understand. There were a few words I could make sense of. "Kill her." I heard them say it, and my heart raced. "Don't kill me," I said. "Please don't." But no words emerged. No matter how loudly I tried to scream, no matter what words I tried to form, none came out. Until they did. "Help!" I shouted. "I've been kidnapped! The men want to kill me! Help!" I wasn't very old, but my voice was quite loud, louder than I expected it could be. The men's eyes widened and they lunged for me. "How is she making noise?" The man who covered my mouth before did it again, and I bit his hand. "Little devil," the other man said. "She deserves to die." The man whose hand I'd bitten pulled out a large knife and pressed it against my throat. "This knife should work. It's spelled to kill even creatures like her." The blade pressed against my neck burned like molten lava. I felt it in my soul, and a scream tore out of me. "Shut her up!" the second man yelled. "Do it quick!" As the man holding me pressed the blade harder against my throat, I felt something explode inside of me, and something else unfurled. My wings. I flapped them as hard and as fast as I could, and I flew upward into the air, banging my head hard on the ceiling above us. It hurt, but nothing like that blade had. I redirected, my wings rapidly fluttering, and I darted through a window, the glass shattering around my face and shoulders. The shards sliced my skin, but the cuts healed as fast as they were made. I shook it off, and I flew. Higher, faster I went, the air cooling, the stars sparkling, and the wind whipping my hair around my eyes. "What's going on?" I asked. "Who am I, and what am I doing?"
You are mine.
A strange voice spoke.
Call me, and I will come.
My wings beat harder, and I shot even higher. Who was that? What did he want? Why did he say I was his? I was excited, but I was also inexplicably afraid. He said I belonged to him, but Mom and Dad said people can't own people.
Call for me, child.
But I didn't. I didn't call him ever. I just flew and flew and flew. And then I recognized something. The park by my house. It's easy to spot because there's a large tree next to a pond, and beside that, there's a sandbox with a tire swing on the edge. Next to the swing, there's a tennis court, and beside that's the best part of all, a playground area with a blue tube slide and a red bumpy slide. Beside the slides, there's a row of monkey bars, and they're my favorite place to be. I'd sit on top of them for an hour sometimes, staring at the clouds. I knew where I was. I slowed down, my wings flapping less frantically, and I aimed for the road that curved by the big willow trees, and I followed it all the way down until I hit the road with the weird name. I followed that one until the blue house with the wheelbarrow full of flowers out front. And then I reached my own front porch. When I finally landed, my dad was waiting with open arms.
I'm so glad you're all right, sweetie,
He said.
I'm so glad you came back to me.
His voice I knew. His voice I trusted. He loved me. I knew it in my bones. I knew it in my feathers. I knew it in my heart. Where else would I come? I smiled.
Well, speaking of that, we have a decision to make.
He brushed one hand down the side of my dark blue wings.
You found your wings again.
Again? I asked. Did I lose them before? He was still smiling.
A few times now. But each time when we talk, you decide you'd like to lose them one more time. See, you're just full of magic, Minerva.
He tapped the center of my chest with his pointer finger.
So full that it just explodes out of you. That means we have two options.
Is this why the man was calling me?
The men at the carnival?
Dad lifted his eyebrows.
We caught them.
His lips were a flat line. Not them, I said. Another man. One I didn't know. One who spoke to me in my mind. He said I was his. Dad froze, like we were playing hide and seek. He told me to call him and he'd come.
Did you do it?
Dad's eyes looked almost panicked, like the time I knocked over a glass vase and walked through the tiny glass pieces.
Did you call him?
I shook my head. I didn't know him. You said never to talk to strangers. He exhaled a lot, and then he hugged me tightly against him.
That man, he's your father, Minerva.
No, you're my father. Dad's eyes looked sad.
I'm your father. Of course I am. But I'm your father because I chose it. He's your actual father. And if you call him, he will come. I'm just not sure what he'll do if he finds you.
You think he'll hurt me, I said. You always get that look on your face when you think something bad will happen.
I'm scared that he might kill you.
His eyes were so serious. I reached up and brushed at the wrinkles in his forehead. Killing someone means they don't smile ever again?
It means they stop breathing here on Earth. Their bodies stop working. They might live somewhere else. We don't know.
Does my other dad know what happens? I asked. Why would he want to do that? Does he not like to see me? My dad's shoulders slumped.
Your other dad sees you as a risk. Your life could cause some problems for him. I think he sees you as a mistake.
Am I a mistake? A single tear runs down my dad's cheek.
I don't know everything.
He chokes, but he clears his throat with a cough.
There are a lot of things I don't know, but I do know one thing for sure, Minerva.
He lifts my chin with one finger until I'm looking right at him.
I know that you are the most beautiful, most bright, most miraculous child I have ever met. You bring more light into the world than anyone else, and I can't believe in a world where you're a mistake.
I'm crying too, then. Okay. If Dad likes me, I can't be that bad.
I would like you to let your mother and me hide your wings again. I would like you to let us dim your light, but only to keep you safe. I won't do it if you don't want me to.
Who's looking for me? I asked. It's just my other dad? My dad nodded.
And his helpers.
To kill me. He shrugged.
I'm not sure, but maybe.
Okay, I said. You can do it. A few moments later, a bright and shining woman landed next to me. Hello, Minerva, my mother said. In that moment, I suddenly remembered her. She looked so much like my dad. She was tall, and she was stately, and she was bright. She glowed like a lantern. And her wings? They were bright blue, just like mine. She wrapped her arms around me, much as my father just had, and she kissed my cheeks. You are so beautiful, she told me, and your wings are spectacular. She ran one finger over the edge of them, and for the first time I noticed the difference between her wings and mine. The color of blue was the same, a dark, bright blue, like the starry night sky. But the tips were different. My other mother's wings were solid blue. Mine were silver-edged. How did you like flying? She asked softly. Did it bring you joy? I nodded. Do you love it too? She closed her eyes and looked up at the sky. More than almost anything else in the world. More than me? I asked. Her eyes shot open. Not more than you. Nothing more than you. She smiled then, but it was sad. I hate coming here for this. I wish you could keep your wings always. I wish you could fly all the time, like you were made to. Why can't I? If you keep flying, they'll put you in a cage, she said. Or worse. She winced, like it hurt to think about that. They'll kill me. Her eyes widened, and she turned toward my dad. He shrugged.
She asked.
Do you understand why I'm here? To hide me again, I said. Dad said you had to dim my light to keep me safe. That's true, my other mother said. And I will miss you every single day you're hiding. But at least I'll know you're still shining. Just not as brightly as you. I looked at the aura around her, glowing like a small moon. Just as sparkly, she said, but maybe not something everyone can see.
Special people will see it,
my dad said.
They always do.
He crouched down beside me, but looked at her.
Did you bring it?
My other mother nodded. I have the feather.
How many do you have left?
Dad asked. This is my last one, but I have a plan to get more. My other mother and my father started chanting then, and I saw them appear, clear as the clouds in the sky, bright as the light of the porch, real as the hand in front of my face. Neon blue chains appeared out of nowhere and wrapped themselves around my wings, clamping them against my body. The chains tightened more and more until I could barely breathe. It's going to last longer this time, my other mother said. I came up with a way to invert it, a way to make it harder to unravel. That was the last thing I remembered before everything went black. But I was still clutching the brilliant white feather in my hand when it happened. Something's pecking my face when the light begins to come back. Wake up, idiot! Giggles has sliced open my hand. Hey, stop pecking me! I'm clutching something in my hand, but it's not a feather. It's harder than that. I blink and blink until my eyes work well enough that I can make it out. It's my wand. So, basically, I'm still clutching a feather, just in a wooden container. Where are we? I sit up, blinking more, trying to make sense of what just happened. All around me there are bright lights and honking horns. My favorite spot. I couldn't bring you far. Your favorite spot is a little paved area between two roads? I stand up, brushing off the horribly expensive black dress Roxana loaned me. Where are we? That's when I see the road sign. We're in Queens? I groan. Whose favorite spot is in Queens? Pigeons love it here, Giggles says. She flies a few feet away to land underneath a large green sign that reads, Pigeon Paradise Park. I suppress my groan. It's going to take me an hour to get back to our apartment from here. I know, Giggles said, and that's good. All the bad people have come again. You'll be safer here. I'm spluttering. Giggles, if the bad people are attacking, we need to go right away. What about our friends? Let them fight. You should stay safe. Of course, my familiar's a coward. Giggles splutters. I am not! She swoops past me, grabs my wand in her beak, and then there's a loud pop and flash, and she disappears. Hey! I shout. Where did you go? Of course, the featherbrain doesn't reply. She's either ignoring me or she's so far away she can't hear me, and I'm not sure which is worse. Without a purse, a credit card, or an ID, it takes me a half-dozen tries before I find someone willing to swipe their card so I can get on the city bus. I'm not thinking happy thoughts about humanity, but I am finally on my way home. I just hope by the time I finally get there, I have a home left.
27. Xander. I had no idea I was in a honeymoon period until suddenly I wasn't. Of course we can't share, a woman with pink hair screams. You always say you'll do half the chores, but you never do any of them. That's because your version of half the chores is having me do the dishes, the laundry, and the bathrooms, the woman with very crooked teeth says, while you vacuum and dust. It's fine, I say. You don't have to share. One of you can take this apartment, and one of you can find another place that... Oh, that's not going to be me, Crooked Teeth says, Not this time. I always let you have your way. I'm not the only one looking from one very angry mother to the other and back again. The kids are doing the same thing. It feels like we're watching a somewhat depressing tennis match that might break into a hockey brawl at any moment. You have to do something, Jewel whispers. This is precisely the reason wolves need alphas. It looks like they all need their mothers to give them a firm spanking, I say. I don't see why I should. Even more than a normal human, wolves are prone to fights, Jewel says. The smallest insults can lead to huge blow-ups, and Randy and Cheryl have been at each other's throats for a long time. You seem to get along before, I say. I don't understand why. We were displaced, Jewel says. We were beggars, basically, and we didn't want to scare you off. I drop my chin in my hands. Cheryl has 4 kids. Randy has 2. Cheryl gets the apartment, which is a 2-bedroom. In New York, that's huge. Randy, I hope you can find a place. Our real estate agent offered to help anyone who was still looking. I expect Randy to throw her cold gloffy at me, but instead, they both shut up. Randy inclines her head in a half bow, and they step apart. You can stay with me until you find a place, Cheryl says. We'll stay in the bigger bedroom, and you can have the smaller one. Thanks, Randy says. I feel a little guilty, after all their arguing, that it was such a simple fix. I do also plan to do a review of the apartments that are still occupied. There are 6, and hopefully some of those tenants will opt to move. We can help them make the right decision, Cheryl tosses her head at Randy, who grins. No. Even frustrated single moms are not allowed to encourage other tenants to move. We're going to keep things polite and civil. As I say the words, I feel something strange, like the order is settling in. Both Randy and Cheryl look disappointed, but neither argues. All right, I say. How many in the pack don't have homes yet? Jewel's reviewing a list. 2 families found an apartment within a 1-block radius already. She frowns. We filled all 7 empty apartments. 1 for the single women, all 6 of them, I say. 1 for the single men. I frown. Do you really think 8 single guys can share 1 apartment? The 4 who cause all the problems will be finding another place, Jewel says. The remaining 8 will be fine with 4 in each room. Trust me. That means we have, 5 families and 3 couples who still need places to stay? My head hurts. This is complicated. We knew it would be, Jewel says. None of us regret our decision. When I look around the room at the families that still don't have homes, and the ones that do, but have no furniture yet, I can't help feeling guilty. Bevan and Roxana burst through the front door. Oh, Bevan says, you're still here. She looks around in alarm. Do all these people still not have a place to live? We're working on it, I say. Maybe we could arrange for a few ghosts to haunt the apartments that are left, Bevan says. Then any normies who are still here will move along. I like you, Randy says. Me too, Cheryl says. Bevan glances at me, and I shake my head. No ghosts. Fine. When Bevan folds her arms, she sure looks like she's holding a grudge. Also, I don't feel like my injunctions against scaring the existing tenants will work on Bevan or the others like they do for the wolves. I guess that's good? We came up because Soki paid us a visit, Roxana says. She said an attack's imminent. Soki? Jewel asks. My twin sister's sort of the opposite of me, Bevan says. Where I've tried to be a good little girl, she loves being bad. Except sometimes she feels a little guilty, given that we're related. She warned you? I ask. I mean, that's nice. Bevan shrugs. Maybe, or maybe the council told her to try one more time to get me to surrender, which Bevan's obviously not doing, Roxana says. But that's bad for us. The Demon Council heard about my little parlor trick, Bevan says. Now they want me to join them even more than they did before. They can't have you, Randy's son, Edmund, says. You're ours. Exactly, I say, and wolves don't share. Which is kind of our other problem, Roxana says. What happens if the demon spawn and the wolves attack together? I'm worried about that too, I say. Neither the wolves nor the demon spawn are stupid, and they'd both be virtually assured a win if they hit us at the same time. We're going to be all right, Jules says. We trust you. I'm not sure you should, I mutter. I have no plan. We know about your last plan, Jules says, and we veto it. The other wolves in the room freeze. You know what about last time? Roxana's frowning as she looks around the room. Jules still staring at me. We know what you planned to do before, and we're all against it. I blink. Before? When Lo Ren and his wolves came, Jules says, we could all feel your intention to offer yourself to him if he would spare us. Now I'm the one who's surprised. It was the only solution that made sense. Xander Benegas! Roxana's eyes are flashing when she rounds on Jewel. You must be kidding about that, right? Jewel looks just as upset. When you met us, I know what you thought. You thought we were a charity case, but that you were even worse. That's not true, Randy says. Our alpha is the best. I didn't tell you back then because I didn't trust you yet, Jewel says. But we're not a normal pack. What was the first clue? Roxana asks. The peeling paint? The rats? Or maybe the overalls? Jewel's half-smile warns me that she's not a normal woman. Roxana's criticism would have upset most any other woman I've met. Very few wolves would be fine with me dating a Dragona, I say. I could tell that you were a more understanding group as soon as you came. And frankly, that's the only reason I accepted the bond. We knew you wanted to save your brother, Roxana says, and that other wolves were nearing Frey as well. But surely having an alpha for a while has reset them or whatever. Maybe he could release you and you could all leave. We aren't going anywhere, Jewel says. No more than you are. And it's more than Pat and his Frey or a rat problem, Cheryl says from the corner. I didn't even realize she was still here. What are you talking about? Roxana asks. We're sort of, Randy coughs. We're a poorly run pack that was without an alpha for over a year, which you know. You saw our pack headquarters, and you probably knew our last alpha wasn't the best either. We bonded him in a similar situation to you. I feel terrible that you sold your compound and gave me all the proceeds, I say. I bet Roxana would be willing to. Of course I would, Roxana says. We can give you all your money back if you want to go. It would be the safest move. We have a lot of people who want us all gone. We don't want that money back, Randy says. Not at all, Cheryl says. And after our first paycheck, we'll all be giving 20% of our income to you, Jewel says. And it's only that low because we're paying for our own housing. Really? I don't want that, I say. Keep your money. I'll find a job soon. Being an alpha is your job now, Jewel says. I'll support myself, I say. Trust me. The room fills with murmurs. We're a bunch of rejects, Jewel says. My pa, when he started this pack, he was already sort of eccentric. He was obsessed with birds, Cheryl says. My dad told me that. It's true, Jewel says. He spent all his free time bird watching. It's not a normal thing for an alpha to do. And he started to collect wolves who didn't have a place. They were weirdos, Cheryl says. My dad said that. Okay, I say, but I'm not done, Jewel says. You should know that we think you're worth fighting for, worth dying for, but you may not feel the same about us once you know everything. She glances around the room, and I can tell they've talked about this. After we explain, if you want us to go, we will. I frown. One of the families in our pack, the Thorns, has only a father, Jewel says. Alethea's the little girl, Bevan says. I met her and her dad. Jewel nods. She's not a wolf. Her sisters are, But her mother was a normie, and she lived with us, right up until she died of cancer last year. Halfies and non-wolves are not accepted in packs. They just aren't. I have no idea what to say about that, except that I wish I'd found such a weird pack when I was young. Stan's obsessed with musical theater, Randy says. Rachel knits. Caps, booties, blankets, you name it, she's knitted it, Cheryl says. Her kids had so many knitted things, they started trying to sell them on the side of the road. The Drummonds are extremely religious, Randy says. They spend all day Sunday reading the Bible and singing, unless pack duties preclude it. Jewel nods. And Stop, I say. Do you think I'd decide you weren't worth dying for because you're all strange? Jewel drops to her knees in front of him. My dad formed this pack of weirdos, and then he died a decade ago. It took us over a year to find another alpha, and when we did, he was as strange as we were. It felt like it was meant to be. But he wasn't strong. Within a year, he died. We've had 2 alphas since then, one who hated us all. We tricked him. And one who was insane and weak, a deadly combination with wolves. I'm sorry we didn't tell you, Randy says. She looks down at her feet. We needed you too much to risk it. We were hoping that if we explained, Jewel says, that you'd understand why we appreciate you as our alpha. That's why we knew an alpha who would date a Dragona, bond a demon spawn, and yet be strong enough to face off against Lo Ren Fang was exactly the alpha we need. We hoped you'd stand up and fight to the bitter end, because this is life and death for all of us, too. We love you, and we need you. She looks around the room, and so I follow her eyes. Every wolf in here is nodding, and the ones listening in on the conversation through the bond are agreeing as well. We need you, Xander, Jewel says, just as you are. I waited my entire life to have another wolf say that to me, and now I might get them all killed. It's precisely because you're such unique wolves that I can't just let you wait here. I make a new plan. Bevan, you said your sister warned you. I've had a very uneasy feeling since she came up here, and it's not going away. Jewel, who'd you say has an apartment already? One that's not in this building? The Garretts and the Blooms, she says. Why? Randy and Cheryl, you're in charge of getting every single one of the children to either apartment, the Blooms or the Garretts, now. But we just sent people to their new homes, Jewel says, which means we need to hurry. I push the command out to everyone this time. Evacuate all the children to the Bloom and Garrett apartments immediately. Cheryl and Randy will coordinate and guard. The good thing about wolves is that they know how to obey an order, as long as it's direct and coming from their alpha. I may not have gotten a guidebook, but some of the stuff comes along naturally with the bond. Giving orders is apparently one of those things. I'm walking people through details when Clark calls. Xander? Hey, I say, I'm glad you called. Bevan's sister, Soki, came by not that long ago and told us, I'm 2 blocks away and the roads are barricaded. They're evacuating humans north. What? I look around. It may be too late to get anyone out. Why? I've seen 4 demon spawn so far, and I think there may be more, he says. It looks like they're moving in pairs toward you guys. Stay where you are, I say. If we die, I'll rest easier knowing Clark didn't die with us. No way, he says. I'll find a way through. Hang on until I do. That's cute. Like he thinks our success will hinge on his help. Be safe. I hang up. Your sister wasn't lying, I say. They're coming now. This time, let's meet them in the street, Roxana says, flexing her hands like she's preparing to hurl some fireballs. I felt really bad when we trashed Gavin's place last time. Yeah, Bevan's smirking. It's sad when your whole harem has to kick in on repairs. What does that mean? I ask. Roxana's blushing. Just ignore her. Change of plans, I say, and push internally. Take everyone to the roof. Roxana drags out this weird sort of squeaking sound that reminds me of my mother when she was uncomfortable about something. What? Last time the wolves were headed up there, and they meant to use the kids as collateral. Do you want to hang back and protect them? I ask. Bevan should stay with them, Roxana says. She's who they want, and she's super powerful now. That's why I can't go with them, Bevan says. They'll keep looking until they find me. We'll go, Randy and Cheryl say. And us. Harry's a pretty big shredder. He catches Liam's eye, and they both nod. I want at least 10 shredders up there with them, I say. Then who's going to fight with you? Jewel asks. Were you listening at all? We won't leave you undefended. I've been training, Roxana says. And I'll be there too, Bevan says. Don't forget me. Isaac looks wide awake when he shoots through his bedroom door, and again, he's dressed in all black. You can fight in other colors, I say. In fact, lime green would make you easier to spot. That should be our pack color. Black doesn't stain, he says, when it's covered with the blood of my enemies. This is the coolest pack ever, little Edmund says from behind the end table. I want to wear black too. You're not even supposed to be in here, Randy says. Fine, he says. Then I'll wear lime green. His mom rolls her eyes, as if it's the color that's the problem. The poor little guy grumbles as she hustles him out the door. Wait, I say. Instead of the roof, bring all the kids here, to my apartment, and the one across the hall. Smart, Jewel says. If they hit the roof first, we'll be able to slow them down en route. If they come from the bottom like we expect, same thing. Either way, we'll have 2 floors to stop them. I shrug. A battle strategist, I'm not, but I think it's our best bet. We all head down the stairs together, and by the time we reach the bottom, we've been joined by a dozen other shredders. 8 men, 6 women. That, with the 3 who came with us, 16 shredders, including me, a vampire, a Dragona who can't shift, and a level 2 demon spawn. I don't know how many demon spawn they send to try and force membership on a truant level 2, and I don't love not knowing what we're up against. The demon spawn probably know how many wolves are in our pack. It's not a secret. They'd bring enough to be sure to win. And I can't offer to sacrifice myself. Not for them. They only want Bevan. So I need another plan. I'm frantically rolling through options as I stomp through the center of Grand Central Gloffy when Giggles explodes into the space above my head, flapping her wings furiously and chittering. I have no idea what she might be saying, but I can make out the general sense. Minerva's on her way? I ask. Is that what you're saying? Tell her not to come, Roxana says. We're being attacked. It's not safe here. Giggles flutters down and lands on Roxana's shoulder, digging her tiny claws into a patch of golden scales. Hey, Roxana says, those already itch. Be careful. Giggles wraps her talons around the corner of the scales and starts to scratch at them. Roxana spins in a circle. That hurts! Knock it off! Again, Giggles starts chittering, and I somehow understand that she's filling in for Minerva. I'm not sure how I can understand what a pigeon's saying, but here we are. As if you could do anything to help, Roxana says. Be a good girl and fly up to our apartment. There are lots of kids in there you could entertain who are probably very scared right now. Giggles explodes off Roxana's shoulder as we near the exit onto the street, and as I reach for the doorknob, she bursts into flames. Not again, Gavin says. I thought you were going outside. We're trying, I say. Where's Clark when you need him to put out a fire? Gavin's hefting a fire extinguisher when Giggles, the formerly pigeon ball of flame, drops to the ground with a rather large crash. Ugh, my tiles! Hello, Bevan says. Focus. That's a living creature. It was a living creature, Gavin says. Now it's collateral damage from the stress of yet another attack. He frowns. So far, not loving the new building management. Growing pains, I say. And I think she's still alive. I'm staring at the pile of blackened char that used to be Giggles, and I'm not sure, but it's moving a little bit, I think. The movements grow more obvious, the charred remains rocking back and forth, sort of like an egg that's about to hatch. And then, with a loud pop, the ashes around her tiny body explode, covering all of us with a fine layer of black soot. The creature that unfurls its wings to stand at full height is much, much larger than Giggles. It's at least 5 times her former mass, maybe more. Its wings are a bright, flaming rainbow of orange, gold, and the brightest scarlet. "I'll help until Minerva arrives," Giggles, not Giggles, says. "You can talk aloud now?" Bevan asks. "I could always talk, but only Minerva and Roxana were evolved enough to understand me, so I had to evolve again for the rest of you idiots." She shakes off like a dog leaving a lake, and somehow grows larger yet again. Rays of light are definitely streaming from her like she's a shedding lamp. "What are you?" Roxana asks. "I'm Giggles," she says, "but enemies might call me a firebird." "Mother feather," Jewel says. "This is so cool." Clark burst through the back door, heaving and wheezing. "Oh man, there's a lot of demon spawn out there." He looks around the room, his eyes stopping on the enormous bird in the center. "What's going on in here?" Roxana spreads one arm downward. "This is Giggles 2.0. Oh no. Clark doesn't look nearly as excited as the rest of us. "This is bad, guys. Very, very bad." "Why?" I ask. "She said she's going to help us until Minerva can come." Clark grimaces. "The thing is, to get through the barricade, I had to circle around. And although I did sneak through the bottom," he exhales, "I was barely ahead of a large pack of wolves. Unfriendly, aggressive wolves. Their leader was massive, and someone else called him Fang. Holy feathered overlords, we're so screwed."
28. Roxana. The last time Fang showed up, he brought maybe half his wolves, or that's what Xander said. But this time, it sure looks like they're all with him. Clark saw dozens and dozens and dozens of them, most of them ready to fight in their wolf forms. He set a magical barricade, like a force field, but he's not sure how long it'll buy us. From the front window, I can see wolves filling the street for dozens and dozens of yards to the south. "Demon spawn coming from the north," I say. "Wolves to the south. We're screwed." Clark nods. "It's really bad news all around, but I think I found us a way out. If you head over the roof, you can drop planks to the next building over, and I'm pretty sure I can distract them long enough to get almost everyone out. We aren't running," Xander says. "The only way we're ever going to be safe is if we face the bullies now. Today." "Safe?" Clark asks. "Or dead? Because there's no way that I can kill even a quarter of the wolves I saw earlier, and I have no idea what the firepower of the demon spawn might be. I'm sure they brought their best." "They've underestimated us," Giggles says. "A pigeon's telling us that the villains have underestimated us. I've gotten better with my fireballs," I say. "Even if they itch me into an early grave, I'm not letting man or beast harm my family. I'll torch them all one at a time for as long as it takes. Dragons never give up." "I did bring more lotion." Clark tosses it to me. Xander catches it and hands it off to me. "Maybe you can reapply it between fireballs." Giggles wings her way up into the air, and watching her move in this form is bizarre. It's nothing like she usually looks, only her bright orange eyes look the same. "We should go. Waiting gives them time to get organized." A battle-directing pigeon.
I have no words. They clearly coordinated the attack, Clark says, which is unheard of. Werewolves and demon spawn working together? He shakes his head. You must have really scared the wolves the other day.
That's an interesting perspective. Are they really scared of us? Could that be their reason for attacking together? If it is, that makes me a little proud. We've always been a strange group, but at our heart, we aren't killers. I doubt Bevan's ever killed anyone, and Isaac has killed before, a demon spawn too, but only after the jerk bashed his head in first. It took almost all the energy Xander had to keep him alive.
The block I placed is almost gone, Clark says. We're running out of time.
Magical strength or not, Clark's no killer either. Xander told me the truth about his famous demon spawn kill in college. The demon spawn who were attacking their dorm drank a concoction he'd made. It was supposed to clean their nasty floors so well that they'd be sure to get the security deposit back. Apparently, it was also toxic to demon spawn, but the scent Clark used smelled like lemons. Unless Clark brought that same floor cleaner, I'm not sure what help he'll be in a battle. And Giggles is a pigeon, for heaven's sake. Pooping and pecking trash is her normal behavior. There's no way she's going to do much, even with a new outfit. She glares at me and poops immediately. The second her poo hits the ground, it ignites, burning like a Molotov cocktail. Giggles 2.0 isn't a regular pigeon. She fluffs her feathers, and then she flies right through the glass window above the door, like it's not even there. Before any of us have exited, Giggles opens her mouth and squawks. The shock waves of her squawk knock half a dozen wolves into the air to the left, and they plow into 3 demon spawn who immediately react. The tall demon spawn with green skin grabs the wolf that hit him, and a strange yellowish gas explodes around them. The wolf yelps. Meanwhile, the short, squatty demon spawn with tentacles for hands sprays some kind of watery liquid at the 2 wolves careened into him. The demon spawn with glowing red eyes hisses and bellows, but he doesn't attack the 3 wolves that crashed in his area, at least. Xander shoves through the front door, roaring as he shifts into his wolf form, and we lose a second shirt. I swear, our couple shirts are just doomed. He's so beautiful as a wolf that I wish I could grab him around the neck and yank him back and just pet his multicolored ruff. That's the kind of thing he should be doing, not attacking and killing other supernatural creatures. They forced us into this. Jewel, her brother Pat, and Clark speed through the doors next, Isaac, Bevan, and a bevy of other wolves on their heels. I finally push through, along with the last few wolves. Loren Fang's wolves howl, and the demon spawn opposite them hiss, jeer, and shout. Xander, unsurprisingly, heads toward the demon spawn first. They're the wild cards, the most dangerous, because we don't know what precisely any of them can do. He's almost reached the trio at the front who are dealing with hissing, growling, and whimpering wolves when he slams into something. An invisible wall. Clark's barrier. Hello and welcome. The mass of demon spawn waiting on the north side of the street part, and the man who came for Bevan the last time saunters down the line. Aquarius something or other. I'm so pleased to see you at the front, Wolf. When he smiles, it's even more pronounced than before. His otherness. He's ancient and he's youthful. He's tall and he's slender, but somehow he's also powerful. His hair's silver, but not the silver of age. It's silver like Christmas tinsel or tacky bling on a child's sneakers. I can't say I'm pleased to see you again, I say. I doubt Xander could either, if he could talk while furry. But you see, if he hadn't come, we wouldn't be able to kill him, Aquarius says. I just wanted to remind my people, and yours, that killing that beast is our only goal here tonight. Until recently, we had planned to kill you all. He gestures around. And the other wolves bonded to the ill-fated Benegus pack can die or not, he shrugs.
Except that one. He points at Bevan. She must be kept alive.
Why? I ask. Last time you said you wanted her dead.
That was before she manifested a supreme power.
A supreme power.
I suppress a snort.
Why can't you people use words that don't sound like the ready-made butt of a joke? His girlfriend shimmers to life next to him. It's no joke, Dragona. Bevan Behar can literally steal the life force of other creatures, and once she knows how to use it, she'll have the power of eternal life or immediate death. She beams. It's the power of a god.
And once a demon spawn has manifested a supreme power, Aquarius says, every future descent yields the same.
He beams.
No spawn has ever manifested a supreme power before descent number 5.
The Illuminae needed over 100 mages to destroy Orpheus. Aquarius Silvertongue's girlfriend, Violet, says. Bevan Behar will descend. She will break the angelic shields on Earth and finally usher in the rise. That is her destiny. And you can't fight what is prophesied. The only thing we're breaking is you. I fling my hands forward, and the largest fireball I've ever made explodes outward. I flinch a little as it strikes the invisible wall, but I shouldn't have worried. It punches right through, exploding right in Aquarius and Violet's smug faces. The other demon spawn around them shrink back, and as if that finally broke the barrier, they all surge forward, right into Xander, whom they clearly do mean to kill. Without any direction, we all fall in behind Xander, Isaac beside me, Clark on the far side of him, and Bevan to my left. Our wolves hold the south side, facing off against the other wolves in a frenzy of snapping teeth and snarling lunges. The problem with fighting demon spawn, I quickly learn, is that without knowing their power, you can't fight it. One moment I'm flinging fireballs, and the next, I'm thrashing through a massive pile of slippery noodles. Beside me, Bevan's battering her way forward as a column of wind whips through her hair. Isaac's faster than I realized. Bevan's vicious, aging several bizarre-looking demon spawn, and once I extricate myself from the noodle pile, I manage to keep up a fairly consistent volley of tiny fireballs. It keeps the demon spawn a dozen paces back at least. In between fireballs, I notice that we're outmatched on the wolf side, 4 or 5 to 1. The wolves are struggling, I say. I'm worried they'll all be destroyed. The first one dies. I can feel it. I stumble, and then I feel another go down. I've got this, Giggles says from above us. Seconds later, a massive flock of pigeons swoops down from the top of our building and flutter their way toward the wolves. We all freeze, demon spawn and wolves alike, watching to see what 200 pigeons might possibly do. Giggles whistles shrilly, and all the pigeons blocking out the glow from the streetlights above us hover over the wolves, their tiny wings beating wildly. And then she shrieks, and they all poop. Are you kidding? Aquarius shouts. Poop? Giggles swoops overhead, her massive orange wings flapping hard and fast enough that I can feel the wind. And then the poop, just as it starts hitting the wolves below, explodes. Wolves howl and catch fire, but the other wolves have identified the pigeons as an actual threat, and they're leaping into the air, tearing them into fluffy feathered shreds. The ones who didn't get caught wing their way higher and circle around, heading back to drop another round. Lo Ren Fang, enraged by our newest attack, surges forward, pushing hard for the wolf leading Xander's pack against them. Jewel. His jaws snap around her throat, and then he clamps down, offering no mercy. Blood sprays, but he shifts, clamps down again, and shakes harder, removing her head from her body. Wolves in our pack howl in unison, their nurturer gone.
Xander, Bevan, Clark, and Isaac all turn around, and all but Xander have teary eyes. I wipe at mine, and I scream. I clamp my hands into fists, and I dig deep, preparing the biggest fireball I can to eradicate Lo Ren Fang entirely. But I'm too late. Bevan leaps over 2 slumped spawn bodies and then shouts loudly, her hands flung outward, and Lo Ren Fang's body flexes. A horrible screaming whine erupts from his mouth as he ages in front of us. He turns gray, then white, and then he begins to shrink in on himself. Even then, she doesn't stop. Lo Ren begins to spasm, and then his body collapses and crumbles to ash. Giggles flies overhead, her great wings beating against the pile of Lo Ren Fang until he's gone. Her shrieking sounds like a battle cry, but Bevan falls to her knees, tear streaks running through the grime on her face. The world sucks inward, like we're all being pulled toward Bevan, and then explodes outward, flinging us all away. One glance at the demon spawn shows that they've all dropped to their knees like they're worshipping her. Murdering someone apparently resulted in a 3rd descent for my friend, and the demon spawn got to see it happen themselves. Bevan's eyes have changed. They've turned bright yellow, and they're slitted like a cat's. When she stands up again, she's taller, too. Much taller. But if we thought the death of their alpha would gut the wolves, we were wrong. They surge forward, snarling louder, snapping more viciously, and churning toward us, heedless of the carnage around them. Kill their alpha! Aquarius looks utterly unhinged, but apparently, that was just the incentive he needed to really turn up the heat. He lifts his hands and spreads his fingers. Lightning strikes dance overhead and then arc between his hands, and he smiles. It's utterly terrifying. Even with Bevan and my firepower, we really are unmatched here. Xander's fear hits me like a lance, and I'm not the only one who can feel it. We know Bevan can't pull her trick over and over. Between the spawn she's already drained and killing Lo Ren Fang, I doubt she can do much of anything else. Which means Xander's fear is likely right. We're all about to die. My arms and legs are itching like fire everywhere. Once I start scratching, I can't seem to stop. Blood's pouring down my arms and soaking my stupid shirt. Roxana, Isaac grunts. All that blood's really distracting. Do you have to? When he turns toward me, his eyes widen and he coughs. Roxana, you need to run back inside. Right now. He shakes his head. You look bad. One downward glance shows that I've turned the skin on my body into a strange mess that most closely resembles very bloody hamburger. And still, I can't stop scratching. I'm so bloody hot, and the itching. By the Akiro, the itching. Aquarius claps his hands together, and a strike of lightning hits inches away from Xander. That aluminum foil-headed freak's beaming, and I know his next strike won't miss. The idea of Xander dying, after how far we've come, after the group we've formed, after the family we've created, it fills me with a rage so deep and so strong and so hot that I finally stop scratching. Instead, I ball my bloody hands into fists, and I pull on all the magic I can feel from Xander, from the pack, and from deep inside myself, and I shove it as deep down inside as I can, until the fire inside me is raging, and then I release it. Instead of firing out of my fingers like usual, it explodes in every direction, and so do I. My body expands and smoke swirls, and the fire inside me grows. And suddenly, I'm looking down on everyone around me. They're much, much smaller than they were.
Because I'm a massive, scarlet-tinged golden dragon. And I'm about to fricassee every demon spawn and every wolf that wants to hurt my family. I open my massive mouth to scream. But instead of rage, molten hot lava erupts and strikes the horrible octopus creature beside Aquarius. "Burn, witches," I say. "Witches?" Isaac asks. "Is that really what you meant to say? Or is it hard to talk as a dragon?" I turn to scowl. "My mouth is full of teeth," I say. "Can't you let anything go?" "Let it go?" Now Isaac's actually laughing. When I turn back to look at the demon spawn, Aquarius's stupid girlfriend has disappeared, the witch, and he's running. What kind of leader runs when a new threat appears? Not today, Tinselhead. Thankfully, his stupid silver foil hair makes him easy to spot from above. I launch into the air, my massive wings beating slowly, but the air they displace is no joke. It knocks the wolves backward like tumbleweeds in West Texas. I swing around a little clumsily, bumping the corner of a building and crumbling the balcony off not one, but 2 different rooftop apartments. Luckily, they're not part of our building. "Oops," I say. But then I see him. Aquarius. He's at the back of the group now, still sprinting away from the fight. I'm shooting toward him like a fiery arrow, ready to incinerate the entire block to make sure I get that stupid invisible witch too. But then a dozen other Dragona drop from the clouds above. They're roaring, and they look angry. Luckily, I know 3 of them. "Sebastian!" I shout as clearly as I can. "Stand down! It's your sister, Roshana!" Sebastian wheels backward, knocking into 2 of the others in his line. "Roxana?" His eyes narrow, and he shakes his head. "Females can't shift." He tilts his head. "I've never seen that combination of colors, though. Could it be her?" I realize he's asking Mateo. "Sebastian can't ever put the toilet seat down," I hiss, "and Mateo always eats so much, his stomach hurts. Now help me or get out of here." It takes a few more insults before they believe me, and by the time they finally do, stupid Aquarius is gone. But before I can decide what to do about it, Dad and all my other brothers, plus half the guard for the night, wing their way toward us. "What's going on?" Dad asks. "It's me," I say. "Roshana!" Luca must be visiting, because he spins around me, dipping up and down with animation. "Roxana! Best day ever! Now we can fly together!" Mom and Dad never let him take me out. Far too dangerous. I've never seen Dad smile in his dragon form, but it's glorious when he does. "Roxana!" How do they all talk so well? I need to practice talking later, I say. "But right now, my friends are struggling down there. Come help?" Dad's the first one to angle down. This will be fun. The others follow immediately, much better flyers than me. The wolves have rallied, and even without their leader, the demon spawn are still fighting below. Until 3 dozen Dragona show up, ready to roast our enemies. Moments later, the fight's over. The Guardians show up right after, conveniently too late to do anything other than register Bevan's 3rd descent and issue her a stern warning. I'm sure that's intentional. They're too small a force to intervene in wars, but once it's over, they appear and register any new demon spawn descents. Once I'm sure they won't try to detain Bevan for her supreme powers, or for murdering anyone. And once I'm sure Loren's pack and the demon spawn are actually gone, I find my dad. As the largest dragon here, he's easy to spot. "I really appreciate your help," I say. "But can you tell me how to shift back?" I toss my head at my friends. "I need to be human again." Dad's still smiling. "The first time can be tricky. Close your eyes and breathe in and out a few times, and then release all the heat.
Curl slowly back inward, and your body will follow.
I listen, only it doesn't work. Half an hour later, I'm still scaly and I'm starting to panic. Is it different for females? I ask. I'm shook. Dad tosses his head.
Come home with us. We'll help you.
They sure will, right into never coming back. I was worried before that they might try to pressure me to come home. Now that I can shift, the only female Dragona who can shift in the world, they'll try even harder to force me back. I'll figure it out. I frown. Thanks for your help, but you can go home. Luca looks like he wants to argue, and Sebastian starts to, but Matteo and Dad exchange a glance. And then Dad says,
You know where we are when you change your mind.
Then they all launch at almost the same time, winging their way across New York's night sky. Suddenly, I'm the only dragon left in the middle of the street in New York. Xander has shifted and dressed, and he's walking toward me. He drops a hand on my leg and smiles.
This is... He shakes his head. You're spectacular.
At least my boyfriend thinks it's cool.
You saved us all.
I'd say you were pretty great too, I say.
Not great enough. His expression darkens, and I think about Jewel and the others we lost. Thanks to the bond, I felt each loss. I'm sure Xander blames himself even more for each and every one.
Don't take the darkness pushed on you from others, Bevan says. There's more than enough bad in the world. We can only accept blame for the mistakes we've made. Look who's brilliant now, I say. Look who has a wisp. Bevan's smirking, and I'd normally sock her on her shoulder, but I refrain. Struff it, I say. That was pretty amazing, Bevan says, almost like we're changing into whatever our pack needs. Giggles flies around my head and flutters over to land on my shoulder. She's a pigeon again. Minerva's here. What? My head whips around, but even with my dragon eyesight, which is quite good, I don't see her. Are the guardians gone yet? A small voice asks. I finally spot her, crouched behind a trash can. When she stands, I realize she's glowing softly.
Xander says, did you swallow a light bulb? Or is this somehow related to you missing a second fight entirely?
It might take a while to explain, Minerva says, but remember how we hid Roxana?
We're going to be doing the same thing for Minerva, Clark says. She's been outed, and now the Illuminae want her dead.
Never a dull moment when you're a magical misfit. And I wouldn't have it any other way.
Thank you for listening. This has been My Itching Scales, The Magical Misfits, Book 3. Written by Bridget E. Baker. Narrated by Jennifer Jill Araya, Kurt Bonham, Carrie Height, Jeremy Carlisle Parker, Sura Sue, and Andrew Tell. Copyright 2024 by Bridget E. Baker. Production copyright 2024 by Bridget E. Baker.